What's up guys, today I'll be explaining my 20 best One Piece theories from 2023. We'll be diving into theories like Oars Is Joyboy, what the ancient kingdom is, what Uranus is, what the One Piece treasure is, and to how Luffy might be an ancient weapon. By the way guys, just a heads up, but some of these theories might be hours long while others might only be like 1 minute. Also, please like and subscribe to the channel for more One Piece theories in 2024 and for future long videos like this one. Like, every single thing you guys do for Preach and I helps us a ton, and truly, thank you guys so much for everything. And now, with all that being said, let's get straight into the first of 20 theories. So, I first need to show you that there's a very specific way I think Oda foreshadowed Oars being Joyboy. If you're new to One Piece theories, you may not know that Oda has foreshadowed so many things throughout the series by using parallels. One of the craziest examples of this is when he titles a chapter The Warrior of Hope in Thriller Bark, which is a reference to Luffy being the Warrior of Hope, and then has him swing oars around. This is exactly like how he titled 1044, and then had Luffy swing another Oni around, which is Kaido. Another parallel with Gear 5 is from the Skypiea arc, which is when Luffy is shadowed out in the same way when he becomes Joyboy. The parallel with this would be the fact that there's drums playing in this exact Skypiea scene, and according to Japanese speakers, Oda uses the same exact kanji or sound effects for both the Skypiea drums and drums of liberation. This scene seems to foreshadow that Luffy is Joyboy and that he'll have the drums of liberation. I believe Oda foreshadowed Oars being Joyboy in a very similar way to using parallels like this. Another way Oda foreshadows things is in cover pages. For example, Ace named his pirate crew the Spade Pirates, which made Ace the Ace of Spades. The Ace of Spades card is associated with death, just like how Ace died at Marineford. If you think this is all a coincidence, then on the cover page of chapter 520, Luffy holds the Ace of Spades card while also holding a card that has Brook on it, who's a guy that died, which all symbolizes that Ace will die. Luffy even does the same expression that he made when Ace died. This was 54 chapters before Ace died in the manga. Another time Oda foreshadowed something has to do with Luffy's other brother, which is the fact that Sabo was in fact alive. Oda drew Sabo in the Logtown arc, foreshadowing that Sabo didn't actually die. Remember, Dragon also pulled up to Logtown, which means that Oda even had the plan that Sabo would be with Dragon from the beginning. And so now that you've seen just a few of the examples of Oda foreshadowing something in the story and how he likes to do it, now let's see how he did this with Oars in the Thriller Bark arc. Before I explain any of the real hints to Oars being Joyboy, I first need to explain that I'm not talking about the Oars in Thriller Bark or the Oars in Marineford, but instead I'm talking about someone even older than them who lived during the Void Century. I'm talking about their ancestor, whom I believe was the original Oars or Oars the First. If you take a look at Oars Jr.'s Jolly Roger, it proves to us that he's actually Oars Jr. the Third, which would make the Oars in Thriller Bark Oars Jr. the Second, and the original would be Oars the First. I'll expand much more on this throughout the video, so if you're confused about it right now, just trust me and we'll get to it later on. Just know that whenever I say Oars is Joyboy, I'm speaking about one from the Void Century. And so to start the theory off, let's first take a look at all the clues from the Thriller Bark arc. The first clue to Oars being Joyboy has to do with his introduction scene. This scene is directly paralleled with the giant Strawhat scene, which makes me believe that he was the owner of it. Imu walks into a giant freezer with the lock, just like how Moria walks into a giant freezer with a very similar looking lock. Imu carries Luffy's wanted poster while Moria carries Luffy's shadow. At the end of the freezer, the giant Strawhat is on display, just like how Oars is on display at the end of the Thriller Bark freezer. And yes, I know that the Strawhat in Marijoa is much too small to fit an ancient giant, especially one the size of Oars or Onigashima, but trust me, I'll explain why and how Oars the First wore it. And it's not a plot hole at all, and it has to do with the powers of the Gum Gum fruit. Going back to Oars being Joyboy, also notice how in the exact panel that Oars is shown for the first time, Luffy's shadow in Moria's hand looks exactly like the Sun God Nika silhouette that Oda drew when both Luffy became Gear 5 and when Who's Who explained Nika. We don't only see this Nika pose in this panel, but also many more times in the next chapters before Moria puts Luffy's shadow into Oars. I believe that this is Oda teasing us that Nika and Joyboy are connected to Oars. Also notice how Oars has the number 900 on him since he's Moria's 900 zombie, and some people believe that this could foreshadow that the first Oars lived 900 years ago and during the Void Century. Now, the next hint would be that Moria puts Luffy's shadow into Oars, showing that Oars' race or family is connected to Luffy and Joyboy. I remember I said this in my first video, which was even before we knew that Luffy would be Joyboy, and people were saying dumb comments like, well, we don't even know if Luffy is Joyboy, so how can you say this is a connection? This was during the time that people thought Momo would be Joyboy for whatever reason that is. But anyways, now that Luffy is for sure Joyboy, this shows that Luffy and Oars are somewhat the same. And I don't think the Oars that Moria had was Joyboy himself, but I think he just represents represents what Joyboy was back in the day, especially when he tries to put on a straw hat, has Gum Gum moves and attacks, and even when he acts like Luffy, like we see him doing silly things like wanting meat and running around Thriller Bark because he took Luffy's personality. And this is probably the ultimate foreshadow to another giant in the Oars family having the same personality and fighting style as this one. Another hint in Thriller Bark could be Nightmare Luffy. I believe Nightmare Luffy foreshadows Oars as Joyboy, and here's why. Notice how Luffy takes on an almost identical body structure as the Oars family. He has small, short, stubby legs compared to the massive upper body size like Oars. He then has huge forearms and hands with super skinny arms. After this, we see that he has a huge bony neck that looks exactly like the one on Oars. Even his eyes kind of have the same shape as Oars' eyes, and they change shape from his base form. The last hint might be the sword that he uses. Luffy literally almost never uses swords, and for some reason when he obtained all of the shadows, he became an instant pro with one. He also just has it on his back even though he doesn't really use it, and this could be foreshadowing Oars the First having a sword, which it did seem like the Joyboy from the Void Century wielded one. Another hint with Nightmare Luffy is that when he's in this form, Oda and Lola decided to call him the Warrior of Hope. Isn't this basically just foreshadowing that he's the Warrior of Liberation? If this transformation does foreshadow how Joyboy looked, and since he's called the Warrior of Hope, maybe this also foreshadows that Oars the First was the Warrior of Liberation during the Void Century. Now, the last hint in Thriller Bark may be from Volume 48, which shows Luffy and Oars doing the exact same thing, and Oda even drew Luffy to look like he has horns coming out of his head by using Oars' teeth. This could be another foreshadow to Joyboy being an Oni or a horned creature. This is pretty much all of the evidence that Oars is Joyboy in the Thriller Bark arc, and we'll be returning to it later on because it may explain other major mysteries like where the One Piece is located. But for now, let me just lay out why Oars is Joyboy. Now, let's go to arguably the most important arc in the series, Skypiea. So, in Skypiea, there's an insane amount of evidence showing us that Oars was Joyboy, since the Sky people have Oars signs all over the place, and the first sign would be that Wiper literally wears an Oars mask. Now, why the hell would he have an Oars mask, and how would he even know of Oars' existence, since there's only one current one living during that time, which was Oars Jr.? And lastly, what does Oars even have to do with the Shandians? Well, what if the Shandians have an Oars mask because it's a tradition passed down from the Void Century? Like, it doesn't seem like the Shandians would be close with Oars Jr., so I believe that they once wore Oni masks to show which side of the Void Century they were on, and this will make more sense later on in the video as I explain how many countries showed their proof of being connected with the Ancient Kingdom. And for a little example of how other countries do this same sort of thing, notice how we see the people of Wano also wearing Oni masks during their Fire Festival. Now, why would they wear these masks if they hate the Onis, and more specifically, the Beast Pirates? It's also not like they're forced to wear these masks, since Kaido allowed the land of Wano to have its one day of fun before planting Onigashima's head on the flower capital. That's another thing too, there's literally an island with Onigashima's skull within the Wano borders. The people of Wano definitely have some ancient connection to the Oni race, and both of these details prove it. I'll explain more about Wano later, but for now, let's go back to Skypiea. So in Skypiea, we don't only see one of these Oars masks, but actually up to 3. I also believe that the first time we see Wiper with an Oars mask is symbolizes Joyboy versus Emu, since he fights Gonfall, who's also called God. Gonfall also might even be a celestial dragon, since he looks exactly like the actual Don Quixote, which is a name for one of the celestial dragon families, and he also looks like the brother of one of the 5 elders and even makes the same exact panel as him. Another thing is that he constantly brings up quotes that seem to resemble the celestial dragons, and lastly, he's obviously called God. So if Gonfall is a celestial dragon, and since the Shandians may be people connected to the sun god, this battle most likely represents how Joyboy fought the celestial dragons 800 years ago. And also notice how their little battle ends with Gonfall defeating Wiper, and he even falls through the clouds, which may symbolize how Joyboy lost and how the Ancient Kingdom fell with him. These masks aren't the only thing in Skypiea that proves who Joyboy actually was, and in fact, the next clue may even be more insane. The next hint in Skypiea would be the Var statues laid out throughout all of Upper Yard. Notice how every single one of these statues resembles Oars, and you can simply see that the Var statues have teeth coming over their lip just like Oars. And is it really a coincidence that the people who worship the sun god have Var statues laid out all over the place? I sure as hell don't think so. We also know that these statues are most likely from at least the Void Century and weren't built post Void Century, since Sanji makes a remark stating that the trees in the area seem to be at least 1,000 years old, and if that's true, then we could only assume that the Var statues are also 1,000 years old. On top of this, we also see that the Var statues aren't just for the Shandians, but even the Skypeans worship one of them as a religious symbol. Konus tells Luffy that it's an idol for eternal admiration, and it's kind kinda funny how Luffy roasts her for worshipping it, and at the same time it's also really ironic since in a way they're worshipping something that's like Luffy since he is also Joyboy. In a way he's telling her, you guys are weird for worshipping me, I would never worship myself or something that's like me. Another thing that happens within this scene is that Sanji calls the Oars statue a pagan idol. In case you don't know, paganism is a religion that's not one of the main world religions, and it's specifically usually a non-Christian or pre-Christian religion. Pagan religions usually worship nature and they all have sun gods. So basically, Oda is hinting to us that Oars is some sort of pagan god, and that definitely falls in line with him being the sun god. In another translation, Sanji calls the Oars statue a religious figure. Yet again, this is most likely a hint from Oda that Oars is a religious figure in the One Piece world, which would mean that he's the sun god, especially since we know that the people who created these statues were the Shandians, and they of course worship the sun god in their flashback. Now for the next scene in Skypiea, we'll take a look at one of the most important scenes in One Piece concerning sun god Nika. So in Nolan's flashback, we see Mo say that she's gonna meet the sun god right before she's about to be sacrificed. And now when we take a look at the sun god altar, we can clearly see two signs of Oars. The first one would be on the sign that reads God, or Kami in Japanese. This sign has what looks to be an Oni skull, or at least something that had horns. And yeah, I get it. This could be an animal skull, or it may not seem to be meant to represent an Oni, but let me explain to you why it actually is meant to symbolize an Oni. So in Wano, we see the Beast Pirates use the exact same type of skulls to represent themselves, and of course, the Beast Pirates revolve around the Oni race. I mean, for starters, their Captain Kaido is an Oni, the numbers are Onis, and the Tobi Roppo even seem to be Onis. So if the Beast Pirates use horn skulls to represent the Oni race, then what's the difference for the Shannons using the exact same thing for the exact same reason? It's also pretty strange that they use these horn skulls for every single sign of God that they have, like there isn't even one of these signs that has a normal skull. This shows that they attentively do it and that there might be a bigger reason for it than we think. Also notice how the sign of God has a sun with 8 circles around it, and this may not make too much sense as of right now, but as I expand to all the other locations and islands, you'll see how this symbol is the key to literally everything. It's most likely the key to both the ancient kingdom and to Joyboy, and the specific Shandian sign almost looks to be a Jolly Roger. I mean, it has a skull and 2 spears crossing each other instead of bones. So was the Shandian symbol or sign showing they were on the ancient kingdom and on the side of Joyboy? I think it was. Now, the next hint from the sun god altar that connects with Oars is the stone engravement. You can clearly see that the stone of the altar has a face that resembles Oars, and yet again, just like the Var statues, it has teeth coming out from the sides of the bottom side and of the mouth. And since this specific engraving is on the sun god altar, we could only assume that it's meant to show that Oars was the previous sun god. On top of this altar seems to be based off of the Olmec tradition, and in case you didn't know, the name Olmecs literally translates to rubber people. This means that whoever was the original rubber man probably looked exactly like this engravement, which means it was probably Oars or an Oni. We also see the stone engravement have the symbol of Gear 4, which is the 4 fingers up, which proves that this stone phase is based on the original Joyboy. I'll explain later on in the Wano section how we know for a fact that the original Joyboy also had Gear 4. However, for now, let's stay within Skypiea. So now that I've explained pretty much all of the connections with the Shandians and Oars, now let me tell you the Skypieans connections, and in case you forgot what the difference is between the two races, the Shandians are the people who inhabited Jaya and the City of Gold, while the Skypieans inhabited Skypiea and mainly Angel Island. So the first connection with Oars and the Skypieans would be the symbol made by the White Berets when they say Heso. It's never been truly explained why they make this symbol, and I believe it's a tradition passed down from the Void Century, and I believe that they use this symbol as proof that they were on the side of the Ancient Kingdom and Joyboy. And the reason for this is because anyone who knows what this symbol means in the real world knows that it has to do with the devil. This symbol is known as the Sign of Horns, and in all sorts of cultures is used for something supernatural. In Wiccan religious cults, the sign is used to invoke the Horn God. In Levian Satanism, which is the satanic religion founded in 1966, the symbol is used as a tradition salutation either for informal or ritual purposes. And isn't this kind of like how the White Berets use it? They seem to use it as a traditional salutation whenever greeting someone. And also notice how the White Berets are now known as God's Guards, which kind of makes you wonder if they used to be the guards for the Sun God during the Void Century. If they were, then of course they'd use this hand gesture to salute the Sun God of that time, who was a horned being and now called a devil. Also, if you're a fan of rock and roll or metal, then you probably already knew the meaning behind this symbol, since almost every rock and roll artist has used it to symbolize the devil. And so now that you understand all of that, now let's go to the next tradition that the Skypians still hold to this day. Notice how the Skypians make their hair to look like 2 antennas, or in another interpretation, 2 horns. It's a part of their culture to train their hair to grow like this from a young age. And now the question here would be, why do they train their hair to grow like this, and does it have any symbolic meaning? Well, you probably already know what I think. I believe that this is another tradition that's been passed down and that they once did it for oars, and I don't really see why else they would train their hair to grow like horns or antennas. And I mean, until we get an explanation for all these things, I'm gonna continue to push the narrative that it's most likely for oars. I think there's even a perfect parallel with the geography of Skypiea that proves that they were once close with oars, and weirdly enough, it has to do with the story with Jack and the beanstalk. So in case you forgot, Skypiea has a monstrous beanstalk going right through it, and Luffy goes up this beanstalk to ring the golden bell while being in a land of the sky, just like how Jack climbs the beanstalk to go to a land in the sky to find the golden egg. These stories are almost direct parallels, and the only main thing missing would be the giant. What if back in the day, Oars and other giants would go climb the beanstalk and go up there? I mean, it would only make sense since Oda is obviously trying to connect the land in the sky with the Jack and the Beanstalk story. Like, we even see that on the Skypiea map, they once had Onis up there according to whoever drew it around 400 years ago. It wouldn't really make much sense of there being an Oni on the map unless whoever drew it saw one up there. The reason for this is because everything else in this map is 100% spot on. Like, we see the giant octopus, the god signs, the ruins of Shandora, Angel Island with the bridge, and so on. I wonder why there was an Oni giant up there, and I also wonder why isn't there any up there anymore. I feel like it'll probably have something to do with the Oni race and their connections with the Sky people. And for now, this is all of the hints in Skypiea, and I'll be coming back to it later on in the video, but as of right now, these are the main points, and now let's move on to Elbaf. Even though we haven't actually been to Elbaf yet, there's already an insane amount of evidence from the giants of Elbaf that proves Oars was Joyboy and that they were once friends with him. So to start this off, we know that the Elbaf giants are based off of Vikings, and we also know that Vikings are directly linked with Norse mythology. Not only this, but we also see many Nordic references like Prince Loki, Naglfar, and the final war possibly being like a sort of Ragnarok. And so now, if there's many references to Norse mythology and overall just all mythologies, then what if one of the inspirations for Joyboy is the Norse god Odin? Trust me, the evidence for this theory is insane. First off, Odin's name translates to Master of Ecstasy, and in case you don't know what ecstasy means, it's an overwhelming feeling of great happiness or joyful excitement. So if Odin's name basically translates to the Master of Great Happiness or the Master of Joyful Excitement, isn't that basically the exact same thing as Joyboy? The other definition for ecstasy would be an emotional or religious frenzy or trance-like state, originally one involving an experience of mystic self-transcendence. Doesn't Gear 5 perfectly describe this? I mean, at least in my eyes, it seemed like Luffy was in an emotional frenzy and he seemed like he was on straight up drugs. Like, I want whatever the hell he was taking. He was beyond happy and beyond excited, and I've honestly never seen him act that way before or anyone else as well. The next connection between Odin and Joyboy would be that Odin was also known for wearing a broad-brimmed hat, or more specifically, a straw hat. These hats are also called sun hats, which fits perfectly with Joyboy, the sun god. Another connection with Odin and Joyboy would be that Odin wielded a spear called Gungear. This may be a little bit of a stretch, but I was honestly wondering, what if the spear that Joyboy carries is based off of this? I can't wait to see Elbaf because we may see some of the coolest and most powerful weapons ever known in the One Piece verse. The next thing with Odin and Joyboy that I wanted to explain isn't a confirmed parallel yet, but I do believe that Joyboy will have this special feature, so I decided to put it in the video. So in 2007, Oda said that in the final scenes of One Piece, there's a pirate who appears with an eye patch, and he can't wait to draw this character, which shows that it's probably going to be someone of major importance. I'd assume that this pirate will end up being Joyboy, since I'd expect him to save the most popular pirate trope for the most legendary pirate of all. And since Joyboy and Odin seem to have certain parallels with each other, another parallel may be that Joyboy was the legendary one-eyed pirate that Oda has been waiting to draw. Oda may have even foreshadowed this, since throughout all of One Piece we see many different one-eyed symbols. Arguably the most important one-eyed symbolism is in volume 27. On the cover of volume 27, we see that Luffy's left left eye is closed for some reason. This may seem like an unimportant detail at first, but once you see what's contained in this volume, you start to wonder if there's an actual meaning behind this. First off, this volume contains this panel. It's probably the scene where we see the Shandy and Oars mask at its best angle. We also see a few more Oni masks in this volume, worn by other members other than Wiper, and Oda drawing this specific panel in this volume, maybe hinting that Oars is connected with the one eye symbolism, possibly even being the pirate with one eye. Probably the most important thing in this volume is the chapter title Vars, also called Endless Verth in other translations. This chapter contains literally everything that you could want to hint at Joyboy being the one-eyed pirate. The first hint is the scene where Nami figures out the truth of the Jaya map, and when she figures this out, we find out that Jaya was in the shape of a skull, and also that it's missing its left eye. Some people believe that the left eye is actually where the One Piece is located, and if that were true at all, then Joyboy would quite literally be the one most connected to the left eye. And if it is located there, then maybe he put it there to symbolize that he also didn't have a left eye. The next thing in this chapter connected to Joyboy is the party with the dogs, which according to Oda is one of his favorite scenes ever. We clearly see that Luffy depicts the Nika shadow in this scene, which foreshadowed the sun god, who was introduced about 700 to 800 chapters later. Now, the last connection in this chapter that ties both things with Oars is the very name of it. The chapter is titled Vars or Endless Verth, and that's the same name that the Skypians gave to the Oar statue at Angel Island. So can the Nika silhouette, one-eyed Jaya map, Vars, and the volume 27 cover page all be connected? Well, I surely think so, and I personally think it's proof that Oars was the one-eyed pirate with an eye patch. And one of the best hints that proves this is the fact that Oars himself literally had one eye. Now, going back to Odin, the next thing I'm going to explain will seem kind of random, but just trust me, you have to hear it because it's arguably the best piece of evidence that proves Oars was the previous sun god. Okay, so in case you didn't know, Odin was known by many different names because different regions called him different things with different spellings. The most popular of these names is Oder. Oder was a god in the Nordic region, and many archaeologists, anthropologists, and historians theorize that he was actually just another version of Odin, and one of the main reasons for this is because there's a period of time where Odin was exiled by the gods, and just like Odin, Oder also had an absence, and both of their absences correspond with each other. The other main reason they think Odin and Oder are the same god is because their names mean these same exact things. Okay, so now you may ask, well, what does this have to do with Oars? Like, why even bring up Oder? Well, the reason I brought up Oder is because this god is apparently the exact god that Oars' name is based off of. Yeah, that's right, the one god that many people believe is Odin is literally the name that Oars was based on. Apparently Oars and Oder have the same exact kanji or lettering in the Japanese language, but translations to English change his name a little. And so now that you understand that, I have an even crazier connection to show you with Oder and Oars. So let me ask you this. What god do you think Oder was in Norse mythology? I'll give you 3 seconds to take a guess. Well, if you guessed a sun god, then you are correct. Yes, Oder was the summer sun god, and this is obviously directly paralleled with Oars being the sun god of One Piece. Apparently Oder is also the sun god in the game Dungeons & Dragons, and I wonder if this is where Oda got his reference from. Like, I mean, he did base all of the warlords off of a video game, so I wouldn't be surprised if he also learned about the whole Oder thing from another game. Norse mythology isn't the only Elbaf connection with Oars being Joyboy. In fact, Oda has laid out so many hints throughout the story that the Elbaf giants fought with Oars. The first major hint would be their Jolly Rogers. You can clearly see that the Elbaf Jolly Rogers are made out to look like an Oni skull. Now, I know what you're probably thinking. Oh, they only have those horns because Vikings wear horned helmets, and Oda is just basing it off of that Viking trope. Well, what if I told you that this is probably not the case because Vikings in real life never actually wore horned helmets? This myth is one of the biggest lies that pop culture has ever taught us. In fact, it's to my belief that the Vikings in One Piece also never wore horned helmets until the Void Century, and knowing Oda, I feel like he would know this fact since he obviously researches deeply into every single reference that he includes in his story. We also do know for sure that Vikings are what inspired Oda to make a pirate series, so I'd expect that he knowed all about their culture. Maybe he's gonna make it where the Elbaf giants wear horned helmets to resemble Oars, and to show that they were on his side during the Void Century War. This would fit in with the continuous traditions that we've seen so far in Skypiea, Like wearing horn helmets could be like how the Shandian warriors wear oars masks, and like how the Skypeans also have horn hand gestures and horn hairstyles. We also learn that the Elbaf giants celebrate a winter solstice, which is a festival for the death and rebirth of the sun. The harder they fast, the deeper their gratitude is to the sun. Winter solstices are celebrated in many cultures, especially ancient ones, and it's celebrated for this exact reason. Now, in real Viking or Norse lore, who do you think was worshipped during the winter solstice, or more specifically during the festival called Yule? Well, they worshipped the god Odin, and of course you can already see how this connects to One Piece. The Vikings of One Piece have a winter solstice in honor of the sun or the sun god Oars, while the real Vikings had winter solstices in honor of Odin. A little cool detail about the winter festival Yule would be that apparently the word Yule is the origin of the word jolly in English, which of course is tied with the most jolly man of all, Joyboy. So now that we know all that, let's take a look at more evidence that Oars or Joyboy was the god of Elbaf. In chapter 116, Vivi says how Luffy and Dory are like old friends. I feel like this could possibly be foreshadowing that Joyboy and the Elbaf were close friends, and the way Luffy and Dory reacted to each other was as if Joyboy had reunited with the Elbaf. After this, Dory explains to Luffy the code of Elbaf, and he tells him that when there's an argument between sides, the god of Elbaf decides the matter. This god apparently protects the one who's right. He then says that he's been fighting for 100 years already, and then Vivi jumps into the conversation and yells at him, what's even the point of fighting anymore, and wouldn't he lose his passion for the argument? On the next page, we yet again see her scream that a hatred that makes someone fight for 100 years is insane. She lastly asks what could they have fought over in the first place before Luffy shuts her mouth and says that it doesn't matter. Luffy seems to agree with the god of Elbaf's code, and he also seems to think that fighting for 100 years isn't an insane matter. Luffy probably likes the code of Elbaf because the god who created it was just like him. What if the god of Elbaf was the sun god? Also, this would be insane foreshadowing since the Elbaf giants have been fighting for a whole century specifically because of this code. Them going at it for 100 years and then Luffy telling Vivi that fighting for 100 years isn't such a bad thing could be a parallel with Joyboy having to fight for a whole century with the Elbaf warriors as one of his main alliances. And Vivi not liking the idea of this could also foreshadow that the Nefeltari family felt the same way during the Void Century. Now, with the whole idea of the Void Century, wouldn't it just make perfect sense if Joyboy was an ancient giant? Another thing we learn in this chapter is that the Elbaf giants can live up to 300 years. If this is true, then I'd expect the ancient giants to be able to live for at least multiple centuries. We also know that the Sea Kings and Zunisha have been alive for almost a millennia, so we could only assume that all the colossal creatures in One Piece have the capability for living for an extremely long time. With this logic, Oars the First or an ancient giant being Joyboy makes so much more sense than it being a human, a Skypean, Lunarian, Fishman, or anyone of that size. It would just make sense as to why the world government had to erase a whole century from history instead of just a few decades or few years. They probably had to do it to hide the secret of Joyboy and his life story. The last little piece of evidence that has to do with the Elbaf giants has to do with their boats. Notice how on their ships they have the symbols of a sun with 8 circles surrounding it and also a sun with 8 rays. The sun with 8 circles around it is practically the same symbol that the Shandians have. This shows that they have some connection and it's most likely an ancient one. This is also all linked to a boat which has an Oni as its Jolly Roger and an Oni as its figurehead, showing that Oars is the one who's connected to these symbols. The sun with 8 rays is also a symbol that we see on the moon during Enno's cover story, and this shows that it may be a symbol from the ancient times. As I get through more countries and land, you'll see that there's even more instances of this same sign being brought up. But anyways, this pretty much wraps up everything on Elbaf, and now let's head over to how the Wano arc and how the land of Wano foreshadows who Joyboy really was. The Arc of Wano, or more specifically, the part on Onigashima, is what I like to call the Arc of Joyboy, simply because it had the most to do with the legend. First of all, we learned about the sun god Nika in this arc, and we even got the reveal that Luffy is Joyboy. Both of these scenes may give us a hint of who Joyboy was, and could it possibly be a hint that who's who seems to be an Oni with the one-eye symbolism, was the specific one to reveal the legend of the sun god Nika? I honestly don't think so. Is it also a coincidence that we learn about this while on a literal Oni skull? In previous videos I've stated that I believe there's a high chance that Onigashima was Oars the First, simply because he's the third ancient giant that we've seen that could be a part of the 3 Oars members. We know the main 2, but we're still missing one of them, and because of this, I believe that Onigashima could be the big old daddy Oars. I also state in most of my videos regarding this that it's most likely that this Onigashima head belonged to the real continent pooler, and that the Oars and Thriller bark was just thought to be it. This would make so much sense, since to be a literal continent pooler, I'd expect you to be a complete titan of a beast. And I mean, don't get me wrong, Thriller bark Oars is ginormous, but let's just be real here. He's not even near the size of Onigashima. Like, this thing could legitimately be bigger than Zunisha at its full size. Like, who knows how big the body of this skull was as well. I'll expand more on the significance of Joyboy being the continent pooler later, but for now, just understand that there's a chance that Onigashima could have been his head. And by the way, to all the people that say that Onigashima's skull was built and that it's not a real skull, well, I hate to burst your bubble, but that's literally just a false statement. Not once has this ever been revealed to us, and if anything, it's just complete speculation and not even a real theory, because there isn't any evidence backing this claim up. I just thought I had to say this since I always get people in my comments stating that Onigashima isn't a real skull and that Kaido purposely built it. I mean, it actually seems like Kaido came to Wano for the skull when we see him say things like, "I came here because it's Wano." Who knows just how much this guy knows, and he definitely seems to have learned a thing or two about Joyboy. I mean, is it really another coincidence that the man who's obsessed with finding Joyboy lives in this skull? What if he lives here because it's Joyboy? I mean, one of the biggest mysteries that Oda never answered was the true name of Onigashima. I believe it's Marco that tells us that Onigashima changed its name, and we learned that Kaido was the one who called it that. So what could the original name of the island be? What if it was called something like Joyboy Island or Island of Joy, or anything that hints to it being connected with him? And if it was still called that, then it'd be way too easy to point out that Onigashima's skull belonged to Joyboy, and that's probably why Oda made it where Kaido changed the name of the whole island. Also, if this was Joyboy and the continent pooler, then wouldn't it just make sense for his skull to be within the Wano border? I mean, think about it. Doesn't Wano seem like a place that was manufactured and not 100% built? It almost seems as if Oars pulled parts of many little islands and put them all together deep in the New World to create Wano. The layout of Wano just seems a bit strange since it has so many different climates, each separated by a river. It also seems like these different climates or pieces of land were brought together by an outside force ever since we learned that the original Wano is actually underneath a massive amount of rainwater. The second Wano was built around the land that the mountain held up, which puts up the questions: where did all of these pieces of land show up? How did they get here, and why are they here? The continent pooler probably holds the answers to these questions, and we'll probably find out during the Void Century flashback. The next thing that may connect Wano with the Onigashima skull is the simple fact that they are literally known for being the closest ones to Joyboy. We know that the Kazuki clan wrote and created the poneglyphs, and wouldn't Joyboy have to tell them where the One Piece is for them to be able to connect the 4-road poneglyphs? So wouldn't it just make sense that Joyboy's skull would be within their borders, since he may have played a huge part of their culture? Another little detail with the Kazuki clan is the same exact sun logo that the Shandians and Elbaf giants use. It's a sun with 8 circles around it, and this proves their connections with the other two cultures. Also remember that the people of Wano also wear Oni masks, which seems pretty strange since you would think that they actually hate the Oni race after what Kaido did to them, and this tradition is probably one passed down from the Void Century, just like the Shandians mask tradition. Now, one of the strangest details that Oda never really addressed in the Wano arc was the poneglyph inside of Onigashima. We saw that Law found one, but for some reason, he nor Robin never really looked into it after this. Like, did Robin ever even know about its existence? And why would Oda go as far to show us that Onigashima had a poneglyph if he was never planning on telling us what the poneglyph actually said? What if he couldn't tell us what the poneglyph read because it would have spoiled something huge? What if this poneglyph told us the significance of the Onigashima skull, and maybe Oda is waiting to show us this when he reveals the Void Century? Especially if the skull belonged to Joyboy, there's no way Oda could just tell us that right now. This could also possibly explain why Oda chose to have Zunisha leave abruptly. It seems like if Zunisha stayed there any longer, or for the next few days, he would have and should have revealed something about who and what Onigashima was. I feel like the way he left was indeed for a good reason, but at the same time, it also felt very convenient. And so now, one of the biggest hints in the Wano arc that Kaido gives us to Oars being Joyboy is the fact that his name in Japanese can translate to Joy Boy. This has to be a hint from Oda, that Joyboy was an Oni, and I even believe that Kaido and King represent what the Ancient Kingdom once was, which is a place where Lunarians were the kings and where an Oars was their best friend. A lot of people even believe that Kaido himself wanted to be the next Joyboy or thought he actually was it, and if this is true, then when he and Luffy fought, it was ultimately a battle to prove who Joyboy really is. Kaido, whose name translates to Joyboy, represents the previous one, and then Luffy, who became Joyboy while fighting Kaido, represents Joyboy's ultimate return and ability to win no matter the odds. Kaido lost the fight just like how Joyboy lost during the Void Century, and Luffy won just like how he'll be the one to win against the same enemies who defeated the previous Sun God. This is also a lot like how Luffy fought Oars back in Thriller Bark. Nightmare Luffy, also called the Warrior of Hope, symbolizes the return of Joyboy, and Oars, who has the same kanji as Oda, the Sun God, symbolizes the Joyboy from the Void Century. Luffy wins the battle over Oars, possibly symbolizing that he'll be even stronger than the previous Joyboy. Another huge hint of Oars and possibly Onigashima being Joyboy is the fact that Luffy became Joyboy on Onigashima. What if he became Joyboy while literally being on top of Joyboy? Like, that would be the most insane foreshadowing of all time. And I remember before we knew anything about what Joyboy was or how it was Luffy, I made videos saying how Luffy will be confirmed as Joyboy while on Onigashima because it would make the most sense from a writing standpoint. I said he won't be confirmed as it after Wano or after the raid, but someone will confirm it while he's on the skull. And this of course became true, and it couldn't have been any more right. Now for this next part, I'll be explaining what seems to be the biggest plot hole within this theory, but just hear me out because there's actually a really good explanation. So now I know what you guys may have been thinking this whole time. How the hell could Onigashima have been the owner of the giant straw hat if his head size is 1,000,000 times bigger than the hat? Well, the thing is, in Wano, we learn the truth of the Gama Gama no Mi, which proves to us that a man at any size could have been the owner of the straw hat. Since the Gama Gama no Mi is actually the Hito Hito no Mi model Nika, Oars could have definitely shrunk down to the size of a human by activating the Zoan properties. Just like how Chopper and the wolf in Wano have human forms, Oars should have had the same thing. These two are users of different Hito Hito fruits, and they show us that becoming a human is a part of the Zoan fruit. The reason Luffy probably couldn't figure out that it's a Zoan is most likely due to the fact that he's already a human, and how could a human become a human again? That's like if a giraffe ate the giraffe fruit. You wouldn't expect the giraffe to actually be able to change into another giraffe because it already is one. Now, it seems like anyone with a human Zoan fruit has the ability to have more than just 3 forms, since we see Chopper have 7 and Luffy with like 6 different forms or gears, including both Gear 4 forms. In fact, it seems really likely that the previous Joyboy at least had Gear 5 and even Gear 4, since we see that the people of Wano already knew of the Gear 4 form. When Luffy turns into Gear 4 in front of Hirogoro, the old man states that this form is the Fire God. Now, when we take a look at the Fire Festival, we clearly see that they had a Fire God and that Hirogoro was right. This is very strange because the Fire Festival and the Fire God seem to be traditions passed down from the people of Wano from ancient times. It's not like they were trying to make a balloon or image of Luffy, and they shouldn't even really care about Luffy at this point in the story since he hasn't done anything for them yet. I believe that this proves that the Fire God form is Gear 4 and that the previous Joyboy also used it, and this is why the people of Wano carry it in their traditions. Also remember that it's in this Fire Festival that we see the people of Wano wearing Oni masks, which may prove that the tradition of the Fire God and Oni masks are connected, which is kind of like how the traditions of the Sun God and Oni masks are connected in Shandora. Now, the last piece of evidence that proves that Oars or Onigashima may have been Joyboy within the Onigashima arc has to do with Big Mom. So when Big Mom is falling to her defeat, she starts questioning Roger about the One Piece. The key line within this scene is when she says that some of it is in this country too, isn't it? This will most likely foreshadow the fact that Onigashima is a part of the One Piece, since if his head does belong to Joyboy, then that would definitely make the skull a part of the treasure, since we know the treasure is all about him. If Onigashima was Joyboy, then this scene would be so ironic because she's basically telling us, the reader, that some of the One Piece is in Wano while falling from the very thing she's thinking about. But anyways, that wraps up all the hints in Wano, and now let's move to all the hints that Oars Jr. gives us in the Marineford arc. So the first piece of foreshadowing that Oda gave us with Oars Jr. is when he gave Oars a giant straw hat. This most likely foreshadows that the giant straw hat in Pangaea Castle once belonged to the Oars family. I mean, didn't this flashback just feel really random, yet at the same time, really important? Like, at least to me, it felt as though the main reason for it was to foreshadow Oars' ties to Joyboy. On top of this, do you guys remember why Ace gave Oars Jr. a straw hat in the first place? Well, he gave it to him because Oars was too close to the sun and never had any shade. This probably foreshadows exactly why and how Oars the First got his straw hat. He probably also got it because he never had any shade or protection from the bright sun. And what if the term of being the sun god came from him being the closest creature to the sun? It would honestly make a whole lot of sense. Now, the next hint with Oars Jr. is one of my favorites, and somehow it may even be better than the last one. So you've probably never seen or noticed this detail, but did you know that Oars Jr.'s ship has a sail which has two inverted suns? I believe that this foreshadows that Oars the First was the sun god and that the Oars family is connected to the sun. Both of these suns also have 8 rays coming out of them, just like the Elbaf sun and the sun on the moon. This is also somewhat like the sun symbol of the ancient kingdom, and the reason for there being 2 inverted suns probably doesn't make much sense to you right now, but trust me, I'll explain it later on in the video when I discuss the phrase 2 sides of the same coin. Anyways, the next hint has to do with the fact that Oars Jr. and Luffy seem to directly parallel each other. Throughout the war, they both act completely recklessly and do the exact same things. Right when Oars shows up, we see him running in to save Ace, and he doesn't care if there's stronger opponents around him or if he's gonna be the main target for the Marines. All that's on his mind is saving Ace, and he doesn't really give much thought as to how he's gonna do so. This is almost the same exact way that Luffy tries to save Ace. We see Luffy run in to save him even though Ace begged and yelled at him to not even try. This is identical to Ace yelling at Oars to give up, because if he doesn't, then he may die. And after both of these things happen, we even see both Luffy and Oars being described as someone who's willing to die for their bro. Whitebeard says that the way Oars ran into Marineford is suicidal, and Luffy screams that he's gonna save his brother even if he kills himself in the process. When the both of them independently barge in the war, Whitebeard forces his army to help them and to be led by their inspiring charges. We even see direct panels that look almost identical, with Whitebeard yelling to back up Oars in one of them and to back up Luffy in the other. In my opinion, this shows that Oda was really trying to make Oars Jr. and Luffy paralleled as characters, as a foreshadow to the fact that an Oars from the Void Century was also just like Luffy, since Oars the First may have been Joyboy. Also remember that the Oars in Thriller Bark literally had Luffy's personality since he had his shadow, and is it really a coincidence that the only 2 Oars members that we've seen in the story act like and parallel the current Joyboy? Now, going back to Oars Jr., the last parallel with him and Luffy would be the way that both of them ended up in the Marineford arc. Oars ended up being completely defeated after getting Moria's shadow shot right through his chest, while Luffy on the other hand was defeated and got a scar from also getting shot right on the chest by Akainu. Now, the next thing that connects Oars with Luffy doesn't really have to do with Oars Jr. specifically, but it is in the Marineford arc, so I thought to include it. So chapter 568 is titled Do What You Will, and in case you don't know, do what you will is a famous saying from Aleister Crowley. He pronounced it as do what thou wilt, but do what you will has the same exact meaning, just in a more modern way of speaking English. But anyways, this quote is taught throughout the Lima, which is Crowley's occult philosophy, and many people tie it with Satanism or simply with the devil. And with it being known for being connected to the devil, what if Oda is trying to hint that Luffy is like the devil in One Piece? The reason for this is because the quote is describing him, and Ivankov says it right after Luffy begs and gets him to inject more of the hormone adrenaline. But anyways, that pretty much wraps up all the hints in Marineford for Oars being Joyboy, and now let's move on to the next arc, Alabasta. So Alabasta definitely seems to be a place based off of Egypt, which would mean that ancient Alabasta is probably based off of ancient Egypt. With this, it truly does seem like the sun god Nika was based off of the Egyptian sun god Ra, and yeah, I know, I said earlier that Nika was based off of Odin, but that doesn't necessarily mean that there can be more than one inspiration for his character. I mean, if you take a look at Usopp, he seems to be based off of Pinocchio, the boy who cried wolf, and even the fables of Aesop, so I wouldn't be surprised if Nika is based on more than one god. I also actually believe that Nika being based off of so many gods from different cultures is the key to Oda's true message in One Piece. However, we'll discuss more on that later on in the video. And so to start off on how Nika is partly based on Ra, first off, Ra wore a sun disk, kind of like how Nika wore a straw hat. This is interesting because in Egyptian lore, Ra would even inherit the sun disk to the next gods which took his throne, that mean Osiris and Horus, and this is kind of like how the straw hat seems to inherit the next sun god. The next parallel would be that Ra rode on a sun boat, just like how the current Nika or Luffy rides on the sunny boat. Ra rose from Dawn and East, just like how Luffy came from Dawn Island in the East Blue. Ra has a secret name, and once learned, you gain the ability to use and control Ra's abilities. This is kind of like how the Gama Gama no Mi has a secret name, which is the Hito Hito no Mi Nika. Plus, I feel like once the user learns the true name of the fruit, they should be able to use it to its full potential, since they'll understand that they're a Zoan and have different Zoan forms, instead of thinking that they're just rubber. The next connection with the fruit is that Ra was known to be the god of creation, just like how the only limit of the Nika Zoan is the user's creativity. Both Ra and Nika can creatively do whatever they want, and so now that you see the direct parallels, now let's take a look at how it's tied to Oars and the ancient kingdom. So we know for a fact that the Nefertari family were one of the 20 kingdoms that created the world government. 19 of the 20 kings moved to Marijoa to become celestial dragons, while the Nefertari stayed in Alabasta. The reason they did this is unknown as of right now, but we could only assume that it has something to do with the ancient kingdom and Joyboy. The reason I think this is because the flag of Alabasta is the same exact logo that all the other countries tied with the ancient kingdom have. It's the sun logo with 8 rays or 8 beams surrounding it. Alabasta is also one of the oldest settlements in One Piece, and its city Alubarna dates back to 4,000 years old. Now I know that just because it's old doesn't mean that it's complete proof that it has some importance to the ancient kingdom, but with the knowledge of the Nefertari family and sun flag, we can assume that this city was the basis of something very important back in the day, similar to how Shandora and the underwater Wano were important. So now that you know all this, you may wonder, how does it tie in with Oars? In fact, where's the evidence that Oars had anything to do with Alabasta? Well, within these secret chambers of the ancient city Alubarna, what lies within the tomb is this. Yes, that's right, it's literally an ancient secretive hieroglyph with Oars' skull right in the middle. So what kind of importance could the Oars race have with Alabasta for them to write about them in their hieroglyphs? Wouldn't it only make the most sense if they drew this so the future people could know about Oars? I mean, I don't know why else his skull would be drawn right in the middle of the ancient tomb. And let me know what you guys think about this down in the comments, and honestly, just comment any of your thoughts on any of the topics down below. And if Oda was trying to depict ancient Egypt with his tomb, wouldn't it make sense that Oars' hieroglyph is meant to symbolize that he was known as a god, just like how the real Egyptian hieroglyphs symbolize Egyptian gods? Wouldn't it make sense that this tomb is a sacred tomb to the sun god Nika, just like how Egypt has sacred tombs for their most important god, the sun god Ra? If you also add all the parallels with Ra and Nika, with the inherited sun disk instead of a sun hat, Ra riding on a sun boat like how Luffy rides the Sunny, Ra having a secret name, just like how Nika is the secret name of the Gama Gama no Mi, and Ra being the god of creation, then it really seems likely that Nika is the Alabastan version of Ra. And say what you want whether if you believe the Egyptian gods and hieroglyphs are based on real things or not. However, in One Piece, the legends and gods are always actually real. We know this to be true since the whole point of the Skypiea arc was to believe in the existence that a sky island could actually exist. Most normal people like Bellamy wouldn't believe in it even though it actually does exist. The people of the past, like Noland and his crew, weren't lying about the City of Gold, and it's most likely the same thing with the people who drew the hieroglyphs of Alabasta. They weren't lying about whatever they were trying to say with these drawings, and we know this to be true since we see that this sea cat actually exists. In chapter 157, we see this exact sea cat that was sculpted in the Alabasta ruins. With its existence, we could only assume that everything in these ruins actually existed as well, and that they have some sort of importance to Alabasta. The reason I think all of these are important is because the sea cat is also known to be important to Alabasta, since Vivi says that it's a sacred animal and even smacks Luffy and Zoro for trying to eat it. If this cat is their sacred animal, then we could only assume that Oars also has a sacred or religious value to Alabasta. On top of this, it really seems like Oars was the most important thing in this tomb's hieroglyphs, since his head is placed right in the midst of the room. I think this shows him to be the most important thing to Alabasta during the Void Century, and we also know that this tomb is most likely tied to or about the Void Century, since it's the very room that led to the Poneglyph. Also, this room is actually a hidden room unveiled by a secret chamber, which makes it seem very suspicious. Maybe it's so hidden because Alabasta wanted to hide the fact that they knew this knowledge and knew about Pluton from the world government, since if the world government knew about everything that the kings of Alabasta knew, they would have have probably wiped them from history. I mean, if Imu saw the secret chamber with Oars' head in the middle of it, he'd probably lose his mind. And now for this next part of the theory, if you haven't yet seen everything on what happened at the Reverie, and I mean literally everything, like Oda's showing you the exact flashback of how everything went down, then please skip to the next part of the video on Punk Hazard, otherwise you'll be spoiled on some major things. So in recent chapters, we learned that Queen Lily of Alabasta was the reason the poneglyphs got scattered all around the world. We also learned that she and the entire Nefertari family have the Will of D. Both of these things prove that Alabasta was tied to Joyboy, since Joyboy is directly linked to both the D clan and to the poneglyphs, since the poneglyphs hold the location of Laugh Tale. Now with these reveals, is it really a coincidence that Oars is drawn as a hieroglyph in the Alabasta secret chamber? If Lily was one of Joyboy's close friends, and if she was even the reason for the scattering of the poneglyphs, then doesn't it just make sense that her home city would have hieroglyphs of Joyboy? Also, another huge reveal that Oda told us in this chapter has to do with another thing I've been talking about this entire time. So when Cobra is about to die, he says what Queen Lily wrote to the lineage of the Nefertari family. She apparently wrote, "Fly the flag that heralds the eventual dawn." Now, what does this even mean, and what does it have to do with anything? Well, this may prove something that I've been talking about this whole time, which is the fact that this symbol with the 8 circles around it is the symbol of the dawn and the symbol connected to Joyboy. I mean, Oda proved this to be true when he revealed what Lily wrote in her letter, since he basically confirmed that Alabasta's flag is the flag that will come with the dawn. This means that the flag, and more importantly, the symbol of the flag, is the flag of the dawn and the ancient kingdom. And of course, it's the very symbol that many other countries and people have. I believe that just like Alabasta, all these countries flew the flag that heralds the world's eventual dawn. So when the time comes, their future lineages could have proof that they were all once connected and can then reunite. This means that in the final saga, Alabasta, Wano, Shandora, Amazon Lily, Elbaf, and more will come back together to bring the dawn with the current Joyboy, just as they were once most likely allied with Joyboy in the Void Century. Another little thing that I noticed from Imu's reveals is yet another parallel with Imu and Moria. So remember how earlier I said that Imu and Moria parallel each other with the freezer scenes, since they both walk into giant freezers and carry Luffy? Well, when Oda revealed Imu's powers, he showed another parallel with Moria, since Imu's power directly resembles Moria's shadow powers. Moria even has a move that looks exactly like Imu's power. This move is called Spiky Shadow Lizard, and notice how it's an arrow, just like how Imu has arrow shadows. Moria even used this move on Oars Jr., and I believe that this scene foreshadows exactly how Imu killed Oars the First, which was probably by impaling him in the same exact way. And so now that I explained everything on Alabasta, now let's head over to Punk Hazard. Right when the Straw Hats get to Punk Hazard, they see this danger sign. This is a sign that was put up by the world government, and it's very interesting that they chose to use Oars as the very symbol of danger. Could this represent that Oars was the biggest and most dangerous enemy that they've ever faced? I mean, I would expect Joyboy to be their natural enemy, just like how Luffy will end up as their enemy. Plus, we also know that the world government has a habit of labeling good people or good things as evil. For example, they label the people of Ohara as the worst criminals, Nico Robin as a demon child, and more. And well, since they do this, it wouldn't surprise me if Oars was actually a super nice guy, in the same way that Luffy is, but was labeled as some terrible being just because he opposed them. I mean, he quite literally received the nickname of being called the devil, and isn't the devil the direct enemy of the gods? Or should I say, in One Piece terms, the direct enemy of the celestial dragons? In the same way that they labeled Robin as a demon child, I wouldn't be surprised if they were also the ones who labeled Oars as a devil. And so now going back to Punk Hazard, the next hint would be from the Yeti Cool brothers. Notice how these two seem like they're wearing straw hats. Is this another foreshadow of a giant being the owner of the giant straw hat in Marijoa? Now, the way this is connected to Oars is by both a giant being foreshadowed as wearing a straw hat and the specifics of the very chapter of the Yeti Cool brothers. The Yetis are introduced in chapter 666, or more specifically, the number of the beast. Remember, Oars is known as the beast or the devil of One Piece. The chapter is even titled after the Yeti Cool brothers, possibly being a hint from Oda that a giant was the owner of the giant straw hat, who is now referred to as a beast or devil. Another time we see Oda connect the devil's number with Nika is in chapter 232's cover page. Notice how this cover page has the number 666 and the word Apollo on it. In case you didn't know, Apollo is the Greek sun god, and Oda putting these two things in the same picture may be a small hint that the devil was the previous sun god. It also may show that he's aware of the meaning of 666. But going back to the Yeti brothers, in my opinion, these two seem so insignificant to the story and were so overhyped after the introduction, and I feel like the only reason they even exist was to be a hint for us the reader who Joyboy was. Like, I don't know why else Oda would throw them into the story, because it almost felt as if even he himself didn't care about them. Now, a huge hint with the Yeti brothers and Oars also has to do with Roger and Rocks, and it's all about wordplay. Before I tell you anything, let me remind you that Oda is a wordplay fanatic, and he always puts wordplay connections in his story. If you've seen any of Uteron's theories, you'll understand how deep Oda really goes, and I say this because if you didn't know about this, then you probably think that this next part is a complete stretch. And now, so first off, let's just look at the names of Roger, Rocks, and Oars and see how they're connected. Let's take a look at their first names, which are Roger, Zebek, and Oars. If you take a look at the meaning behind these words, they're all parts of a pirate ship. Roger is the word for the flag of a pirate ship, Oars is the word for the rows that propel and steer the ship, and lastly, Zebek is the word for a ship that was used by pirates. Now, if you think these wordplay connections are a coincidence, then let's also look at their last names, and for Roger's, I'll be using the word gold for Goldie. This is simply because it's an obvious pun with it, and since the first time we learn his name, it's pronounced as Gold Roger and not Goldie. Now, with this, you'd have the words gold, rocks, and oars. The connection here would be that gold plus rocks equals oars, or oars spelled an O-R-E-S, or golden oars. This wordplay takes the role of using homophones with oars, but I still think Oda meant to do it since the name Oars isn't even spelled or pronounced that way in the Japanese translations. Let me show you what I mean by showing you another wordplay connection which has to do with the Wizard of Oz. Before I get into the Wizard of Oz though, we have to remember that Oda bases One Piece off of so many references from movies, books, history, shows, and pretty much everything that he's ever watched, learned, or read about. Knowing this, we could only assume that he based some of One Piece off the Wizard of Oz, especially since his two biggest inspirations early on in his career were Dragon Ball and the Wizard of Oz. Oda wanted to make an adventurous, world-building story like the Wizard of Oz, except he wanted to make a completely different ending style since he absolutely despises the way the Wizard of Oz ended. He says that he thinks the trope of the friends you made along the way, being the treasure at the end of the journey, is stupid, and that he wants his story to have an actual reward at the end for both the fans and characters. And so now that you understand that Oda is a Wizard of Oz fan and most likely has a lot of inspirations from it, now let me show you what these inspirations might have ended up being and what it has to do with Oars, Rocks, and Roger. Now, before I get into it, let me just explain that I'll be connecting each location from Bellamy's quote, being the Emerald City, City of Gold, and the One Piece, with both the three characters, Roger, Rocks, and Oars, and with three things from the Wizard of Oz. I know this may seem kind of confusing right now, but once I explain it, you'll get what I mean. So for the first parallel, I believe that Roger is directly tied to the Yellow Brick Road in the Wizard of Oz and the City of Gold in One Piece. The first reason for this is because Roger's name is a pun with the word gold, and obviously the City of Gold and the Yellow Brick Road that's made out of gold have a lot to do with gold. The Yellow Brick Road is also meant to represent the gold currency in America, which yet again shows its connection to gold. The second reason he seems to be connected to the Yellow Brick Road is because of his introduction that perfectly parallels what the Yellow Brick Road represents. Straight from the Wizard of Oz book is a quote that says, "They are currently striding along the Yellow Brick Road to fame, the first step on the Yellow Brick Road to fame and riches." Now, doesn't this quote sound familiar? Well, if you've read the first chapter or watched literally any single episode of One Piece, you'll know that it starts out with, Gold Roger had achieved it all. Wealth, fame, and power had all been his. Isn't this just like how the Yellow Brick Road is the road to fame and riches, or fame and wealth? Isn't Roger basically the Yellow Brick Road of One Piece, since this exact scene of his death paved a roadway for generations of pirates on their first step to fame and riches? I mean, we see in the story that because of him, most pirates began their journey on trying to find the One Piece, which kind of means that symbolically, his death is their first step to fame and riches. And now that you know how Roger represents the Yellow Brick Road, now let's go back to Bellamy's quote and to how he's also the one connected to the City of Gold. So Roger was one of the only pirates who ever found the City of Gold in the sky, and he even wrote on the golden bell, which makes me put it with him instead of Rocks and Oars. Now for the second parallel, I believe that Rocks represents the Emerald City from the Wizard of Oz and the Emerald City from One Piece. Yes, there's a location in the Wizard of Oz that's called the Emerald City, and it seems very likely that Oda will base his Emerald City off of it. Now in this quote, Bellamy brings up a legendary Emerald City that we haven't seen so far in the story. However, we can only assume that it exists, or at least once existed, because the other two things Bellamy brought up exist. And now you may be wondering, well, what does this have to do with rocks? Like, we don't even know anything about him or the Emerald City. Well, I believe it has to do with rocks because I believe God Valley is the Emerald City, since the shadowed out silhouette of God Valley looks exactly like the Emerald City from The Wizard of Oz. Now, if God Valley is the Emerald City, and since the God Valley incident is all about rocks, then that basically means that he's the one connected to it out of the three. Now, for the third parallel to The Wizard of Oz, it has to do with Oars and the One Piece. If Oars is in fact Joyboy, then wouldn't that mean that the One Piece and Laugh Tale are all about him? I mean, Roger did say that he wishes he could have lived in Joyboy's era after seeing the One Piece. And so if the One Piece is all about Oars, then what does it have to do with the Wizard of Oz? Well, it has to do with the Wizard of Oz, since Oars' name is actually meant to be spelled and pronounced as Oz, O-Z. In Japanese, the kanji for Oars' name spells out the same exact kanji that they use for Oz in the Wizard of Oz. This kanji sounds like Azu, which is why many English translations of One Piece call Oars Oz instead of Oars. In fact, Oda revealed that Oars was actually spelled as Oars and not Oz in English when he revealed Oars Jr.'s flag, which spelled the word Oars and not Oz. Now, why would he change it to being sounded as Oars and not Oz? What if he did this because he meant for all of these wordplay and Wizard of Oz connections with rocks, Roger, and oars? I mean, remember, the kanji for oars is also the same kanji as the sun god Oda, which shows that Oda definitely meant for some importance in Oars' name. Also, with rocks, Roger, and Oars having these connections, I really feel all of these people and locations are the keys to the One Piece. I feel like somehow they all coincide with each other. Some more things that connect Roger and Rocks with Oars also have to do with Luffy and Blackbeard. So Luffy seems to be just like Roger, since we continuously see people compare them, and since we even see that they have the same exact dream. So for this part of the connections, think of Luffy and Roger being a pair, and then Blackbeard and Rocks being a pair, since they too also seem to be very similar. Remember, both Blackbeard and Rocks had the same island, which is full of lead, and Blackbeard seems to be Luffy's biggest and first rival, just like how Rocks was to Roger. So now, what would be the connections of these pairs to Oars? Well, Luffy and Roger's connection has to do with the dreams and with the Straw Hat, since we can only assume that Oars or Joyboy also wear a straw hat and that the tradition was inherited to Roger and Luffy. On the other hand, Rocks and Blackbeard's connection has to do with their Jolly Rogers. I mean, Rocks' Jolly Roger has a horn skull on it or an Oni skull on it, and Blackbeard's Jolly Roger is the exact symbol of Oars with the three skulls. We see that not only Oars, but also Oars Jr. has this symbol of the three skulls, which really makes me question, how much does Blackbeard know? I mean, like seriously, why are he and Rocks both using these symbols, and also, why are they using them? I hope we find out when the Straw Hats finally go against the Blackbeard Pirates and when we see the Rocks flashback. Something else that's pretty interesting is the fact that the real Blackbeard, who went by the name of Edward Teach, also has a devil on his Jolly Roger, just like how the One Piece Blackbeard has the symbol that comes from the devil. I'll explain more on the Jolly Roger's connection with devils later on in the video, but for now, just try to keep all of this information in mind. Like, I know it's a lot to take in. And so now, if you thought that those were all the connections between Rocks and Roger, then wait, because somehow, there's even more, and this time they have to do with the Yeti Cool brothers. Yes, we're finally back to Punk Hazard, and let's take a look at the brothers' names and how they coincide with Roger and Rocks. So it's to my belief that Roger is symbolized by the name Scotch, and Rocks is symbolized by Rock, and that Oars is symbolized by both of them combined. The reason for Rocks being symbolized by Rock is because of his name, since Rocks is basically rock, and it's the same thing for Roger and Scotch. Yet again, I'm going to be using the word gold here instead of Gold D, and the reason for this is because damn near every Scotch brand names themselves with something having to do with gold, because Scotch is a gold colored drink. For example, to only name a few, there's Islay's Gold, Gold Label Reserve, McKellen Gold, Scott's Gold, Winter's Gold, and so on. The most interesting one out of all the Scotch brands would be Nika's Whiskey and Gold, which is one of the most famous Scotch brands in Japan. And now, as you can see the direct connection with gold and Scotch, on top of all of this, there's a name for Scotch, which is called Scotch on the Rocks, which means getting Scotch with ice. This term Scotch on the Rocks connects both Scotch with Rock and then Roger with Rocks yet again, and it all goes back to Oars because remember, the Yeti brothers are giants wearing straw hats and were introduced in chapter 666. I also really think that the Scotch references might have something to do with Bing Sake and its importance to Joyboy and the One Piece, and let me know what you guys think about that. Like, what if this is all a connection to Joyboy's Scotch on the Rocks that's on Laugh Tale? And so now, the next connection in Punk Hazard has to do with the world government, and according to law, the world government has been researching gigantification and the creation of giants for hundreds of years. He says that they've been researching this for military purposes and to create an army of these giants. And now notice how the giant in the background is an Oars giant. Like, is Oda showing us that this is the type of giant the world government wants to create? They probably wanted Oars giants over Elbaf giants because the Oars ones are most likely much more powerful on average. Now for this next part of the theory, if you haven't seen the Egghead arc yet, or if you're simply an anime only watcher, then please skip to this timestamp. So just like how the government researched on Lunarians and were able to create Seraphim, we also know that they were researching on Kaido since he was in the same facility as King. They probably researched him trying to find out the secrets to his DNA and the secrets to the Oni race so they could make Seraphim type of weapons but with Oars giants. I mean, the Seraphim are already extremely powerful, but could you possibly imagine the same sort of idea with Oars? Like, that would be absolutely ridiculous and most likely unstoppable to defeat if they had a full army of them. I also think that there's a decent chance that they were able to obtain this technology because they may have received Oars Jr.'s body after Marineford, and it's never really stated what happened to him, and we don't even know if he died or not. We were able to see a grave and funeral for Ace and Whitebeard, but nothing ever came out of Oars' defeat. What if the government took his body in to do research on and scientific experiments? And if they did, then they could have potentially recreated an army of the Oars race. Now, it also seemed like the ancient kingdom specifically made robots the size and shape of Oars, so the world government definitely knows the strength of these creatures or the strength of the things the size of them. Also, why would the ancient kingdom specifically make Oars robots? Like, were they trying to replicate the size, strength, and look of the greatest warrior of all time? Did they make Oars robots for an Oars army? It sure as hell does look that way, and just the mere existence of this robot proves how important the Oars race really is and the impact that it had on the ancient kingdom. A possible hint from this robot that could foreshadow Oars being Joyboy is when Luffy calls it Robo King. Could this be foreshadowing that an Oars was the original king of the pirates? Well, I guess we'll have to wait and see, and I hope we also learn more about this robot throughout the arc. I wonder if it'll reawaken when the final war takes place. I also wonder why it reawoken 200 years ago during the Fishman Rights movement, and the Fishmen are also definitely tied to the secrets of Joyboy, but I think I'll have to explain that in another video because it's kind of off topic with this one. If you want that video, then subscribe to the channel, leave a comment about it, and also please leave a like on this video if you've enjoyed anything I've said so far. All of your support truly goes a long ways, and it makes all the worthwhile to keep making these videos. And now, going back to the theory, I will tell a few hints to how Fishman Island is connected to Oars and the ancient kingdom. So first off, they seem to be directly connected to the sun when we see the sun pirates, and when the whole dream of the Fishman people is to quite literally be able to freely live and roam in the sun instead of just in the water. Also notice how the chapter titled The Path Towards the Sun, which is the chapter where Luffy and Jinbei show the Fishman people a path towards the sun, has Whitebeard as the cover page. Could this be Oda hinting that the Shandians are connected to the Fishmen through the sun? Also notice the building behind him and how it resembles the Fishman castle. It even has little horns at the top, which may be a tradition for Oars yet again. And Ryugu Palace also has the horns at the very top, which may be for the same reason as the Sky People. And so now that I've gone over the Fishmen and Punk Hazard hints, now let's go to another icy island, which is Drum Island. I truly believe Drum Island had connections to Joyboy simply because of its name. What if it's the island of the Drums of Liberation? I mean, why else would it even be called that? It's also my belief that these ginormous pillars or mountains along with the castle has to do with the ancient kingdom. If Joyboy was an Oars, what if there were a bunch of these creatures who lived back in the day? What if they all got wiped out to history, just like the Lunarians, because the world government feared their strength and feared their history? If there were a bunch of these titans, then what if these so-called mountains were actually drums for them? What if that's why it's called Drum Island? Because it's the island that has a bunch of drums. I mean, let's just be honest here. These things don't look like mountains at all, and they look more artificial than natural. Don't they kind of just take the shape of ancient drums? Like, to me at least, it looks exactly like the African drums I used to play in grade school, and now they're obviously covered by the snow and ice by now, but I can see ancient giants playing them back in the day to the beat of Joyboy's heart. The other reason I think these mountains or drums are connected to Joyboy is because the castle that's on one of them has ancient looking carvings of a horned man, who else in One Piece has horns besides the Oni race? This may be a hint from Oda that Drum Island along with the castle was a place that was once associated with the ancient kingdom. I feel these oars or Oni heads were carved into the castle because the castle was dedicated to him in a similar way that these Shandy and Oar statues were also dedicated to him. This may prove that oars or giant Onis used to be associated with Drum Island, and if that's true, then maybe these mountains really are giant drums that were played by the Oars race. I really feel like this has a chance to be true, since for some reason, everything connected to the ancient kingdom has a gargantuan size. For example, Zunisha, the Noah, the Sea Kings, and Onigashima all have gargantuan sizes, and if the ancient people were able to build things the size of the Noah, then it wouldn't surprise me if they built drums the size of these mountains. I also don't find it a coincidence that this is the same arc where we learn about the human fruit. All of these things being involved with each other could be Oda foreshadowing that the human fruit has something to do with the drums of liberation and oars. And now that I explained everything on Drum Island, now let's head over to Oars and Joyboy's connection with the Bible. Okay, so now that I've explained to you a whole lot of proof that Oars is Joyboy and the Sun God, I now need to explain the true meaning behind this and overall the true meaning in One Piece. There's an esoteric meaning behind everything in One Piece, and the more you know about the real world, the more you realize that One Piece is just a reflection off of it. And so in this part of the video, I'm going to explain to you why I know Oars or Joyboy is also based off of Jesus and how this all connects with the Sun God as well. So to start this off, I know that Jesus and the Bible have a role in One Piece because Kuma quite literally walks around with it 24/7. There's also the Noah arc and the Adam tree, which proves that biblical ideas exist in One Piece. And now in real life, what even is the Bible thought to be? Isn't it thought to be a work of ancient text to believers? I mean, if you read it, it has actual locations and cities. For example, Jerusalem, Israel, and the Jordan River are legitimately real places that you can go to. And now, I'm not here to tell you that everything in the Bible is real or not. However, in a world like One Piece, where fantasy thrives, where the City of Gold exists, where the Buddha exists, where flying dragons exist, we could only assume that the biblical stories in One Piece actually happened in that world. Also, I don't think the Bible in One Piece is the same exact thing as the Bible in the real world. In fact, I think it's more so a religion or book that tells the stories of Joyboy and of the ancient kingdom in replace for the stories of Jesus. Also, Clover claims that you can learn the name of the ancient kingdom through ancient manuscripts, and since Kuma's Bible is quite literally the only ancient manuscript that we know of in One Piece, we can only assume that it has some extreme importance to the ancient kingdom. I mean, if you take a look at it, it even has the symbols that may be connected to the ancient kingdom, since it has a sun, which may be symbolizing the sun god Nika, wings, which look like the Sky People's wings, clouds, just like Skypiea, and a woman who's wearing an ancient style of clothing, and who knows, she may even be... Now for the next thing that I'm going to discuss, please skip to this timestamp if you're an anime only watcher, and don't watch this part of the video until you've seen the first part of the Egghead arc. And now to further connect the Bible and the ancient kingdom, so we learn in the Egghead arc that Dragon started his revolutionary army because of his furious rage at the world government for what they did to Ohara. Now knowing this, wouldn't it only make sense that the first two guys that he joined with also felt the same way about the Ohara incident? And now if we assume that Kuma already felt that way, then wouldn't it make sense that the reason he walks around with the Bible is because it's connected to the Ohara incident and may even be another copy of one of the books that they were looking into. On top of this, Vegapunk later says in this arc that Luffy looks just like a god who only appears in the oldest of texts, right after Luffy becomes the sun god Nika. Now remember, Vegapunk also read all the books that Ohara left, and I really believe that he learned of Nika through the Bible. Trust me, there's a lot of evidence for this, like almost too much, and just please bear with me through it because it all pays off in the end. And now in a little bit, I'll explain all of the evidence of how the Bible is directly linked with the ancient kingdom and how Nika is the god of the One Piece Bible instead of Jesus. But to explain that, I first need to show you a key detail with the crosses. Trust me, it'll all connect. So throughout One Piece, we continuously see crosses or Jesus pieces showing that a lot of people throughout the world are Christian. Now notice how many of these crosses are in the shape of two bones crossing instead of straight lines crossing. This is interesting because every pirate in One Piece also uses crossbones for the Jolly Rogers. Other people also use it as well, like the Kazuki clan. And now, wouldn't it just make sense if the Jesus Bones crosses are connected to the Jolly Rogers Bones crosses? And you may be wondering, what does this have to do with anything, especially with Oars? Well, this has to do with Joyboy, or more specifically, Oars, because Oars has this exact crossbone symbol on his clothing. The bones even go in the direction of a Jesus Jesus piece and don't go in the direction of that of a normal Jolly Roger, possibly showing that the original symbol of the crossbones was in the direction of the Jesus crossbones. Now, this isn't the only cross connection we see with Oars. In fact, we see another one in Thriller Bark when Brook puts an Oni skull over the cross for his former crew. Also, notice how this cross is pretty much the only one in the area that takes the shape of two bones and not straight lines. Also, the skull head that Brook uses resembles the same shape that the Shandians use for their sign of God, and that the Beast Pirates use to represent themselves. This skull is the figurehead from Brook's ship, and also notice how the Rumbar Pirates ship also has an Oni or horned figure as their Jolly Roger. The Rumbar Pirates were known for singing Bing Sake, and many people, myself included, believe that Bing Sake was a song about the Void Century. The reason for that is because they have the lines, "The merry evening sun, the birds sing as they draw circles in the sky, and never ending, ever wandering, our funny traveling tale." Is it really a coincidence that the crew who sings and introduces the song about Laugh-Tale has the Jolly Roger of an Oni? Well, if you think it is, then check this out. Bing Sake also has the line, "Flying the proud skull on our flags and sails." I believe this line is dedicated to Joyboy because I believe that all Jolly Rogers in the world of One Piece came from him, and here's the proof of that. So at the end of chapter 2, Oda shows us this page. In this page, he explains where the Jolly Roger came from. He basically says that it comes from the term Old Roger, which was a name for the devil. So if Jolly Rogers came from the devil, then wouldn't that mean that they came from Oars? Also, if Old Roger is a name for the devil, then the term Jolly Roger basically just means a happy devil, right? And if Oars was Joyboy, then wouldn't he have been a happy devil? Another interesting wordplay that might connect all of this would be with Goldie Roger. And for this one, I'll once again use his name as Gold Roger. So Gold Roger can symbolize a sun devil since the color gold symbolizes the sun in almost every ancient culture. And since Roger is another name for the devil, this could be another hint connecting Roger's name with Oars, and I mean Gold Roger is almost identical to Old Roger. Is it also a coincidence that Gold Roger wore a straw hat just like how the Old Roger of One Piece or the devil also might have worn a straw hat? Gold Roger also might have the same exact dream as the Old Roger. Now going back to chapter 2, there's also a lot of hints of the Jolly Roger coming from Joyboy on this page, and the first hint would be the silhouette of this pirate. Doesn't this seem like a very early depiction or drawing of Nika? I mean, it was drawn about 25 years ago, so of course it's not going to be the same exact thing as Nika, but the shape, shadow, and personality of it seems like an early sketch of the sun god. The next hint on this page would be the drawing of the skull and crossbones. Notice how right behind this is the word, the dum. Isn't this the same word that Oda uses for the drums of liberation? So is he yet again hinting that the Jolly Roger is connected to the man who had the drums of liberation? Jolly Rogers originating from Joyboy would make the most sense since we see them representing Oars countless of times. I've already gone over how the Elbaf Giants and Rumbar Pirates use Onis for their flag, but some of the most important characters in the story, like Blackbeard and Rocks, also have similar things. Oda confirmed that Blackbeard loves to study history and that if he had a job in the real world, he'd be an archaeologist. Now, because of this, many people believe that he may even be from Ohara, and even if that wasn't true, why would a pirate that studies ancient history have a Jolly Roger that symbolizes the Oars family? Like, how much did he figure out on his own? I'd love to see why he chose this symbol as his flag because it may show us why he's so crazy. And Rocks also having an Oni on his flag is strange because he himself wasn't one. Just like how I wonder with Blackbeard, I also wonder why the man who went to God Valley chose this as his symbol. And so now that you understand that the Jolly Roger came from Oars the First, you may be wondering, well, what does any of this have to do with Jesus? Well, this has to do with Jesus since it proves that the Jolly Rogers and Jesus pieces mean the same exact things in One Piece. Don't believe me? Then how come the cross in the Bible literally has a Jolly Roger inside of it? Also, how much does Kuma know? We can see that even he has the same logo on his clothing, which is a Jesus cross with a Jolly Roger inside of it. Why would he wear this if it weren't for a good reason? We also know that the Bible in One Piece has a sun on it, showing that it's probably the story about the sun god and the ancient kingdom. Maybe he chose to have these same symbols as the Bible because he knows their true importance to the sun god Nika. Now, a very small detail that proves the Jolly Roger and the cross represents the same thing in One Piece is in Whole Cake Island when we see that Big Mom's wedding cake has skulls and crossbones in the anime version, but in the manga it's skulls and crosses. Why would the anime change this slight detail? Like, did Oda tell them to change it? Because I really don't see why else they'd do such a thing. Like, there's no reason to change it. Another hint to the skull and crossbones being the same thing as the Jesus crosses is when Bellamy wears a shirt that has the cross right over a skull and crossbones. This may be a hint that the two things are directly linked. something else Oda did to possibly hint at oars being the reason for the skulls and crosses is when he puts an oars mask right next to someone wearing a skull and crosses around his neck. We also get hints from the first episodes of One Piece that the devil is connected to the cross when we see devil fruits being put in the shape of a cross. In fact, this is how we learn about what devil fruits are in the first place. Now, the next hint has to do with Drum Island. So in this arc, we see both Luffy and Dr. Hiriluk describe the Jolly Roger as a symbol of faith. So now, what does this have to do with Jesus? Well, Jesus is known as the biggest symbol of faith throughout the whole world. In fact, the Bible basically just teaches you to have faith in Jesus no matter what happens. Isn't this basically the same thing that Hiriluk taught Chopper about the skull and crossbones? Another connection with Jesus, Oars, and the Sun God has to do with the Shandians again. So if you take a look at their tents, you'll notice that every single one of them has horn skulls or horns on the top. I believe that this is meant to symbolize their god Oars, just like how the skulls on the god sign do. Now notice how one of the tents has a bunch of sun symbols on them symbolizing the sun god, and another tent has normal and upside down crosses symbolizing Jesus and the devil. In case you don't know, an upside down cross typically refers to something that isn't holy, or in other words, satanic. Now, having all three of these symbols with the Oni references on each tent might be a hint from Oda who their true god was and what his symbols were. The last hint that I'm going to explain, with the skulls and crosses, might be the best one yet since it has to do with the real world. In fact, I believe that this may be the reason Oda connected the two in the first place. So in the real world, there's a type of cross that has skulls and crossbones on them. The skulls and crossbones represent the grave of Adam, the name Calvary, and the victory of Christ over death. It also represents the place where Jesus was crucified, and just like how the skull and crossbones represents Joyboy, it also represents Jesus in real life. This became a symbol of death from biblical times and not from pirate times. And remember, one of the meanings behind the skull and crossbones according to Oda is death, or more specifically, the death of Adam and Christ. This may even be why you see people culturally put crosses on graves of those who have died. And okay, so this whole crossbone thing gets even better when you also point out what Calvary is. One of the things the skull and crossbones represents is Calvary, which is the location of where Adam was buried and where Jesus was crucified in biblical canon. Now, guess what else this place is known as? Well, it's also known as the Cave of Treasures. So if we translate this to One Piece, what if Laugh-Tale, or the Island of Treasures, is the same as the Cave of Treasures or Calvary? I mean, aren't we supposed to finally learn about the secrets of the world, the origin of humanity, the secret of Joyboy, and the origin of devil fruits at Laugh-Tale? Isn't this kind of like how the Cave of Treasures has the burial of Adam, who's the supposed first man to walk the earth and the first man to eat the forbidden fruit? Or should I call it a devil fruit? It also holds the secret of Jesus, who seems to be symbolized by Joyboy in One Piece. And just like how Calvary, or the Cave of Treasures, was the location of where Jesus was crucified, maybe Laugh-Tale, or the Island of Treasures, is the location of where Joyboy died. Now, another fact about the Calvary, also called Golgotha in ancient Greek, that made me absolutely lose my mind when I found out about it, is the fact that it translates to skull. In fact, the location that's named by this word is a skull-shaped hill in Jerusalem. Yes, that's right, skull-shaped hill, just like the skull-shaped island in One Piece. And isn't it highly speculated that the One Piece is located on the missing left eye of Jaya, or in other words, it's located on the missing chunk of the Skull Island, just like how the Golgotha is the skull-shaped hill. If Laugh-Tale really is the left eye of Jaya, then maybe Oda really was inspired by the Golgotha Calvary. Now, knowing all of this, I truly believe that the skull and crossbones has an even other meaning, which is basically telling you how to get a Laugh-Tale. I believe that the crossbones are meant to symbolize the cross that the four road poneglyphs make, and the skull on the other hand symbolizes the One Piece, Laugh-Tale, or the Skull Island. All in all, the Jolly Roger might symbolize that the four road poneglyphs lead to a skull island. This might be the real reason the pirates use it as a symbol, and why the ancient kingdom even sang about the skull and crossbones in their song about their funny traveling tale. This is also probably why the Shandians and people of Wano have supposed Jolly Rogers as their symbols. The Jolly Roger is simply the key to everything, and I hope to learn about its origin when the Straw Hats reach Laugh-Tale. And now that I explained everything on the connection between the Jolly Rogers, Jesus crosses, and oars, now let's dive even deeper into how Kuma's Bible might be the key to the One Piece, into how Joyboy is most likely based on Jesus. A huge hint showing what the Bible really is in One Piece is from chapter 984, titled My Bible. Notice how Yamato calls Oden's voyage journal her Bible. And of course, I believe that this is a hint, since Odin's voyage is obviously a voyage to Laugh Tale. Just like how this is her Bible, maybe Kuma's Bible is the story of Joyboy's voyage to Laugh Tale. The Bible in the real world also obtains a future timeline in the chapter called Revelations, and I feel like in the One Piece Bible, there's also a future timeline or a revelation of its own, since we know that all the men who went to Laugh Tale found out not only the past history, but what will happen in the future as well. We know that this is true because we see everyone who knows what the One Piece is brings up the future. For example, Whitebeard says that someday someone will arise who will challenge the world and shoulder centuries of history on his shoulders. We know that he's talking about Joyboy since that is exactly what Luffy will end up doing, and he then says that Sengoku and the government are afraid of the Great War that will come one day, and that whenever the One Piece is found, the whole world will be flipped upside down. He says all of these events as if he already knows they will happen. This also connects to what Odin says, since he states that in 20 years, there will likely be a massive war, terrible enough to split the seas themselves. In other words, in another 20 years, the primary figures of this great war will muscle their way into the New World. They are the ones who can strike down Kaido. He's obviously talking about the main members of the worst generation being Luffy, Zoro, Law, and Kid. And the question here would be, how the heck did he know that in exactly 20 years, these pirates would defeat Kaido? Plus, since he already got this right, we could only assume that this massive war will also happen, which seems to be the same exact war that Whitebeard was talking about. This war is the revelation and the sword of Ragnarok that the ancient people seem to have prophesized, and Joyboy will be the key to it, since we see Odin wanting to open Wano's borders as he's waiting for Joyboy's return. We also know for a fact that the ancient people knew about some future event to take place when we see that Odin's wife Toki came searching from the Void Century for the day that the world is overturned. Now I'll compare this with something else in a bit, but before that, let's look at another foreshadow from Oda during the Odin and Roger flashback that the ancient people held a revelation. So in this flashback, we see Odin say that he and the Roger pirates learned the entire truth of the world. Remember that word truth, by the way. Now this is very interesting because of something else that Roger says. So in the next chapter, Roger remembers something that the Sea Kings told him. They say that the birthing is at hand, our sovereign will soon be born, and another in a distant sea. The whales are delighted in anticipation of the day the two sovereigns will meet. We've been waiting so long for this, and surely all will go well this time. Just 10 years until the birth and another 15 to grow. They were obviously talking about Princess Shirahoshi and Joyboy or Luffy. Now notice how right after this, Roger says that he's certain that the Sea King's voices were speaking the truth. And remember, isn't the truth the One Piece? He then says that they were just too early for the One Piece because Joyboy and Shirahoshi hadn't even existed yet. So if this confirms that a prophecy was known by the Ancient Kingdom, then I really wouldn't be surprised if the prophecy in Kuma's Bible reveals some of this. On top of this, there seems to be actual proof that the One Piece Bible holds the secret and story of this revelation, since in Fishman Island, Madame Shirley also brings up this future event. Madame Shirley says that according to a legend passed down in the royal family of Fishman Island, a mermaid who can communicate with the Neptunians is born once every few centuries. She tells her boys that that's Shirahoshi, and after this she says that along with Poseidon, someone will come who can guide her to use her power for good. She is talking about Joyboy, and as you can see, the shattered out silhouette is Luffy. This shows that whatever this legend is, it's most definitely accurate, since Luffy came to guide Shirahoshi and to help her. The last thing Orihime says is, and when that time comes, the world will change. That's what the legend says. Basically, when Luffy guides Shirahoshi to use her powers for good, a great change will come to the world. Isn't it likely that this is the same change that Odin and Whitebeard were talking about? Or what about the day that Togi was searching for? Isn't the day that the world is overturned pretty much the same as the day a great change will come to the world? And now, since Fishman Island had these legends of a revelation passed down since the Void Century, can we only assume that the ancient people wrote about these revelations on paper, and more specifically in the Bible? I mean, if we take a look at more of what this legend said, Neptune tells Robin that it's the Fishmen's duty to protect the Noah through the generations, because it's not until the day of promise comes that the Noah will fulfill its actual purpose. Yet again, this day of promise is most likely the day that the world is overturned, and this proves that this legend of Fishman Island is most likely written in Kuma's Bible, since the Noah, which is a direct reference from the Bible, also has a purpose in the royal legend. The Bible probably has the secrets to what the Noah will do on this day, and probably holds the answers to the entire ending of One Piece. On top of this, Fishman Island is also directly linked to the Eve Tree, since they receive light from it, and yet again, this is another reference from the Bible, so we can only assume that the Bible in One Piece is directly linked to Fishman Island and holds the answers to them as well. Just like how Fishman Island has royal legends of a future and a poneglyph with information on Joyboy, Kuma's Bible probably also has legends of a future and holds even more secrets to Joyboy. The prophecy of One Piece actually ties perfectly with Jesus and the Bible because it seems the ancient men always knew that Joyboy would return. The return of Joyboy is just like the return of Jesus, which would mean that the death of Joyboy is just like the death of Jesus. That would also mean that the second coming of Joyboy is basically the second coming of Christ. In fact, if we take a look at the exact story, Jesus' return is basically the same thing as Joyboy's return. In the real Bible, Jesus returned only to defeat a dragon called a beast and then threw it into the fiery lake of burning sulfur while it was still alive. Isn't this just like how Joyboy or Nika returned only to defeat a literal dragon called a beast or a devil, since Kaido's an Oni, and to defeat the beast pirates by putting the dragon in a fiery lake or a magma pool? I also think that just like how Jesus returned to defeat the dragon that's the devil, Oda will parallel it with Nika also defeating the celestial dragons and the devil who sits atop the world. For in the Bible, there's a false messiah who's actually the devil who is eventually taken down by Jesus after his return, and I feel like in One Piece, the false messiah may be Imu. Another parallel with Jesus and Nika that may show that Nika is based off of Jesus is the fact that Nika is known as the warrior of liberation. Nika, being the warrior of freedom, seems to be based off of Jesus, since Jesus also seems to be a god of freedom. In the Bible, Jesus says this in Luke 4:18, "The Spirit of the Lord is on me, because he has anointed me to proclaim good news to the poor. He has sent me to proclaim freedom for the prisoners and recovery of sight for the blind, to set the oppressed free, to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor." So now that you see that in the book of the Bible, Jesus was sent to proclaim freedom for the prisoners and to set the oppressed free, isn't this quite literally exactly what Nika also does? I mean, Luffy literally freed the prisoners when he freed the prisoners of Impel Down. He also sets the oppressed free in pretty much every arc. In Wano, Dressrosa, Skypiea, Arlong Park, Thriller Bark, and more, he set the oppressed free every single time. It's almost as if it's his duty to free the entire world. Now, another parallel with Nika and Jesus has to do with their physical description. Vegapunk calls Luffy the warrior in white when he's in his awakened state, and this state of Nika actually seems to be directly based off of Jesus. Jesus was described as having hair white like wool, and Nika also has the same exact thing. Jesus was also described as having eyes like a flame of fire, and Nika also has those type of eyes since his eyes become red. And so now that you understand that Nika is most likely based off of Jesus and is even the Jesus in the One Piece Bible, now you may be wondering, well, what does any of this have to do with Oars? Well, this is where it gets interesting, and let's take it all the way back to Kuma. So if Kuma learned about the sun god Nika through the Bible, then he may have learned that it was Oars, right? And if he learned this, then wouldn't that mean that he probably told Dragon and Ivankov about it too, right? Well, if this did happen, then maybe that would explain why the Revolutionary's Jolly Roger is literally Oars' face. Just like how I explained, Jolly Rogers were a symbol of the devil and of Jesus, Dragon decided to make his Jolly Roger this exact devil. You can easily see how the flag looks exactly like Oars' face structure, with the bottom part of the mouth being larger than the top part. A lot of people think that it's actually meant to symbolize a dragon, but I don't really see that. Like, I mean, the mouth and face structure doesn't really look like a dragon at all. If we take a look at every single dragon that Oda's drawn in One Piece, none of their face structures resemble this symbol. With that, it seems way more likely that it's meant to symbolize Oars. And I mean, it literally just looks like Oars. There shouldn't be that much explanation. I think the reason people actually think it's a dragon is because of the wings in the background, but dragons aren't the only things in One Piece with wings. In fact, we've even seen Onis or horned people with black wings during Impel Down. Like, who knows, maybe the original Oars had wings like another Oni, Magellan. Maybe Dragon's revolutionary symbol is also meant to symbolize that. However, I find it more likely that these wings represent the Lunarians, since we also know their importance to the Void Century. The Revolutionary Army is directly going against the Celestial Dragons, and having the symbol of Lunarians in their logo would symbolize this, since we know that the Celestial Dragons wiped them from history and even took their home of the Red Line. It also seems like Dragon has major interest in the Lunarian race when we see that his tattoo somewhat resembles King. for some reason, he got some sort of ancient looking tattoo around his left eye that both the Shandians and moon gods seem to have. Dragon and the revolutionaries also making oars as their symbol perfectly goes along with their philosophies, since Dragon is trying to free the world from the celestial dragons. He seems to be inspired by the sun god Nika, and at the very least, he knows about it, just like how Vegapunk knows about it. So I really believe that he made Oars, or Nika, his symbol to show these celestial dragons that he knows who the true god is, and that his ideals go along with that god. I'll come back to the Revolutionary Army a bit later, but now I need to explain why Oda made the sun god and Jesus the same person. So now you may think this is just a coincidence or just an insignificant detail, but you've got to check this next part out. So now to explain the full connection of Jesus and all the sun gods in One Piece, let's take a look at the word Nika and where it was most likely inspired from. So first off, Nika obviously means to smile or laugh in the Japanese language, but I believe the way Oda connected everything with it is actually beyond genius. In case you didn't know, the Eastern Orthodox cross literally has the word Nika on it. The IC and IX on the top are the abbreviation of Jesus Christ, and Nika means conquers. All in all, it reads Jesus Christ conquers. Isn't this just like how Joyboy or Luffy ultimately has to use conquers haki to save the world? I mean, Kaido did tell us that you specifically need the best haki in the world if you're gonna transcend all, and devil fruits can be useful, but haki is ultimately the most important thing when it comes to strength. I mean, look at how Roger conquered the world. Like, we could only imagine that Luffy's conquers haki will be on the level or possibly even surpass that of Roger's, since Roger said himself that someday someone will surpass even him. Now, going back to the word Nika and connecting it with Jesus, there's a lot more connections other than the one that's on the cross. We know how Oda loves his wordplay, and if you've seen any of Uteron's theories, then you know just how far he's willing to take it. So Nika in other languages all ties back to Jesus, and here's only a few examples that I could find. The Greek meaning for Nika is victory, and just like how I said before, a lot of times it's used specifically for the phrase, the victory of Jesus Christ. The Latin meaning is belonging to the Lord, or the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, and since Latin speakers were specifically Christian or Catholics, that's how we know that their Lord was Jesus. The Slavic meaning is belongs to God, and more specifically their God Jesus, and for the same reasons as the Latin speakers. The Russian meaning is born on Sunday, which to Christians is the day when they go to church. And now, isn't that interesting that it's called Sunday, spelled as an S-U-N, almost as if it's the day of the sun? Is it really a coincidence that the medieval people chose to have the word sun sound exactly like sun? It's almost as if the son of God is actually the sun god or the god of the sun. Now, ni in Japanese can be translated to both sun and day, and ka means flower. So in a way, Nika can be translated to sunflower. And isn't this kind of like the flower fruit user, Nico Robin? Like, why do you think Oda chose to call Nico Robin Miss All Sunday? It's probably because she's gonna be the one to figure out the secrets of the sun god, and her actual name can also be connected to the sun god when we see that Robin is a name meaning bright fame. Her last name Nico means victory in Japanese, and if you put the both together, her name can be read as the victory of the sun. And of course, when she finds the One Piece, Luffy, the sun god, will have had his victory over the world. He will be Pirate King, or should I say, the King of Kings. Also, by the way, don't get Nico confused with Nika, because they do sound very similar, and Nico Robin is also known as the Devil Child, and just like how it's her destiny to solve the mystery of the sun god, it's also her fate to solve the mystery of the devil. Her whole name and character is a hint to the connection between the sun god and the devil. And remember how I said that Nika in Japanese can be translated to sunflower? Well, this is very interesting because in Wano, we see Kiku wearing an oars mask that has sunflowers on it. This may be a hint that Nika was once an Oni or oars. Kiku also has a lot more sunflowers on her clothing, which is probably because Oda wanted it to be an obvious hint. We've also seen Luffy have sunflowers on his clothing in the very arc that he frees and liberates people by going into Gear 4 and by defeating a celestial dragon. This is perfect symbolism for what the sun god Nika does, since we know that Joyboy also had Gear 4, and since we know that Joyboy or Nika is the one thing that the high celestial dragons fear the most. This is perfect symbolism to how Nika frees the world from another celestial dragon, Emu. Luffy wearing the sunflowers is also perfect symbolism and foreshadowing that he is in fact Nika. Now, Jesus and the sun god being the same thing is hinted at very heavily in the real world, just like how it is in One Piece. First off, the Jesuit Order or the Society of Jesus literally has the sun in their logo. And by the way, I know all this stuff might seem kind of random right now, but trust me, you'll see how it all connects back in One Piece. The Jesuit Order has the sun surrounding the cross and the initials IHS, which is the Greek initials for Jesus. We also see Oda replicate this symbol when we see NL have a cross with the sun illuminating from it, and it's not exactly the same, but you can definitely tell Oda was trying to connect the sun with the cross. Another strange thing that connects Jesus with the sun god in real life is the most famous holiday, Christmas. So Christmas is supposedly a holiday for Jesus' birthday. This is already kind of strange since there's never been Benn any sort of evidence that proves that December 25th is Jesus' birthday. This was never once said in the Bible, nor in any other ancient document, which puts up the question, why is it in our culture to celebrate it? Well, if you look at the true origins of Christmas, you'll notice that it's actually the birthday of the sun god Mithras. This is the true origin of it, and December 25th is also the birthday of the Syrian sun god Sol Invictus. This date is a day within the winter solstice, and the reason people celebrate it as the sun god's rebirth is because they believe that it dies in the cold month of December and then is reborn during the solstice. The reason for this is because after the solstice, days begin to become longer, or in simple terms, the sun is out for a longer period of time. And remember that Oda shows us the importance of the winter solstice in the Elbaf arc, and that the tradition actually exists in the One Piece world. He also shows us that Jesus, or at least the cross, is a part of the tradition when we see that the Elbaf people have their cross in their tradition. Now remember this boat that I brought up earlier, which had the sun with 8 circles around it, the sun with 8 rays around it, Oars as the Jolly Roger, and then Oni or Horn Skull as the ship's figurehead? Well, look at another one of their symbols. That's right, it's literally a cross. Now, this cross can either symbolize two things. It can obviously symbolize Jesus, but did you know that this was also the symbol of Odin? And remember that Oars also seems to be based off of Odin, and here's even more evidence of it. So in Norse mythology, there's something called the Sun Cross. It's the cross of Odin, and it's a cross surrounded by a circle. This symbol seems identical to the one that Oda drew on the Elbaf boat. Also, a little fun fact for you, did you know that the English word cross comes from the Norse word for this exact symbol, which is also pronounced cross, but spelled with a K instead of a C, and this connects Jesus, whose birthday is the winter solstice, with Odin, who is celebrated through the winter solstice. And so basically, no matter who this cross is meant to symbolize, at the end of the day, it symbolizes Oars, whether if it's for Nordic mythology or Christian mythology. Another crazy connection between Odin and Oars is the fact that the name for the Nordic winter solstice, which is Yule, is apparently where the word jolly arrives from. Yes, so just like how the word jolly comes from Yule, the Nordic holiday for Odin, the Jolly Roger comes from the Odin of One Piece, or Oars. Now, the next people that Jesus is connected to would be the Aztec people, or in One Piece, it would be the Shandians. I really believe that the whole of Skypiea somewhat revolves around this theory in real life, that the Aztec sun god Quetzalcoatl and Jesus are from the same story. Many scholars, archaeologists, and anthropologists believe this for the many parallels between the two deities. These parallels would be the fact that both were crucified, both were born from a virgin, both were resurrected, both are associated with the light, both shed their blood to save humanity, both are transgressors between the earth and the skies, also called the heavens, and Quetzalcoatl is even described to be light-skinned with a beard. On top of all of this, when the Spaniards first found the Aztec thought that they were sent from the god Quetzalcoatl because they wore the cross. Yes, that's right, the cross is also the symbol for Quetzalcoatl, just like how it also symbolizes Jesus and Odin. Now, to prove that this is connected to One Piece, we can clearly see that the Shandians are based off of this, and that Quetzalcoatl even exists in the One Piece world, when we see that they literally have Quetzalcoatl stones in Shandora. This is kind of like how the Bible actually exists in One Piece, and it shows that Oda is definitely trying to tie all of these myths together. I also believe that the Skypiea arc was based off of the Spaniards meeting the Aztec, and the fact that they worship the same deity, since we know that the Skypieans and Shandians are two sides of the same coin. When Luffy and the Strawhats show up in Skypiea, the White Berets attack them because they didn't pay for their fee. After this, we find out that the Skypieans are worshipping a false god, or NL. Then, Luffy, who's the same guy that they were trying to arrest or go after, saves them from their false god, who was trying to kill them. After he does this, he finds the golden bell and leaves in peace. He also denies the big chunk of gold that they offered him. Now, this is paralleled with the Shandians, since they did the same exact thing with Noland in their flashback. Noland shows up to Jaya and protects them from their false god, who's trying to kill them, just like how Luffy protected the Skypieans from NL. The name of the false god that Noland kills is Kashigami, which in Japanese translates to "Oh God." This is really interesting considering the fact that the Shandians worship their oak trees, as they believe that their ancestors watched over them through them. Noland once again saves the race of the Shandians when he cuts all the oak trees down. These trees were poisoning and killing the very people that worship them, and now we know that the false god Kashigami, or oak god, perfectly parallels NL when we see that oak trees are sacred to lightning or thunder gods in real mythology. We see that the oak trees are associated with both Zeus and Thor, which both seem to be gods that NL is based off of. And this is just like how Kashigami is named oak god, and how the oak trees are worshipped like a god to the Shandians. And now, going back to the backstory, after Noland saves the Shandians from Kashigami, he finds the golden bell that he originally heard while out at sea. He also leaves at peace with the Shandians and even denies massive amounts of gold, just like the Straw Hats. This whole flashback is practically the same exact thing as what happened to Luffy, but the real question would be, why would Oda parallel the two stories and the two groups of people? Well, what if the main reason for this was to show that both cultures are connected and that the true god of the both of them is the same god, Nika. Also remember how both cultures seem to have signs of oars all around them, as I explained near the beginning of my video. The real god that they were both meant to worship was erased from history, and since the two cultures finally come at peace at the end of the Skypiea arc, this might symbolize that they were once allies and that they are meant to be friends with each other. Just like how the Aztec and Spaniards are believed to be connected by worshipping the same deity, it's the same thing in One Piece. Knowing this knowledge, we can only assume that Oda is trying to tell us a message in the real world that a lot of religions and deities are actually based off of the same things, and that there's no need in fighting wars or killing people based off of such beliefs. This knowledge makes this line by Garp hit so much harder. When talking about the arguments at the Reverie, he says that differences in wealth and religion will ensure that kings are never truly equals. This shows that just like in the real world, in One Piece, religion plays a major factor in political debates, and is even just as important as wealth. Even now, we still see how much religion plays a factor in politics in the real world when we take a look at the American political system. The right or conservative side is typically a group of people that are religious. On the other hand, the left is typically a group of people that would call themselves atheist or at least not religious. Now, I don't know how the political systems work in every country around the world, but I can definitely tell you that that's what it's like over here. I mean, if you take a look at the Middle East, there's still wars and battles being fought over religious cultures between people. I'm not really gonna go into the details of things or even share my opinions on the matter. All I'm trying to say is that we can see how Oda wanted to reflect his world with the real one. The Sun God will bring everyone back together because he will make everyone remember the truth of history and the truth of the world. The ideals of the ancient kingdom will most likely influence the world once it's relearned, and it will ultimately be the cause of peace and of real justice. All of these parallels are not coincidences, and Oda seems to know the truth behind the ancient religions. One of the biggest symbols of this is Ace. Ace is the son of the man who found the One Piece, and he also has the cross symbol on his back, which represents the Whitebeard Pirates, but it still shows the connection between crosses and Jolly Rogers. It's also interesting that Whitebeard chose this specific symbol as his Jolly Roger since the very first time we see him, we find out that he's 666 centimeters tall. Like, why did Oda even tell us this? I mean, this information is just so useless, and it seems like the only reason was to connect Whitebeard with the devil. This gets even more interesting when you point out the original symbol of the Whitebeard Pirates, which was the swastika. Now, this symbol isn't meant to represent Hitler or Nazis, and I know over in the West, that's the first thing we think of when seeing it, but in the East, it's actually the symbol of Surya, whom is a Hindu god, and guess what he's the god of? That's right, he's the god of the sun, or the sun god. It's very interesting that Oda changed the symbol of the sun god to a Jesus cross instead of a normal pirate cross. And now that you know the meaning behind the symbol on Ace, let's also look at what Ace represents as a character. So I believe that Ace represents the sun god in a way, since he's literally the embodiment of fire, and also since he has moves called Sun Flare, and another move that's straight up just a sun. He also has a move called Crossfire, showing the connection with Jesus once again. Another thing that proves the connection between the Fire Fruit and Joyboy would be the fact that one of Joyboy's nicknames was the Fire God. And as I said earlier in my video, Hyogoro states that Gear 4 Luffy looks exactly like the God of Fire. We know this is true since we see what the God of Fire looked like, and of course, it looks exactly like someone in Gear 4. Hyogoro of course says this when Luffy is fighting an ancient giant, and we even see Luffy say how the numbers are just like oars. All in all, this might show a connection between Gear 4, Oars, and the Fire God of Wano, and it's to my belief that the Fire Festival is a tradition passed down from Joyboy and the ancient kingdom itself. So if the Fire God really is someone in Gear 4, or someone with the Gum Gum powers, then there's definitely a really good chance that he was Joyboy himself. If this is true, then Ace, the user of fire, symbolizes the Fire God because he's connected to it. And now, the last piece of evidence connecting Ace with Joyboy has to do with his hat. If you take a look at it, you'll clearly see that his hat has the two opposite expressions on it, possibly symbolizing two sides of the same coin. And of course, his best friend Oars Jr. also had the symbol of two sides of the same coin with the two inverted suns. And if you take a look at what the symbol on Ace's hat is connected to, it's of course connected to a horned figure or an Oni skull. Ace's hat symbolizes Joyboy, just like how his friend Oars Jr.'s hat does the same thing. The importance of the two sides of the same coin thing will eventually prove to be very important, but since we don't quite know the whole story of One Piece, we can only look at what Oda's shown us so far. Some of these examples include Luffy and Blackbeard, Dressrosa and Alabasta, Enel and Emu, and many more, but a lot of them are more minor to the story, like Luffy and Sanji's dreams or Luffy and Law's backstories. So now, why would Oda obsess over the two sides of the same coin idea, and where'd he get the idea to include it throughout all of his story? Well, what if I told you that he did it because it comes from the thing that Joyboy is based off of, and that thing would be this. Yes, that's right, two sides of the same coin comes from the Baphomet. Notice how the Baphomet has two inverted moons and two inverted snakes, just like how Oars Jr. has two inverted suns. Both of these things on the goat of Mendes represent what occultists call the symbolization of equilibrium of opposites, and in fact the whole of the Baphomet is basically symbolizing this phrase, which is quite literally just another way of saying two sides of the same coin. The symbolization of equilibrium of opposites has the same exact meaning as two sides of the same coin, since they both mean something that is the exact same yet complete opposite version. The Baphomet also having black wings and moon symbols also makes me think that it may have something to do with Lunarians. I mean, Lunarians are also portrayed as being based off of fallen angels, which ties in with the Onis being devils. The ancient kingdom was run by devils, or at least creatures based off of unholy things, and I really believe Monkey D. Dragon knows this. I know I already explained earlier how I believe the revolutionary flag is supposed to symbolize Oars and Lunarians, but let me show you what this also has to do with the Baphomet. So overall, the symbol represents both the Oars race and the Lunarians, and it's a complete diss to the high celestial dragons, as only a few know the true meaning behind it. I really think this flag is somewhat a Baphomet in One Piece because it's basically the same thing as the Baphomet. First off, it has the face of a horned devil, just like how the Baphomet is a devil with a horned head. Secondly, the flag has black wings, just like the Baphomet, and lastly, it even has what looks to be a three-piece crown on top of its head, which kind of resembles the Baphomet's three-piece torch. The flag is also associated in the colors red and black, which obviously are colors usually associated with demonic nature. We also know that Satanism, or at least demonic religions, exist in the One Piece world when we see that people did a satanic ritual to summon the devil. Of course, the devil didn't actually show up unless the devil is a bony Afro rock star who asked for your panties. Now, what's interesting about this is that it might even give us a hint to the devil being Joyboy, since we know that Brook, who's paralleled with the devil in this very strange part of the story, symbolizes Nika when he performs. Daxaka's huge One Piece theory showed me this detail, and I think we can all agree that Oda was trying to connect Brook with Nika in this panel. And just like how I said before, Brook is the same guy who sings Being Sake, which is the song that tells us about Laugh Tale. Now, another hint with the devils in One Piece being both the keys to the ancient kingdom has to do with the most random and meaningless character in all of One Piece, and his name is Mikazuki. Mikazuki is in fact a canon character and not a filler one, and he was introduced in the Water 7 arc, and so now the way he tells us a hint to Oars and Lunarians being connected would be the fact that he has both Oars teeth and white hair. He also has sunflowers, which symbolize Nika since they're flowers of the sun, and also since Nika can be translated to sunflower in Japanese. Another thing this guy has is the symbol of a crescent moon, which is obviously symbolizing the Lunarians. Lastly, if you break down his name, it translates to 3 suns and a moon, showing yet again that the sun and moon are tied together in One Piece. I believe that Oda only threw this character in the story to be a hint that the Oars race and Lunarians are connected. Now, knowing that the devil is connected to Joyboy, it should also be connected to Luffy in some way, and I believe Oda shows us a hint of this in Dressrosa. So in Dressrosa, we see that Luffy is actually called Lucy, which I believe to be a reference to Lucifer since it's his name. Now, when Luffy is called by Lucy, we see him wearing a shirt with a bunch of sunflowers on it, and you already know the connection between sunflowers and Nika. This could be hinting that Lucifer, Luffy, and Nika are all linked. And we also know that when Lucy is presented as one of the gladiators, he's wearing armor that specifically has horns, a sun with 8 rays around it, a Jolly Roger, and a shield with a lion on it. Literally every one of these signs is connected to Oars and Joyboy, with the horns representing Oars and Lucy's connection, the Jolly Roger being the symbol of Lucy or the devil, the sun with 8 rays being the symbol of the sun god or the ancient kingdom, and lastly a symbol of a lion, which is the animal that symbolizes the sun. On top of this, his helmet is even gold, which is also a symbol for the sun in ancient religions. So basically, I believe that this whole Lucy thing was just a huge hint from Oda connecting Luffy with the devil. Lucy was also the one who defeated Doflamingo, which may foreshadow how the devil is the direct enemy of the gods in One Piece. It also may foreshadow that the devil once fought celestial dragons and that Luffy is just carrying his legacy. And many people do believe that Dressrosa is a microcosm of all of One Piece, and if that were true, then Lucy being the one to defeat Dofi makes a lot more sense now. So now you may be wondering, so now why would Oda make the devil in One Piece based off of both the Baphomet and Jesus? Like, aren't those two direct opposites and enemies within biblical lore? Well, the reason he may have done this is because many so-called Christ worshippers actually worship the Baphomet or the devil. The Knights Templar were a Catholic military order that were supposedly made up by devout Christian soldiers whose purpose was to protect European travelers visiting sites in the Holy Land. Now, the reason for me bringing this up in the video is because the so-called devout Christian soldiers ended up being exposed as worshippers of Baphomet or of the devil. Many were executed by the Pope at the time, and this shows that the followers of Jesus are sometimes secretly followers of Baphomet, which is just like how in One Piece, the devil and Jesus are the same thing. Another interesting thing that ties Jesus with the devil in real life has to do with actual quotes from the Bible. So I'll be using two different Bible translations, one from the King James Version and one from the New International Version. And in case you don't know what these two translations mean, the King James Version is basically the translation published in the year 1611, and it's pretty hard to understand for most modern English speakers. Because of this, the New International Version was published in the year 1978, and it's basically just a much more modern Bible. And so now that you understand that, let's take a look at the verse Isaiah 14:12 from both translations. The King James Version says, "How art thou from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning," while the New International Version says, "How you have fallen from heaven, morning star, son of the dawn." So as you can see, the New International Version translates Lucifer to being the morning star and the son of the dawn. Now let's take a look at the verse from Revelation 22:16. Jesus says, "I, Jesus, have sent my angel to give you this testimony for the churches. I am the root and the offspring of David and the bright morning star." Did you notice how just like Lucifer, Jesus is also the bright morning star? Another thing we see is that in John 8:12, Jesus claims that he is the light of the world and that whoever follows him will never walk in darkness but will have the light of life. This is interesting because Lucifer's name quite literally means the light bearer, and these two are strangely connected throughout the Bible, and there seems to be some mystery behind it since we are taught to believe that Lucifer and Jesus are actually enemies and complete opposites. I'm not trying to tell you what to believe, all I'm trying to do is connect some dots with what Oda might believe, or at least with what he decided to base his story off of. I mean, One Piece is a story that's full on based on ancient mysteries and discovering the secrets of the world, so I wouldn't be surprised if Oda himself learned a lot of this knowledge and then decided to create a fictional story based on it. At least, it really seems to look that way to me. Something that may actually prove that Oda based Joyboy off of this is the fact that both Jesus and Lucifer are connected to the dawn. Lucifer is the son of the dawn and the morning star, while Jesus is the morning star that arrives at dawn. Isn't this basically what Joyboy is? Isn't Joyboy also the one who arrives and brings the dawn of One Piece? And just like how I said before, Luffy or Joyboy is from Dawn Island. Plus, Joyboy is the sun god Nika, which means that he carries or brings the dawn of the world since he's the representation of the sun. Also, I think the reason Oda made an Oni or devil as the good guy in One Piece or as Joyboy is because I think it's meant to represent the demonic nature comes from the inside and not the outside. What I mean by this is that just because Oars looks like a devil, that doesn't mean he is one. He may look like an Oni, but his heart is as pure as an angel. It's the same thing with Luffy. The world of One Piece views Luffy as an evil criminal pirate, while in reality he's the kindest and most honorable person you could ever meet. On the other hand, just because the Gorosei and Celestial Dragons look like humans and are viewed as gods, their nature and way of life is straight up evil and demonic. I believe Oda's trying to tell us that it doesn't matter what people call someone or what someone is labeled as. That doesn't mean they actually are that thing. It's better to actually be good inside than to have people think you're good when you're actually not. We see this theme a lot, like when Robin is nicknamed the Demon Child just for being able to read the poneglyphs. Even though she's called that, her heart shows that she's not a demon at all. Some more times we see this is when Zoro is called the King of Hell, Nami a witch, Brook literally thought to be Satan, and Chopper being called a monster. If we also take a look at Kaido and Yamato, who are both Onis, it's not the fact that Kaido's an Oni which makes him evil, it's his action, since we see that his Oni daughter doesn't have the heart of a demon at all. And now with all that being said, now let me tell you Oars or Joyboy's treasure. So now that I've explained how Oars is Joyboy and the reason why Oda made him Joyboy, now let's discuss the ultimate question. What did Oars leave at Laugh Tale? Before I answer that question, I first need to explain what Oda already told us about the One Piece. So Oda himself said that there will be a physical treasure or reward, and that the One Piece isn't just some BS thing like the friends along the way. If this is true, then what could have Joyboy left at Laugh Tale? Well, what if I told you that the single chapter title finale foreshadowed every single thing that the Straw Hats will claim at Laugh Tale? First off, it may foreshadow it by its name, which may tell us the finale of One Piece. Secondly, it may foreshadow that there will be a giant statue of Oars at Laugh Tale. Don't believe me? Well, then how come the chapter title finale starts out with the Shandians telling the statue of Kalgara that the sacred duty of the Shandians has been fulfilled, and Wiper says that his wish of ringing the golden bell reached Noland. He then says how the fighting has ended but that the Shandians will not lose their pride. He swears to never again let the light of Shandora be extinguished. Now, I feel like this whole scene foreshadows the finale of One Piece since it seems like a parallel with Luffy and Joyboy. When the Straw Hats reach the final island, they may see a statue of Joyboy and fulfill his wish. Luffy will be the one to ultimately do so, especially since we know that he most likely has the same dream as Joyboy, since he and Roger already shared the same dream. So just like how Luffy rang the bell of Shandora, he'll also do the dream of Joyboy. Also, when the Straw Hats reach Laugh Tale, they will most likely never again let the light of the ancient kingdom be extinguished, just like how the Shandians won't ever let the light of Shandora be extinguished. The sacred duty of the ancient kingdom will be fulfilled once Joyboy finds his treasure, just like how the sacred duty of the Shandians was fulfilled when they found the golden bell and rang it. I'd also assume that when the Straw Hats find the One Piece, the final war may be over and they won't have to make the future generations shed blood anymore. Oda himself confirmed that the One Piece will end once Luffy finds the One Piece, so we can only assume that the final war will most likely happen beforehand. This is just like how the Shandians talked to Kalgara's statue after the war in Skypiea ended. So now, just like how the statue of Kalgar foreshadows the Straw Hats talking to a statue of Joyboy once they reach Laugh Tale, let's also look at other foreshadowing within this chapter. So at the very end of it, for some reason, Oda draws the Var statue, which seems really random and out of place. And as the Straw Hats are leaving the Sky Island, he draws everyone's goodbyes, but then, as you can see, the Vars or Oars statue is just there for some reason. Like, this statue was so random in the arc and so insignificant that him putting it at the end is most likely a hint that it will be important sometime further down the story. This being one of the last panels of the finale of Skypiea may foreshadow that a statue of Oars will be one of the last chapters of the finale of One Piece. On top of this, the fact that the Shandians have a bunch of Oars statues laid out throughout Upper Yard is proof that the ancient people love to create such statues of Joyboy, and then we could only assume that they also left one of them on the last island. And so now, the next scene from this chapter would be from this panel right here. In this panel, we see the Straw Hats saying exactly what they want to buy with all the treasure they stole. So in a way, isn't this basically just like the Straw Hats telling us what their true treasure is? I mean, treasure can be anything to a person, and now that they have the money, they all say exactly what they want the most. If this is what they want most, then wouldn't it just make sense that this is what every Straw Hat obtains on the final island? First off, Luffy says that he wants a gigantic bronze statue, and is it really a coincidence that in the chapter title finale, Luffy tells us that the thing he wants the most in the world is a gigantic bronze statue? We could only assume that this is probably something that Joyboy also loved, and most likely something that he even left at Laugh Tale. Also, just like how I earlier explained how the ancient people knew about the return of Joyboy, I believe that they not only made a statue of Oars, but also of Luffy. I don't think that they knew exactly how Luffy looked, but I do believe they knew enough about him to make a bronze statue. In fact, I think they made a giant bronze statue of a monkey with a straw hat, and this would tie in with the fact that there's literally a monkey with a straw hat on the golden bell of Shandora. If you want more on this, I've already made a video on it, so go check it out after this one, or another day if you're interested. But anyways, this isn't even the only time we see Luffy being weirdly obsessed with bronze statues. He also talks about it in the next chapter, a few times in Water 7, and also in Dressrosa. When Luffy first sees the statue in Dressrosa, he gets super excited and then dresses up in the Gladiator Lucy armor. So as you can see, this chapter already shows a lot of possible future hints to Joyboy, as I've already explained the Lucy stuff earlier in this video, and the chapter is even titled Lucy and the Cairo statue, showing that there's some connection between the two. I mean, Luffy even acknowledges that he ended up dressed like him, and after this we see Rebecca tell Luffy that the man in the statue is a legend. She says that his statue states that he fought in 3,000 battles and won every single one. His last battle was fought in Dressrosa 20 years ago, but somehow not a single person remembers him. Isn't this basically exactly what happened to Joyboy? Isn't Joyboy some legendary warrior that fought for a whole century yet isn't remembered by a single person? What if this Cairo scene foreshadows how when Roger found Laugh Tale, he saw a giant statue of Joyboy and read about his legendary tale, yet no one remembered him? The mystery of Joyboy might be the same as the mystery of Cairo, since the only record of them is the history of their story written on the poneglyphs or on the statue of Dressrosa. And just like Kairos, the story of Joyboy is questioned to either be a story of fantasy or reality. Also, isn't the only reason people don't know who the statue of Joyboy is because of Emu and the Celestial Dragons? Just like how the only reason people don't know who Kairos is because of Doflamingo, a celestial dragon, and his crew. The only way Dressrosa found out who Kairos was because Doflamingo and Sugar were defeated. Just like how the only way the world will learn and remember who Joyboy was is by someone defeating Emu and the celestial dragons. So now that you understand all of the foreshadowing of the One Piece treasure being a statue of Oars and possibly even of Luffy, let's go back to the chapter title finale and look at everything else Oars most likely left there. We see Usopp say he wants 10 cannons, which would probably be cannons made out of the technology of the ancient kingdom. Sanji says he wants a refrigerator with a lock, which is the biggest hint to proving that this panel says what will be on Laugh Tale. A refrigerator with a lock is such a specific thing to want, and it's even more random when you think that this is what Sanji wants to buy the most with the treasure money. Like, I'm honestly surprised he didn't say something pervy. But anyways, so how is this connected with Joyboy, you may ask? Well, it's connected to Joyboy since the refrigerator with a lock leads to the giant straw hat in Pangaea Castle. And in case you forgot, this scene is directly paralleled with the Oars' introduction scene seen in Thriller Bark, showing that the two are connected. Sanji wanting this could foreshadow that Laugh-Tale holds the secret to the refrigerator with a lock in Pangaea Castle, or to the secrets of the giant Strawhat. And who knows, there may even be a refrigerator with a lock at the One Piece that holds preserved meat from the ancient kingdom for Luffy to eat. Like, I mean, with the latest reveals about the Vegapunk arc, I'd like to think that literally anything is possible on the scientific side of things when it comes to the ancient kingdom. Like, they could probably figure out how to preserve meat for 1,000 years. Now, after this, Chopper says he wants books on medicine, and I believe everyone assumes that Laugh-Tale holds the secret to the cherry blossoms. Lastly, Zoro says he wants booze, which of course is most likely referring to how there will be booze, or more specifically, being sake on the final island. I truly believe that this is pretty much everything that Oars left there, and who knows, there may even be more stuff like golden treasure, and then there's obviously the story that made Roger laugh. I'll get into what I think the Laugh-Tale is, but before that, I want to go over where I think it is and why. So the arc that introduced us to who Oars is seems to hold a lot of hints about who Joyboy was, and it may even give us hints to where he left his treasure. In fact, I even believe that there's a high chance that Laugh-Tale is located somewhere in the Florian Triangle because of all the hints to it. First off, the Florian Triangle translates to the Devil's Triangle Zone. This is interesting because what if it's called that because it's the place that ultimately directly opposes the gods of the world? In fact, what if the Celestial Dragons called it that because they didn't like the area and because they didn't want people to go in it? They're known for calling things that oppose them after demons or devils, like when they call the Scholars of Ohara the Demons of Ohara and Robin the Demon Child. They may have even called Oars a devil because its mere existence completely opposes them. Now, I know that the Florian Triangle is a place where hundreds of people have gone missing, but still, that doesn't necessarily mean that it should be named after the devil. And even if the world government didn't name it that themselves, it still may be a hint from Oda that the place named after the devil exposes the gods of the world. I also wonder if the name could have anything to do with the colossal-sized monsters that reside within it. What if these monsters are devils and are in there for a certain reason? I mean, wouldn't it only make sense that these monsters have something to do with the Void Century, since we know that all the colossal creatures in One Piece are connected to it in some way? For example, Zunisha was a crew member of Joyboy, and we know that the Sea Kings know about the prophecy and about the Void Century. I mean, they're even waiting for the birth of both Shirahoshi and Joyboy, who are carrying on the wills of the ancient people. The last colossal creatures connected to the Void Century would be the Oars family, and of course Onigashima, and you already know my opinion on them. The weirdest thing about this race of giants is that we've only seen a mere few of them ever actually existing, but then we continuously see references of the race being a key to the lost history. So basically my question is, where the hell are all the other ancient giants, and why do none of them exist anymore? Maybe, just like how the Celestial Dragons wiped out the Lunarians, maybe they also wiped out the Oni giants because they feared their strength and natural ability to oppose them. Both the Lunarians and Oni seem to naturally be the strongest races in One Piece, and because of this, maybe the Celestial Dragons wanted both their races to be extinct, or at least working for them. We see this is true when the Celestial Dragons tried creating both ancient giant and Lunarian armies. So knowing this, I wonder if the remaining ancient giants fled to a place where the world government couldn't kill or control them. What if they fled to the Florian Triangle because it's the safest place to be, since all the fog and mist that's there would allow them to hide? I really feel like this would make sense, since if you take a look at the size of the Onigashima skull, such massive Onis would have had to exist, and the silhouette of these monsters definitely matches the size. Also, if the Celestial Dragons were targeting the Oars race and commanding anyone to kill them, maybe Toki, being someone from the Void Century, helped the Oars family escape by sending them off into a future timeline. I believe that she may have sent Oars and Oars Jr. into the future because they were about to be captured by the enemy, and she may have even gone with them because she was forced to and didn't want to die. This could explain the mystery between Oars III and Oars' strange timeline of being alive. Now, going back to the Florian Triangle, another reason the monsters might roam in this area is because they may be protecting the One Piece from the world government or from non-worthy people. Like, maybe Joyboy told him to go there because that's where he left everything and to only allow comrades to roam freely. This is kind of like how every major island in One Piece has the best geological borders, and I'd expect Laugh-Tale to have the best geological borders in the whole story. Like, Fishman has its underwater dangers, Shandora used to have its Seeking Kashigami, Skypiea is literally in the sky, and Wano has some of the best borders that came around it. Maybe Laugh-Tale's borders consist of the fog within the Florian Triangle, since that would make it almost impossible to find. And secondly, the ancient giants roaming the area may be protectors of the One Piece. Maybe so many people go missing every year within this area because they get close to Laugh-Tale until they're slaughtered by the giants. And we do know for sure that people have been going missing since pretty much the Void Century, which proves that they don't only go missing because of Moria. If this is true, then of course the Roger Pirates are the only crew who even had the capability to get a Laugh-Tale. And also, wouldn't it just make a whole lot of sense that the One Piece is located in an area of the world that's based on the Bermuda Triangle? I mean, what's more mysterious than the Bermuda Triangle in the real world? Plus, there's so much theory and speculation that something supernatural and mysterious exists within this area of the world, and many people and objects have gone missing within it without any explanation to what happened. Like, many have even claimed to witness UFOs or supernatural phenomena while within it, and we've also all seen those movies that are based on finding some sort of mystic land after being shipwrecked or plane crashed within the Bermuda Triangle. Maybe Oda based the idea of Laugh Tale being a lost island off of these ideas, and another thing that adds to the idea of Laugh Tale being in it would be the simple fact that not a single person before has gone to the island since the Void Century. This means that not a single person ever found it, not even the world government, and I feel like if the world government had already obtained it, then why wouldn't they have blown it up with their ridiculous island destroyer technologies? Like, if they knew where the One Piece was, then why would they have used the Mother Flame on the Lucia instead of Laugh Tale? Like, why would they keep Laugh Tale and the One Piece if it's literally the one thing that teaches the true history? It just wouldn't make sense. Plus, when we see the brief background of Laugh Tale, the one detail we can notice is that it's foggy, which replicates the fog of the Florian Triangle. This is one of the only details Oda showed us about Laugh Tale, and it's definitely one that we should take into consideration because it might be the key to where it's located. A big hint for this being the very place the Straw Hats are trying to go is the fact that within this triangle, we hear the song Bing Sake for the very first time in the series. That's interesting because, as I said before, Bing Sake is the song directly tied to the One Piece since it talks about a never-ending, ever-wandering, funny traveling tale. On top of this, it's also the very song that the Roger Pirates sing on their final voyage to Laugh Tale, so we could only assume that the song is very connected to it. And as I said before, Brook also resembles Nika as he does the same pose as him, and since he's a musician, just like how Joyboy is a natural musician or drummer. Brook and Joyboy or Luffy also have a good connection for partying since we know that the one crew member Luffy always wanted was a musician. Thriller Bark as a whole seems to be the arc that foreshadows the most with Joyboy, and because of this, I feel like the area that it takes place in will end up being very important to Joyboy and to the One Piece. I mean, I know I already went over it before, but all the Gear 5 references, the parallels with Oars and the Giant Straw Hat, the whole foreshadow of Luffy shadow going into Oars, the introduction to Bing Sake, and the Nightmare Luffy and Oars parallels has to mean something in the end. And so now that you know where I think Laugh Tale is located, now let me explain to you what I think the Laugh Tale actually is and how it went. So I believe the Laugh Tale will be a very funny story and a complete troll of the entire story of One Piece, and yes, Oda has quite literally been trolling us, making Joyboy an actual troll. So before I get into how I think the Laugh Tale went, first let me tell you that I believe that it's the complete story of the sun god Nika. The reason for this is because it's Nika who really makes us laugh, and whoever gets the Nika fruit ends up being a joyful character with the powers to make those around him laugh. Plus, the word Nika can even be translated to laugh in Japanese, so in a way Laugh Tale can be translated as Nika Tale or Nika's Tale or Laugh's Tale. So now if this is true, if it's the whole story of the sun god Nika, then the beginning of the story would probably start out with the Nika that existed even before Joyboy, the actual sun god Nika. In case you forgot, the sun god Nika is a devil fruit and someone cannot become that without eating the fruit. That means that at some time there most likely existed an actual sun god Nika, just like how there most likely existed a phoenix and a dragon, and the same goes on for every other Zoan. The 5 Elder State that specifically Zoan fruits have a will of their own, and that's most likely because they all obtained the powers of another being that was once actually alive. So if this is all true, then the story of Nika would start out with the actual sun god that existed before the fruit, and I'll expand on how I think this part of the story went in one of my next videos, but it's too much to explain right now because I'd have to tell you how I think Nika even came into existence. So anyways, subscribe to the channel because I promise you that that's gonna be another insanely detailed theory. But anyways, after the original Nika's part of the story, it probably goes into how he became a devil fruit and how Joyboy ate it. I believe that the beginning of Joyboy or Oars' story is him living under a bridge because it's the only place where he can get shade. After this, some friend that he met from the land of Wano decides to give him a straw hat so he can go out into the real world. Once he gets the straw hat, he becomes very happy and excited because he can finally travel the world and go beyond his boundary of where the bridge is located. And while traveling, he decides that he wants to be the first guy to travel the world and become the king of the pirates. While he goes on his journey, he meets a lot of friends and makes a lot of people happy. He also fights a lot of strong warriors and trains with his devil fruit. He might have traveled with the baby Zunisha and picks up a crew member every now and then. Eventually, his close friends, the Lunarians, go to war with an army of humans called the Celestial Dragons, and then he begins to fight as well. This war lasts a whole century and he eventually unlocks the true power of Nika and becomes known around the world as the legendary warrior Joyboy, who has the drums of liberation beating from his heart. As time passes on, he realizes he and the ancient kingdom are gonna lose the war. He then goes to the Fishmen and sees a prophecy of how Luffy will one day defeat Emu and how it's his fate to set the One Piece. Because of this, he sets the One Piece and the Kozuki clan create the poneglyphs. They want the poneglyphs to be spread out around the Grand Line, so Oars rips apart a supercontinent that's based off of Pangaea and pulls islands to different locations. Because of this, he became known in history as the Continent Puller. Also remember that for some reason the Celestial Dragon's castle in Marishawa is called Pangaea Castle, possibly showing that it's the key to the One Piece, and Pangaea may have existed back in the day, and I don't necessarily think that it was the name of the ancient kingdom or even was the ancient kingdom itself. However, I do believe that it existed within the Grand Line and that Oars helped create the Grand Line by ripping apart the supercontinent. That could explain why and how log poses work, since each island may have the same magnetic field, since it may have originated from the same piece of land. It seems like each island is connected in some way with the magnetic field, and this could also explain why each island has its own climate. There's spring, summer, fall, and winter islands, which always seems strange to me how the weather rules in the Grand Line don't add up at all. I mean, Crocus basically tells us that the whole Grand Line is just filled with abnormal phenomena, and the reason behind this could simply be because it's an unnatural or handmade part of the world. On top of this, Oda shows us that none of the Grand Line was explored after the Void Century, which shows that it's generally a newer thing. For example, we see that Nolan was the first major explorer around 400 years ago, and that not a single person even went as far as Jaya. The Shandian people were so uncultured from the rest of the world, and it's not even that far into the Grand Line. Also, what if the New World is called that because it's literally the New World? The old world being the world with Pangaea, and the new one being the current geography of the Grand Line. That would be a very interesting twist. So now, going back to the Laugh Tale, I believe that after Oars rips apart the continent and sets the One Piece, a great flood may have occurred due to the shifting of continents. This could explain why there's a Noah and what it was used for. Eventually, Oars ends up fighting Emu one last time and loses. While losing, he smiles as he dies because he knows that one day Luffy will appear and carry on their will. After this, the story continues by progressing to Luffy's story or to Luffy's tale. You see, Nika and Joyboy as a whole are the secret to the One Piece, and let's take a quick look at how Oda tells us this. So in one of my videos, I state how I believe Luffy actually is the main part of the treasure of the One Piece, and one of the reasons has to do with the definitions of the translations of One Piece in Japanese. So if you take a look at the One Piece wiki, it states that One Piece in Japanese is translated to Hitotsunagi, and one of the definitions for this phrase is the rope linking all men. Now, isn't Luffy the rope that links all men, since we see him bring many countries together, like at the Reverie when we see Vivi, Rebecca, Shirahoshi, and more kick it off as friends just because they know Luffy. He's also the guy who made the Shandians and Skypians come together when he saved them from Enel. I mean, the whole story of One Piece is basically just Luffy saving people, then becoming friends with them, and then them owing him a favor. We can also assume that the original Joyboy was the same way. I mean, isn't Joyboy also the rope that links all men, since whenever the world finds out about him, they'll come together and create peace. Now, if this is true, then let's take a look at the One Piece logo. Notice how Luffy is in the eye, possibly symbolizing that I am the One Piece, and then how a skull and crossbones with a straw hat is in the O, possibly symbolizing Onigashima or Oars with a straw hat. As I explained before, I believe that the Jolly Roger came from Oars, so this most likely does symbolize him. Now, notice how both of these symbols are within the word One Piece, and then how there's a literal rope linking everything together. This ultimately might symbolize that the rope that links all men is the main factor to the One Piece treasure, and that it has to do with both Luffy and Oars. This might be evidence that both Luffy and Oars statues are at the One Piece, and that the Laugh Tale is a story of both Joy Boys. The ancient kingdom was named after Luffy's dream, and its name is... By the end of the video, you'll have learned this true name of the ancient kingdom, and I think I accidentally solved it while I was rereading the Egghead arc and doing research for a Gear 5 video, when I suddenly realized something insane. Monkey D. Dragon didn't have his tattoo until after becoming a revolutionary, and I think the reason he got it was because he, just like Vegapunk and Clover, figured out what the One Piece is. His tattoo is one of the biggest hints of the Void Century, and it all has to do with Skypiea. Also, have you ever noticed that Kuma's Bible has a sun and wings on it? Seems pretty interesting. Huh, yet again, we see more references to the Sky People, and the way this all connects to the One Piece is insane. Like, after putting all these pieces together, I legit had to just sit down in awe, thinking to myself, there's just no way Oda did this. Also, if you watched this video of mine, then I know you're gonna love this one as well, because I think I accidentally solved the One Piece again, and this whole entire theory perfectly goes along with that theory. I can't wait to show you guys everything. And now, getting into the first part of the theory, let me explain to you Dragon's morals that are connected with the One Piece. So first off, we know that Dragon made his revolutionary army because of what happened at Ohara. He originally had the Freedom Fighters, which according to Vegapunk were an impoverished military force. Now, the name of this original military is important because freedom is what the One Piece will accomplish, and Dragon is already trying to do such a thing on his own. If this doesn't make much sense right now, trust me, you'll see what I mean in a few minutes. Okay, so now it seems like Dragon made his revolutionary army after the Ohara incident because he was so furious at the world government, and he probably also realized that what the Oharans were looking into had to be true, since the government had to eradicate their mere existence. We even see Vegapunk tell Robin in that same chapter that although the Ancient Kingdom Void Century Ohara theory is only a theory, didn't the government basically prove it to be true when they wiped Ohara out? Also, notice how when talking about the Void Century, Frankie says, talk about a tale packed with romance and mystery. What a super thing to say, because he may be hinting that this tale is the Romance Dawn. However, we'll get more into this later when I reveal the true name of the Ancient Kingdom. Now, before we get into anything else, today's video is sponsored by Wonder. Wonder is an app that uses AI technology to turn your words into unique digital art. To do this, all you have to do is enter a prompt. For example, LeBron goes Super Saiyan, then you pick an art style, for example, Anime Man, and then wait for the magic to happen. Click the link in the description to download Wonder and to get a free trial of the lifetime premium version to put your creativity to the test. The premium includes 20 plus more styles, it works faster, it allows unlimited art, it has no ads, high resolution images, and it allows 50% off on your AI avatar. If you want to test your creativity, then I highly recommend using Wonder because after only using it for 2 days, I'm already addicted to it. It's just so much fun. I mean, just take a look at some of these pictures I made. Wonder makes Nami in real life, Mike Tyson as an anime character, and Luffy as a monkey looks so detailed. Now remember, if you want to do the same, then click the link in the description to download Wonder and get the free trial of the premium version. Okay, so going back to Dragon, since we see that Vegapunk solved the name of the Ancient Kingdom by reading the text, I'd only assume that Dragon would have done the same. I mean, he was literally there with Vegapunk, and he was the one who actually told Vegapunk about who the giants were. He was the one who actually met Saul while at Ohara. Now, if Dragon actually did learn the name of the Ancient Kingdom by reading what Ohara left him, wouldn't Oda have foreshadowed this? Well, yes actually, and what if I told you that Oda foreshadowed it from the very first time we see Dragon? I mean, he's literally introduced with Roger's iconic quote, "These things cannot be stopped, an inherited strength of will, one's dreams, the ebb and flow of the ages. As long as people hunger for freedom, these things will exist." So the man who found the One Piece said these words on his deathbed, and it seems like he was trying to tell the world something with this. We also learned that Dragon was at Roger's death, hiding himself in a hoodie, which may show that what he does is also inspired by Roger. And now it really seems like this quote from Roger was in fact about the One Piece and all the ancient history stuff, since he brings up will, which may be referencing the will of D, dreams, which I believe to be connected to the Ancient Kingdom, I'll explain why later, and of course, people's hunger for freedom, which is most definitely tied to the Ancient Kingdom. Now, you may think, well, how is freedom so important to the mystery of the Ancient Kingdom? Well, in case you forgot, Vegapunk literally describes this exact quote, except he replaces the idea of freedom with Nika. Notice how Vegapunk says, "But as long as people wish for him, his existence will never truly disappear." Isn't this basically identical to "as long as people hunger for freedom, these things will exist"? And isn't Luffy literally the warrior of liberation, or in other words, the warrior of freedom? We also see that when Husu describes the sun god, he claims that slaves and prisoners would pray to the legendary warrior who they believed would one day free them. Another thing Vegapunk says is that all things are brought into this world with hope, and in case you forgot, Luffy was also called the Warrior of Hope back in Thriller Bark. This shows that he is not only the embodiment of freedom, but also the embodiment of hope, which is what people rely on when they hunger for freedom. Now, going back to Roger's quote, if he was talking about the sun god Nika here, then we can assume that this whole quote was about stuff from the Ancient Kingdom, and is it really a coincidence that Dragon was introduced with it? I think that even from this chapter, Oda was telling us that Dragon knows what Roger was really talking about, and also that Dragon's whole belief system revolves around these words. There's even more to this which ties in with the ancient kingdom, which has to do with the part on dreams. However, before I get into that, let's go back into how Dragon knows what Roger knew and how he figured it out. I think there's a few ways he could have learned about the sun god Nika and the ancient kingdom. The main way is by him going to Elbaf and learning everything that Vegapunk learned from the Ohara books. Another way he could have learned is potentially through Clover when Clover was still alive. If Dragon didn't learn through these two ways, then the final way would be that maybe Vegapunk just told him everything that he learned. I honestly see one of the first two options being more likely since we know Dragon really cares about the Ohara incident. And on top of this, I also think that there's a good chance that Dragon always knew Luffy was Joyboy and the sun god Nika. I feel like one way he could have learned this is by Shanks telling him that he thinks his son is Joyboy. Shanks seems to tell literally everyone about Luffy, for example, Mihawk and Ray Lee, so it surprised me if he didn't meet with the very father of the boy that he gave his Strawhat to. Another thing is that, although we don't technically know if Shanks knew what the Gumma Gumma no Mi truly was at the time when Luffy ate it, I'm gonna say there's a good chance that he did know, and if he did, he could have convinced Dragon that his son will become the legendary sun god Nika. I feel like at least by now, Dragon should know of Luffy's true nature, since all he'd have to do to figure it out is look at his current bounty poster. Now, if Dragon did learn that Luffy ate the Gumma Gumma specifically, he could have realized with the help of Vegapunk that Luffy might be Joyboy. I mean, Dragon was also one of the people who witnessed Luffy smile right as he was about to die, which was only done by no other than the legend himself, Gol D. Roger. Remember that Dragon also witnessed that execution, so he may have thought to himself the same thing that Smoker thought, which was that Luffy is a whole lot like Roger. If he realized this, then he may have also thought that Luffy will be the one to carry on Roger's will and bring the freedom that he spoke of. And now you may ask, well, why does any of this matter? Why does Dragon knowing that Luffy is Joyboy even matter? Well, it's important because remember, Roger also talked about someone who will even surpass him, and if Dragon saw what Luffy is, then he may have come to the conclusion that his own son will be the legendary Joyboy that the ancient people have been waiting for. Roger also probably learned at Laugh Tale that the sun god Nika will return and free the world, and if Roger knew about that, then I'd also expect Dragon to have learned about it from the ancient manuscripts that Ohara researched. If he knows Luffy is Joyboy, then he already solved a part of the One Piece mystery, which is the mystery of who would become the return of Joyboy. Also, Dragon's freedom fighters were also most likely inspired from the sun god Nika or Roger's legendary quote, or possibly even both. I'll explain more about the evidence of exactly how he found the truth about Nika later, but for now, just understand that Dragon definitely knows about it. It almost seems like Dragon actually knows his son is special when he says things like, Luffy, there are times in history when it takes a will such as yours, together with chance and coincidence, to make people question the world. The day will come when we shall meet. Is he trying to say that he knows Luffy is Joyboy since he knows that Luffy has the ability to naturally make people question the world? We also see that Dragon always looks out to the distant east, and it's hinted that whenever he does this, it's because he's thinking about Luffy, and this shows that he actually does care about his son. However, for an unexplained reason, he isn't allowed to meet him just yet. If Dragon always knew Luffy was Nika, then it may explain why he usually doesn't show much interest in him, because he may be like, yeah, I already know Luffy will perform his duty in freeing the world. Now I need to make sure that I do too. When he finally meets Luffy, they will probably bring freedom to the whole world together, since Luffy is the literal warrior of liberation, whilst Dragon is the guy who is gathering people who have the will to fight for freedom. Together, they will bring what the One Piece said will happen to the world. Dragon also practically made an army that represents the ancient kingdom, since it seems to revolve around the ideals of the sun god Nika. Just like how his friend Vegapunk is trying to bring back the technology of the ancient times, Dragon is trying to bring back the beliefs and way of life of the ancient times. He probably always had the will to do such a thing, considering that he is a part of the D clan. However, I still think he received a lot of his philosophies from researching things connected to the One Piece. And now, with all this being said, this all shows only some of Dragon's knowledge on the true history. And now, let's go to something else he figured out, which is the name of the ancient kingdom and its connection to Luffy. Okay, so basically every single line that I've brought up describing freedom, or in other words, Nika, there's always been another word that's been brought up around it. This word would be dream. The first time we see Dragon, Goldie Roger's quote says that one's dreams could not be stopped as long as people hunger for freedom. Vegapunk says that every devil fruit is a possibility for human evolution that someone desired. Or in other words, every devil fruit is a possibility for human evolution that someone dreamed. He then speaks on how people would dream to be like this, or dream to be like that, which ultimately led to the devil fruit's creation. After this, he says that those with devil fruit powers exist in different dimensions dreamed up by someone else before them. And okay, so now you may say, well, what's the point of dreams and what does it have to do with the name of the ancient kingdom? Well, the reason it's important is because I believe it literally is the name of the ancient kingdom, since Oda seemed to foreshadow that the ancient kingdom's name was Nekrara, which in English is called Dreamland or Island of Dreams. Now, why do I specifically think that this island is the ancient kingdom? Well, first of all, on the cover page that we learn of this legendary island, we see that Mont Blanc and his monkey friends are the ones trying to find it. If you go back to the very end of Skypiea, you'll see that after hearing Luffy ring the golden bell, Mont Blanc and the monkeys come to the conclusion that they're gonna chase after another adventure next. Since they realize that the City of Gold is real, they probably realized that other islands only known through legend also had to be real. If they're searching for an island that many theorize to not even exist, then wouldn't Nekrara being the ancient kingdom just make sense? The biggest hint to Nekrara being the ancient kingdom is the fact that in this cover page, we literally see a monkey wearing a straw hat. Just like how a monkey wearing a straw hat is carrying the will of the ancient kingdom and is gonna be the one to either find the ancient kingdom, bring its philosophies and ideals back, or both. Now, if the ancient kingdom's name really is Dreamland, then that would make Vegapunk's and Roger's quotes hit differently, since they were basically hinting at what the ancient kingdom was. I also believe the kingdom was called that because it was a land where anyone could do anything, or in other words, a place which merely felt like a dream. I mean, they were able to create devil fruits, which were abilities the humans always dreamt of achieving, so who knows what else the land of dreams could accomplish. Also remember that Professor Clover says that the very existence and idea of this kingdom is in fact what the world government finds so threatening. If the existence of a dreamland ended up being known as a part of history, who wouldn't want to live in such a world? Who wouldn't want to live in a place where all your dreams could come true? Another thing Clover and Vegapunk confirmed was that you can learn the name of this kingdom through ancient manuscripts, and although I don't think Mont Blanc and his monkey friends realized the importance of this island, I do believe they found about its legend through some sort of ancient book or fairy tale that also had the City of Gold in it. The whole idea of them searching for it is honestly kind of ironic, since Luffy will most likely be the one to find it first and show them its existence. This is just like how he beat them to the punch of finding the City of Gold. And if the ancient kingdom's name really is Dreamland or Nekrara, what other reason could it be named that other than the fact that they had the technology to make dreams come true? Well, we also know that this kingdom symbol was most likely a sun with 8 rays or 8 circles surrounding it, since we continuously see the symbol in islands associated with the ancient kingdom. And with this, we could only assume that the sun god was the most important piece of it, right? Well, what if I told you that this kingdom even named themselves after the sun god Nika himself? Now, you may wonder, how does Dreamland come from Luffy or from Nika? Well, it comes from it, since the sun god Nika's powers are literally the power of dreams. The Gorosei describe the sun god Nika fruit to only be limited by the user's imagination or the user's ability to dream. Luffy also describes his awakening as having the power to finally do everything he ever wanted to do, or in other words, everything that he's ever dreamed of doing. Both of these quotes prove that the warrior of liberation has the powers of making dreams become a reality in the physical world. We also see Luffy's power for ourselves, and I think everyone can admit that he literally has the powers that you'd see in your dreams. Luffy, or Nika, is also the one who's built around dreams, since he's making everyone's dreams come true. We see this is true when the Straw Hats claim their dreams as they enter the Grand Line. Also, Luffy's dream seems to be something that can only happen after he becomes the Pirate King, or after he finds the One Piece, which was probably also the original Joy Boy's dream, and is probably a thing that the ancient kingdom also wanted for the world. Luffy's true dream is most likely connected to the ancient kingdom, and it may even be connected to why they named it Dreamland. Who knows, Luffy's dream may even be the ancient kingdom, or at least something that they did. If we also consider the fact that Blackbeard and Luffy are two sides of the same coin, then what if their dreams are also two sides of the same coin? Preach was the one who told me this idea, and it honestly does make a lot of sense. So in recent chapters, Blackbeard says that his dream is to create his own Blackbeard kingdom and to be the king of it. If this is Blackbeard's dream, then what if Luffy's dream is to also make his own sort of kingdom or to have his own island? Luffy's would probably be similar to Blackbeard's in the case where they both don't have any rules and where they both allow criminals to roam. However, Luffy's would be a peaceful island where everyone's friends. Luffy's or Joyboy's kingdom would also most likely be the funnest place to live, since literally all Luffy wants to do is have fun. It would also be the exact opposite of what the Celestial Dragons rule. I mean, even down to the ruler. Just like how Emu is the king of the world, Luffy would be the complete opposite, since he wouldn't rule or conquer anything. He'd just continue to live freely, just like how he always has, even with the kingdom that's revolved around him. It'd be really neat to see if the ending of One Piece has a pirate paradise that is like the ancient kingdom, but even better. I mean, I'd only expect Luffy to make an even better version of the previous ancient kingdom, since he is the main character. Now, going back to Blackbeard, is it also a coincidence that Blackbeard was the one to tell Luffy about dreams? This may have been the ultimate foreshadow from Oda that their dreams are also two sides of the same coin. Now, this quote is very important to the entire story and theme of One Piece, since dreams are the exact reason for every character's motivation. It seems like even Luffy himself only really wants to become Pirate King to accomplish his dream. Overall, dreams give people hope, will, something to live for, and even something to die for. The highest celestial dragons know this, which is why they intend to crush people's dreams. Another reason dreams are so important is because without people believing in such things, like the One Piece, no one would ever find it. For example, someone like Bellamy could never become the Pirate King or do anything spectacular in any regard, simply because he used to not even believe that the Sky Island or One Piece exists. He even makes fun of pirates who dream and end up dying doing what they love. Luffy, on the other hand, being the embodiment of a true dreamer, thinks Bellamy's just a fool and not even worth his time. Now, this quote made by Bellamy, which is, "The age of pirates who dream is over. The city of gold, the Emerald City, the One Piece, fools whose eyes are clouded by the treasures of their dreams will never seize the real gains right below their noses." Now, is it really a coincidence that Oda talks about 3 locations or things that are connected to the ancient kingdom as being fake realities and just false dreams? And by the way, I know we haven't seen the Emerald City yet, but if you want to know for a fact that it's connected to the ancient kingdom, then check out my God Valley video after this one. Now, in this quote, Oda is basically telling us that these 3 things all seem so ridiculous that they sound like dreams, however, they actually exist. In fact, maybe that could also be how Dreamland got its name. Maybe Necrara got its name because it seemed like something straight from a dream. It didn't even seem real. I mean, at the end of Skypiea, the narrator even states that the sky that you see when you look upon a whim, is it a dream? Is it real? The country of the Kami above the clouds. Even the narrator asks if the Skypiea arc was a dream or if it was even real. I think Oda put this to tell us that the adventure in the sky merely felt like a dream, and since it's connected to the ancient kingdom, we could also assume that their entire kingdom was the same, especially with all the ridiculous technologies. Oda also goes out of his way to confirm to us that the One Piece is real when multiple characters say it. He does this because he has to remind even us that it does exist. Whitebeard also said those words because of the new age of piracy that was starting to not believe in such things. Bellamy makes it clear that there's a lot of new pirates that don't believe in things like the One Piece, which means that Whitebeard most likely said it to inspire a whole new generation to dream just like his generation did. Dreaming is also very important when it comes to the sun god Nika because believing in his existence gives people hope. We know this is true because when describing the sun god Nika, Who's Who says, did he exist or did they dream him up? They thought he'd bring smiles to their faces and deliver them from suffering. He's basically telling us that the sun god Nika's existence almost seems too good to be true, almost as if he seems like something that people could only dream about. That's honestly the whole point. The sun god Nika and ancient kingdom are things that seem too good to be true, which is why many people don't believe in them. That's also probably why the celestial dragons had to erase them from history, because they know that their existences would impact a world rebellion, because they provide a reality that literally everyone everyone wants deep down. They provide the resources to allow people's dreams to come true, and they also allow true freedom. And remember how earlier I stated that in every quote that we see the word freedom or Nika, we also see dream, being in Rogers and Vegapunk's quotes? Well, yet again, we see these words all tied together, except this time it's all three. This time we see Nika, the word free, and dream all within the same dialogue. This may be yet another hint that the kingdom connected to Nika and to his liberation was named after dreams. And now something else that may have foreshadowed that the ancient kingdom is based off of Luffy yet again has to do with the Necrara cover page. So if the ancient kingdom's name really is Necrara, then what if the monkey with the straw hat in this picture is meant to foreshadow that Necrara is based on a monkey that wears a straw hat, the dream of a monkey that wears a straw hat, or who knows, maybe even both. On top of this, I also do think it's connected to something else that Luffy has dreamed of having, which is a bronze statue. If you watched my Laughs Tale video, then you already know that I believe that there's a bronze statue of a monkey that wears a straw hat at Laugh Tale, and that I also believe that the ancient kingdom created this along with another statue of the original Joyboy, which is also at Laugh Tale. The way I believe they knew about Luffy's existence is from looking into the future through something that resembles Shirley's crystal ball. There's honestly a lot of foreshadowing to this being a part of the One Piece treasure, but I'll only go over a few points to make it quick. So in Skypiea, there's a chapter titled Finale, and I believe that this chapter is meant to foreshadow the finale of One Piece, or basically what's at Laugh Tale. The first way it foreshadows a statue being at Laugh Tale is the fact that it starts out with the Shandians talking to the Kalgara statue, saying that the sacred duty of the Shandians has been fulfilled. Isn't this just like how when Luffy finds Laugh Tale and possibly the statue of the original Joyboy, the sacred duty of the will of D will have been fulfilled? The next foreshadow of the One Piece having something to do with statues is that at the very end of the chapter, we yet again see another statue. However, this one seems to be one from the Void Century. It seems to be, since Sanji brings up how the trees in Upper Yard seem to be 1,000 years old, and since Oda is trying to tell us that the trees are that old, we can only assume that the statues around the trees are also 1,000 years old. I'll explain later on in the video how this statue is connected to the original Joyboy, but for now, just understand that this is the second statue we see in the chapter title Finale. The third hint of a statue of Joyboy being at the One Piece is the fact that Luffy says that the one thing he wants to buy with the money from all the gold they stole is a gigantic bronze statue. In a way, I think this is a part of Luffy's dream, and the reason I think this is because it shows what Luffy truly wants. With all the money in the world, the one thing he wants is a bronze statue. And now, to prove to you that this bronze statue won't be built after he finds the One Piece, but will have actually already been built, let's take a look at one more tiny detail in this chapter. So the chapter ends with the golden bell ringing and the narrator talking about the bell, showing its importance. Now you may wonder, well, what does this bell have to do with Luffy, and more importantly, a statue of Luffy? Well, if you take a close look at the golden bell, you'll notice that engraved on it is literally a monkey with a straw hat. This proves that they did know about Luffy's future existence, and on top of that, it shows that they were even willing to make physical things of him, which proves that they definitely could have made a statue of him. If we want to look at the cover page that has Necrara in it even another time, maybe this picture could also foreshadow that the ancient kingdom had a statue of a monkey with a straw hat, just like how the cover page has it. They probably put Luffy on the golden bell and possibly even created a statue of him to honor him, since they knew that he's the one that's gonna ultimately defeat the celestial dragons and truly change the world. They probably also wanted to honor him, since he's the guy who's gonna bring the ancient kingdom back together. And more evidence to the ancient kingdom being created due to the sun god is this fact that Luffy's the one bringing it back together. Just like how he's gonna bring Fishman Island, Alabasta, Wano, Shandora, Amazon Lily, and Zoe together, the original Joyboy probably brought everyone together in his time. He was probably the rope linking all men, just like how Luffy is, and because of this, they may have named the kingdom after both of them or based it off of them as a tribute to their mere existence. The parallels with the ancient kingdom and the sun god Nika also makes it seem very likely that they have the same exact ideals and that they correspond with each other. Just like how Professor Clover claims that the mere existence of that kingdom and its ideals is what the world government finds so threatening, it's also the exact same thing with the sun god Nika. The ancient kingdom was erased from history, and the sun god Nika was also erased from history. The world government killed anyone who had knowledge of this kingdom at Ohara, just like how they attempted to kill anyone with knowledge on Nika when they tried to kill Who's Who, and when the prison guard that told Who's Who about Nika mysteriously vanished. The name of the ancient kingdom vanished from history, just like how the name of the Hito Hito no Mi, Model Nika Devil Fruit, vanished from history. Just like how the ancient kingdom is the key to the threat of the world government, the sun god Nika is also the key to the threat of the world government. Maybe, just maybe, the ideals of the ancient kingdom that the world government fears are these same exact ideals of the sun god Nika. Maybe they even got their ideals from him. I find this very likely considering that Nika directly opposes them and that they chose to completely erase these two things from history right after the Void Century happened. These ideals most likely revolve around freedom and dreams, which is the exact thing that I've been talking about this whole time. The ideals of freedom that the Ancient Kingdom received through Joyboy are the same exact ideals that Dragon received from the Ancient Kingdom and Nika as well. Something interesting that I found connecting the Ancient Kingdom with Nika is that if you say these same sentences that Clover said, but replace kingdom with Nika, it somehow perfectly fits. For example, after reading ancient manuscripts and the few poneglyphs that have been found, we've gradually discovered the existence of a man which no trace now remains. Or maybe history will reveal that the very existence and idea of this man is in fact what the world government finds so threatening. Isn't that so? We still don't know the nature of this threat, but the key is the man that once lived, and his name was only to be shot right before saying Nika or Sun God Nika. Another interesting connection with the Ancient Kingdom and the Sun God Nika has to do with Mont Blanc Cricket once again. Back in Jaya, he was the one who told Luffy what romanticism means, which is the mere mystery and fantasy that such a thing as a city of gold exists in the sky. This is connected to the Ancient Kingdom because remember, Frankie describes the story of the Ancient Kingdom being erased from history as a tale packed with romance and mystery. Is it really a coincidence that the tale of the Ancient Kingdom is described as one with romance, just like how Cricket was the one who told Luffy about romanticism and who later may have revealed the name of the Ancient Kingdom on his search for it. Remember, he's also the guy who would want to search for romantic and mysterious islands since he was always looking for the City of Gold. Now, to connect this all back to Luffy and Nika, yet again proving that the Ancient Kingdom may have been based off of Nika, where else have you heard the word romance when it comes to One Piece? Well, maybe in the very first volume, which is titled Romance Dawn. Also, in case you didn't know, Oda was even planning on calling One Piece Romance Dawn before coming to the conclusion of One Piece. Now, what does this have to do with Luffy, you may say? Well, Luffy is the sun god, and the dawn is the first appearance of light, or the first appearance of the sun before sunrise. So wouldn't it just make sense that Oda wanted to call One Piece Romance Dawn, because it's a story of the sun god that's full of romance. Also, the dawn is something that is continuously brought up in One Piece, and it seems like the dawn will come at the very end of the story, which makes me believe that it has something to do with Luffy, or more importantly, Luffy's dream. Who knows, Luffy's dream may even be the dawn, since he's the sun god, which means he's the one who will bring the dawn. And now, to tie this all back with Cricket and the Ancient Kingdom even more, if you take a look at the cover page of the very chapter that Cricket tells Luffy what romanticism is, the sun is rising, or in other words, it's literally the dawn, yet again connecting romance with the dawn, showing that the story of romance or the story of the Ancient Kingdom is directly tied with the dawn. Now, if you still don't think this is enough to explain the truth of the Ancient Kingdom's name and of its purpose, then just hold up a little longer, because somehow there's even more evidence pointing at it being Dreamland. We'll be sticking to Skypiea yet again, and this time we'll be taking a look at one of my favorite characters' ideologies, NL. So I did already mention this in my God Valley theory, so I'll leave the link to it in the description if you want to check it out. And so now, just like how NL kindly asks people to join his country, I'm gonna kindly ask you guys to join my YouTube channel by subscribing. I'll be posting my best One Piece theory ever in about a month. Just for a heads up, it's gonna be about a 2-hour long video, and on top of that, I'm also gonna do a face reveal video at 50k subs, so subscribe with your notifications turned on if you want to see either one of those videos when they come out. Also, if you've liked anything out of this video so far, then please leave a like on the video as well. Let's try to get it to 5,000 likes. If you did this, then truly, thank you. But anyways, back in Skypiea, NL says that his ultimate intention is to have a happy return to the place called Endless Verth, or in other translations, Fairy Verth. He states that his hometown believes that Fairy Verth is where the Kami resides. Now, hold up. Which kami is he talking about? Could he possibly be talking about the Lunarians, or maybe even the god of the sun? It surely does seem like it, especially when you take a look at what he says next. So NL says that the endless Earth is a land that stretches farther than the eye can see. He then says that that's the paradise he seeks, a place worthy for him, since he believes that he's a god himself. Now, when we see that NL goes to the moon, we find out that he believed the moon was actually the endless Earth. But what if I told you that this is not true at all, and that endless Earth was actually the ancient kingdom? The reason I believe this is because, first of all, what does endless Earth even mean? Well, if you take a look at what Gonfal described Earth to be, it's pretty much the soil that's worshipped in the sky for its ability to naturally grow plants. So if Earth is just the sky people's word for Earth, then wouldn't endless Earth be an endless amount of Earth? Doesn't that itself prove that the moon can't be the endless Earth, since the moon doesn't have any soil? And so what island is also described to be an endless amount of Earth? Well, if you take a look at what Professor Clover says when describing the ancient kingdom, he states that it was an immense kingdom. If it was immense, then we could only assume that it covered an immense amount of land, possibly even being so large to where it reaches further than the eye can see. Also, when NL speaks about the endless Earth, you can clearly see that the land which is drawn behind him is green and being illuminated by a rising sun. Could this be hinting that this land was connected to the sun god and to the dawn of the world? I surely think so. I mean, it almost seems like too much of a coincidence to not be true. This also basically proves that the moon isn't the endless Earth, since the moon doesn't have any greenery around it. I explained in my God Valley video that NL thought the moon was the endless Earth because the place which he's from, which is called Burka, worshipped the moon or knew about moon gods, since Burka is also the name of the city on the moon. There's a lot more to this, so check out that video later if you want to see the whole theory, but in this video, let's try to stay focused on the ancient kingdom topic. Okay, so now that I've showed you that endless Earth is a place that's referred as endless or immense, a place connected to the dawn or the sun god, and a legendary island that resides on the blue sea, which are all paralleled with the description of the ancient kingdom. Now you may be wondering, well yeah, maybe NL was talking about the ancient kingdom, but what does it have to do with Nakrara and the Island of Dreams? Well, the way it's connected to that is because it's also literally called Dream World or a World of Dreams. Yeah, no joke, Nami calls it that when she says that she'll go with NL on his arc maxim. Of course, Dream World is a little different from Dreamland. However, the Japanese translations to English probably meant for them to mean the same exact things. So it truly does seem like the name of the ancient kingdom was Nakrara, and now let me tell you what this all has to do with the Revolutionary Army. So this all has to do with the revolutionaries because just like how I said earlier, Vegapunk and Clover stated that you could learn all of this information from ancient manuscripts, and what's arguably the most obvious ancient manuscript in all of One Piece? Well, it'd be Kuma's Bible. In the real world, the Bible is one of the most important ancient texts in the world, since it's the most popular religion in the world, so wouldn't it just make sense that it's also one of the most important ancient texts in the One Piece world? I mean, it seems to be directly linked to the ancient kingdom itself, since on the cover of the book, we can clearly see a sun, clouds, wings that resemble the sky people's wings, and a woman who seems to be wearing an ancient style of clothing. I think the sun is a reference to the One Piece Bible being the story of the sun god, and the Skypiea references prove that it's at least somewhat connected to the ancient history. I mean, at the very least, the Bible should at least hold the answers to the Noah, the Adam tree, the Eve tree, devil fruits, the angels and fallen angels, and even to Heaven's Gate and Skypiea as a whole. I personally also really believe Jesus is replaced as Nika the sun god in the One Piece Bible, since Nika somewhat resembles Jesus' description in the real Bible. Jesus is described as having white wool hair, and guess who else also has that? That's right, Nika. Jesus is also described as having eyes like a flame of fire, and guess who else also has those type of eyes? That's right, Nika, since his eyes become red in Gear 5. Remember, when Vegapunk sees Luffy, he says that he looks just like a god who only appears in the oldest of texts. And what if the ancient text that he saw Nika was from the Bible? If this is all true, that would make Kuma one of the most interesting characters in One Piece. It also all explain why he's Dragon's close friend, and it could even explain how Dragon learned about Nika as well. Now, if you still don't think Nika was in the One Piece Bible, then take a look at this. The name Nika itself also seems to be connected to the Bible and to Jesus. This next part of the theory is absolutely insane, so please just bear with me. Okay, so if Nika replaces Jesus in the One Piece Bible, there has to be some evidence for it. right? In fact, what do you think the name Nika was inspired from? Well, if we take a look at the Greek Jesus cross, we see that it literally has the word Nika on it. I mean, you literally can't make this stuff up. Like, what if Oda based at least some of Nika off of Jesus? I mean, who knows? He may have even based his name off of this Greek term, and when you see what these letters actually mean, it all just makes too much sense. So, the first letters on this cross are the initials for Jesus Christ, and the word Nika stands for conquers, and altogether, it reads Jesus Christ conquers. Isn't this like how the sun god Nika conquers all of his enemies? Kind of like conquers hockey, and how Luffy needs to conquer his opponents to become Pirate King? I mean, Kaido did specifically tell us that hockey alone can transcend all. Another thing is that Jesus is also titled the King of Kings in the Bible, kind of like how Joyboy is the king of the pirates in the One Piece world. Also, more evidence on Nika being a name connected to Jesus is if you take a look at what the name means in a bunch of languages, it always ties back to Jesus. The Latin meaning for Nika is belonging to the Lord, and more specifically, the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, because the people who spoke the Latin language were majority Christians or Catholics. The Slavic meaning is belongs to God. The Russian meaning is born on Sunday. Yes, Sunday, spelled as sun day, which means it's the day of the sun, kind of like the sun god Nika, and it's also the day where believers of Jesus worship. In Japanese, ni means sun and ka means flower, which is kind of like the flower fruit user Nico Robin. I mean, she is the one who's gonna uncover the truth of the sun god, and if you take a look at her name, it also has an encoded meaning. Nico means victory and Robin means bright fame, which describes the sun. So all in all, her name basically translates to the victory of the bright fame or the victory of the sun. I mean, when she accomplishes her dream of finding the Ryo Poneglyph at Laugh Tale, Luffy will have had his victory over Emu and the world, and therefore Robin is a key factor to the victory of the sun. Is it also a coincidence that Robin was called All Miss Sunday? I don't think so when you consider that she's gonna be the one to solve the mystery of Nika. Also, yet again, Oda is tying the sun and Jesus with One Piece, since Robin's name can be translated as the victory of the sun, and since her other name is Miss Sunday, which is a day of the sun and a day connected to Jesus. I really don't think it's a coincidence that he put both of these names with Robin. Also, just like how Nika the sun god is the warrior of freedom, Jesus is also known to symbolize freedom since he frees people from their sins. I mean, Jesus even says in Luke 4:18, quote, "The Spirit of the Lord is on me because he has anointed me to proclaim good news to the poor. He has sent me to proclaim freedom for the prisoners and recovery of sight for the blind, to set the oppressed free, to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor." Notice how twice we see Jesus was sent to proclaim freedom for the prisoners and to set the oppressed free in the story of the Bible. I mean, isn't this literally what Luffy does? Doesn't Luffy set the oppressed free in Skypiea, in Wano, in Dressrosa, in Sabaody, in Arlong, and so on? Doesn't Luffy literally proclaim freedom for the prisoners when he frees the prisoners of Impel Down? It all seems like too good to just be considered as a coincidence, doesn't it now? Also, just like how Jesus died on the cross only to come back to save the world in a revelation, isn't this exactly like how Joyboy died only for the return of him to come back 800 years later? I mean, just like how the real Bible has the Book of Revelations which takes place in the future, the One Piece Bible also most likely has this type of ending, and proof of this is when we see everyone who learned the One Piece talk about how something in the future will happen and how Joyboy will return. For example, Whitebeard, Roger, and Odin talk about future events, and it seems like they learned this intel at Laugh Tale. We also see other people that are connected to the Void Century looking forward to a future event, like when we see Togi came searching for the day that the world is overturned. We also see the Sea Kings bring up how they've been waiting for so long for Joyboy and Poseidon to be reborn, and that surely all will go well this time. Now, this next person isn't necessarily from the Void Century, but we all know how connected the Fishman race is to the Void Century, and it seems like this legend was passed down from the people of the ancient kingdom. So Queen Odahime of Fishman Island brings up that ancient records of Fishman Island say that every few centuries Poseidon is born. She then says that the records also say that when Poseidon is born, someone will appear with the power to guide her, and this man is hinted to be Joyboy, or more specifically, Luffy. After this, she says that when that time comes, when Luffy guides Shirahoshi to use her true ability, a great change will come upon the world. This is most likely the same change that will appear when when the world is overturned. Also, if Fishman Island wrote about these things in their records, then we could only assume that the ancient people wrote about them in other records as well. Another record that could hold this information could definitely be the Bible, and isn't the Bible already confirmed to be connected to Fishman Island, since the Noah and Eve tree are direct references from it? If the Bible does hold a revelation story just like how the real Bible does, then we could only assume that it holds the truth about what will happen to the world when Joyboy returns. To simply put it, the Bible might literally tell the entire story of the ancient kingdom, the Void Century, and of the future events of Luffy, just like how the One Piece does. It basically is the One Piece without the physical treasure that's on Laugh Tale. And if Kuma and Dragon really read and studied this ancient manuscript, they themselves pretty much solved the One Piece and the Tale of Laughter that Roger read at the final island. At the very least, they at least know a little about the true history. I also feel like the reason Dragon and Bart even teamed up was because they shared a common interest in freeing the world from the Celestial Dragon's reign of evil. They both most likely got these inspirations from the ancient manuscripts that they researched and from witnessing insane forms of slavery themselves. And now that I explained how the Bible may be the book that taught Dragon about the Sun God and the ancient kingdom, now let's talk about another huge hint from Dragon, which has to do with the Void Century. So remember how at the beginning of the video I said how Dragon got his tattoo after creating the Revolutionary Army and how it's one of the biggest hints to the Void Century? Well, now that I explained to you how Dragon already knows the information that you learn at Laugh Tale, now let me tell you how his tattoo is a representation of something else that's connected to the Void Century. First off, the timeline of when he received it seems to have some importance, since we know that he didn't have it during Roger's execution or even during the Ohara incident. We even see that he didn't have it at the start of the Revolutionary Army's creation, showing that he got it after teaming up with Bart and Ivankov. So why did he get it, and how could he have even got it? This really makes me think the reason he got it was because of something he learned from Kuma's Bible. I'll explain exactly what this thing is and how it's an ancient weapon in a little bit, but before that, let me also bring up the fact that doesn't this tattoo resemble the Winged People's traditions? Wouldn't Dragon have had to go up to Skypiea to have even learned about the tattoo's tradition? I mean, think about it. The only other people in One Piece with face tattoos are Sky people. For example, Wiper has one, Kalgara had one, and King also has one. Knowing this, it seems like it's a part of their ancient tradition, and I feel like to even find out about this, Dragon would have had to go up to see the City of Gold or see a Lunarian for himself. Another possible way he could have learned about these tattoos is through Kuma's Bible, because remember, the Bible seems to have references of the Sky People. If Dragon did originally learn about the Sky People and about the tattoos through his book, I feel like he's still the type of guy to go the extra mile and go to the Sky Islands to see if what the book said was even accurate. I believe he went up to the sky and saw Shandora and noticed how they still have the ancient beliefs of worshipping a sun god. Him even going to the sky is low-key a key to the One Piece, because remember, down on the Blue Sea, most people don't even believe that it actually exists. Like, it's so rare for someone to actually go up there and find it, because first off, many people who try it end up dying, and secondly, there's no guarantee that you actually find an island up there. As we saw Bellamy say, the City of Gold and the One Piece are fake. He basically proved that most people are completely skeptical of either one's actual existence. The only true way of figuring out if the One Piece exists is by finding another treasure which is just as legendary, which is the City of Gold. This is just like how Cricket and his monkey friends realized that the Island of Dreams is real after Luffy confirmed to them that the City of Gold was real. Therefore, Dragon seeing it for himself may have made him realize that everything the Bible told him was real and true. Now, the biggest hint of the tattoo proving that Dragon knows about the One Piece would be because of what the tattoo actually represents. So we see that Ryuma, who is most likely a samurai from the Void Century, has the same symbol as Dragon's tattoos on his clothing, and the only difference would be that instead of the square in between the marks, he has the kanji for the word dragon. Now I know what you may be thinking, just because they have the same mark doesn't mean dragon meant for it to symbolize the word dragon. Also, Dragon and Ryuma have no connection whatsoever, so the chances of him getting the symbol for the same reason that Ryuma had it is highly unlikely, right? Well, wrong. There actually is a huge connection to Dragon and Ryuma, and shout out to this Reddit post for finding this insane connection, and the connection would be this. Yes, That's right, Dragon was shown in the ASL flashback, stopping by Zoro's hometown to get food and possibly for other hidden reasons. This may be the connection to Ryuma, since he received food from the dojo, which means he received food from Zoro's teacher, who is a Shimotsuki, which means he received food from someone that's related to Ryuma. I feel like there's a deeper reason Dragon pulled up to Shimotsuki village specifically to receive food, since he's literally the most wanted man in the world, and I feel like most people wouldn't want to help him. Knowing this, I feel like Dragon and Zoro's teacher may have been decent friends, and they definitely could have met in their younger days since they are both from the East Blue. Even if these two weren't the closest of friends, Dragon somehow has a connection to Shimotsuki village, which is a village named after Ryuma's lineage. Whoever he knew from that village may have showed him the same symbol from Ryuma's clothing. If this is how Dragon learned about it, then I believe he asked the Shandians to put this symbol on his face to represent how an actual dragon is connected to the sky people. I believe he knows of a dragon that is Uranus, and here's why. Although I always believed that Uranus was gonna have to do with Roger's egg and with a dragon, something that I didn't know before that really hints to this being true is something that Dax Sake pointed out in his Uranus theory, which is the fact that Shiki told Roger 2 years before Roger became Pirate King that he knows that Roger knows the location of an ancient weapon. Since Shirahoshi wasn't born yet, it seems impossible for Poseidon to be the one he was talking about, which means he could have been only talking about Pluton or Uranus, and it doesn't seem likely that it was Pluton, because I find it really unlikely that Roger found the hidden poneglyph in Alabasta and read it on top of that. He also didn't have Odin at this point, so yet again, it doesn't seem likely that he would know where Pluton is. If anything, him knowing where Uranus is would make the most sense, since he had some random egg on his crew, and the mere size of this egg had to belong to some sort of monstrous creature. Also, have you ever thought about how there's so many references to dragons in One Piece? For example, celestial dragons, the dragon that the world nobles supposedly liked in Punk Hazard, the mysterious character named Dragon, and even dragon fruits like Kaido's and Momo's. Like, how in a fantasy world like One Piece have we not seen one single real dragon before? I mean, there's even such things like sea kings, giants, fairies, and angels, but for some reason, there isn't a single pure dragon. The dragons on Punk Hazard also don't really count because they were manufactured by Vegapunk and weren't natural beings. I wonder if dragons were wiped out sometime during the Void Century, just like how the Lunarians were erased from history. Places like Fishman Island and Shandora seem to actually prove the existence of dragons within their temples or ancient cities, since in Fishman Island we see that Ryugu Palace, which is named after a dragon, literally has a dragon around it. In Skypiea, we see that Shandora had Quetzalcoatl heads, which is a feathered serpent dragon in Mayan and Aztec culture. What if Uranus literally was Quetzalcoatl, a feathered serpent dragon, or someone who commands a bunch of these feathered serpents in the same way that Poseidon commands the Sea Kings? That's another thing too actually. If Poseidon, the sea god, commands the Sea Kings, then wouldn't it just make sense that Uranus, who's the sky god in Greek mythology, commands the Sky Kings or dragons? And maybe that's why the winged race had literal dragon stones in their gold city. Now, one of the biggest hints to dragons being connected with Uranus and the Void Century has to do with the other two ancient weapons, Pluton and Poseidon. The correlation with these other ancient weapons is the fact that they both seem to have three things in common: a ship, a sort of gargantuan animal, and a human. Poseidon is Shirahoshi, who commands the Sea Kings, and then who tows the Noah. Pluton is a ship that seems to be waiting to be awakened by Zunisha, destroying Wano's borders, who will be commanded by Momo. Now, knowing this, we could only assume that Uranus will also have something to do with the giant ship or giant transporter, a giant animal, and a humanoid being. Now, in this video, I'm not going to go over who I think the person and what I think the ship could be. However, I am going to tell you that I believe the giant animal is a dragon and what it has to do with the Void Century. Back in the day, Uranus may have been many dragons combined, or the power of these dragons, just like how Poseidon has the power of all the Sea Kings. I also think Pluton was once probably connected to all of the Neitami Narita elephants of the Void Century and not just Zunisha. And by the way, Neitami Narita is the name of Zunisha's race. This name also proves that Zunisha isn't the only one of his kind, and that at some point there was more than one. I believe that since his race has ties to Joyboy and the Ancient Kingdom, the Celestial Dragons wiped out the entire race, just like how they did with the Lunarians. I also think they did this to the dragons of the time as well, just like Zunisha and the Sea Kings were probably connected to the Ancient Kingdom and to Joyboy. The only reason the Sea Kings still exist is most likely because the Celestial Dragons couldn't wipe them out due to them living in the water. We also see how the water in One Piece affects combat, especially when they have devil fruits, and it's honestly so hard for humans to hunt the entire race of Sea Kings, since to do so, you'd have to go to the depths of the sea, where you have a high chance of drowning, getting lost, or getting eaten. I wonder if Kuma's Bible or if the ancient manuscripts of Ohara had records of these colossal beings existing, or possibly even being wiped out. If either one of them did, then Dragon most likely solved what the Celestial Dragons did in the Void Century, and how they wiped out everything connected to the ancient kingdom. It seems like he definitely solved this since he got a tattoo of a symbol representing dragons. Also remember that Odin says that a part of the One Piece is finding out what the 3 ancient weapons are, and if a dragon is a part of Uranus, then Dragon having this tattoo proves yet again that he already solved the One Piece. Now, going back to the last remnant of the dragons, I believe the current location of this dragon to actually be in Elbaf, and the reason for that is because Roger realized that he had to let it grow up in a land that could handle it. I mean, you can't put a goddamn giant dragon in a place like Water 7 or Alabasta because it would literally destroy the whole city, and on top of that, the world government would probably come after it. Like, it would need to grow up in a place in the New World, and since it's a colossal creature, I feel like only the giants could raise it without being killed in the process. And of course, if the Uranus dragon is located in Elbaf, then we already know that Monkey D. Dragon would probably know about it since he met Saul at Ohara. He may have gone to Elbaf to meet Saul again and to discuss more about Ohara. Is it also really a coincidence that both Shanks and Dragon, who seem to have connections with Elbaf, have dragons carved out as their ships? Knowing that Elbaf is Shanks' territory, maybe he got a dragon carved out on his ship to symbolize that he has the dragon, or at least that he knows where it is. And the same thing goes for Monkey D. Dragon. Another key symbol that may tie everything together is with Vegapunk. Remember how I explained that I believe Uranus will come from the egg on Roger's ship? Well, is it a coincidence that Vegapunk works on the island called Egghead? I mean, the egg part of the island doesn't look like a natural part of the land, and it looks to be built by man. Maybe Vegapunk told the builders of Punk Records that he wanted it to be built in the shape of an egg, and used it as a reference to show that he's also waiting for the egg to hatch and waiting for the dragon at Elbaf to become Uranus. I mean, remember, he also visited Elbaf and also has ties to Dragon, so I wouldn't be surprised if he knew everything that Dragon knew. And on top of this, if you think this is a stretch, then wait, because there's something in Punk Hazard that may prove he has seen the dragon for himself. So in case you forgot, in chapter 664, Brownbeard confirms that Vegapunk was the one who made the dragon at Punk Hazard and that it's an artificial life form. Now, the big question here would be, how did Vegapunk even learn how to create an artificially living dragon? Well, this is where it gets interesting. So we later find out in Whole Cake that Vegapunk discovered the presence of bloodlight elements in living things, or in other words, he found the blueprints of life. Vinsmoke Judge used this research to create a clone army, and we also see that Vegapunk used it to do a similar thing. For example, it seems like he used this research to create Stussy, the Seraphim, and his 6 other bodies. He most likely used the DNA of human beings and Lunarians to create these beings, which means wouldn't he have had to use dragon DNA to create a dragon? And what dragon in One Piece resembles the one that we saw at Punk Hazard? Well, there isn't one. Even Kaido's and Momo's dragon forms are differently shaped than the one at Punk Hazard. With that, it doesn't seem very likely that he used Kaido's fruit to create this dragon, so we could only assume that he got DNA from a real-life dragon, and then he used that DNA to create his own. I believe the dragon he received this DNA from had to be from the one that I believe is Uranus, and the one that I believe lives on Elbaf. Another interesting thing with this dragon is the fact that the Celestial Dragons gave it a name. However, Brownbeard conveniently forgot what this name was. Now, Oda did write in a Viva card that the dragon's name is Dragon 13. However, I find it really unlikely that that's the name that the Celestial Dragons chose to give it. I mean, doesn't that sound more like some scientific name that Vegapunk would give it? For example, maybe he called it Dragon 13 because it was his 13th try at creating a dragon, or the 13th dragon that he created. We also do know that he in fact made more than one dragon when we see that he made another one that also still lives on Punk Hazard. So Dragon 13 receiving his name that way would make sense. I find this to make more sense than the Celestial Dragons giving it this name, which puts up the question, what could the name that the Celestial Dragons gave it even be? Well, what if they called it something like Uranus or something hinting to the ancient weapon? I also wonder why they really loved it, and I hope we eventually find out the answers to these questions. I feel like this will have something to do with why they call themselves Celestial Dragons. Also, Vegapunk seems to have some sort of obsession over dragons, since we also know that the only fruit that he recreated was the Zoan Dragon fruit. Like, why didn't he want to recreate any other fruit but this one? I believe his research on these mythical beings has something to do with the one I believe is on Elbaf. Now, going back to Monkey D. Dragon, I also believe Dragon's tattoo, saying dragon, dragon is a diss to the world government, basically telling them that he knows where the ancient weapon is and also that he knows about them being wiped out during the Void Century. I feel like he's basically telling the high celestial dragons, I know what you guys did and I know who the true gods of the world are. He doesn't only do this with Uranus, but he also does it with his Jolly Roger, which seems to have an ancient Oars giant face and Lunarian wings. Both of these races also seem to be erased from history, and one of them were even the gods who once lived on Marijoa, while the Oars Giants seem to be very connected with the ancient kingdom. Like, you guys already know how I always say Oars is Joyboy, and the fact that Dragon's flag has Oars' face on it may prove it. Now, I know that a lot of people claim that this is actually meant to be a dragon and not Oars, but the reason I argue it's not a dragon is because the face structure looks almost nothing like a dragon. If we take a look at all the dragons in One Piece, none of them resemble Dragon's flag. On the other hand, the Oars race looks exactly like his flag, with the bottom jaw being much larger than the top part of his mouth. Now, to how Dragon learned about the Oars race, I'm gonna warn you, be prepared to be mind blown because it somehow all connects with everything that I've been saying throughout the video. So he may have learned about the importance of the Oars race through the ancient texts and on his trip to Skypiea. I mean, Robin, an archaeologist, was the only one who heard of Oars' name through his legend of being the continent pooler, and I actually don't think she was talking about the Oars and Thriller bark, but actually the one whose skull is known as Onigashima. The Kunihiki legend is a real Japanese legend of a continent pooler who put together the Shimen Peninsula, and in One Piece terms, I believe the legend is associated with Onigashima or Oars the First putting Wano together. If you want to see the origins of this theory, then go check out the Reddit post of the man who created it. Now, if Robin heard of this legend through her archaeology, then maybe Dragon also heard of it in a similar way, which is by the books of Ohara. If he went to Skypiea, he may have connected more dots since there's vert statues in the shape of oars, and since the Shandians have oars masks. Yeah, remember this ancient statue that I brought up earlier in the video? Well, if you take a close look at it, it perfectly resembles oars. Like, why would the Shandians have a bunch of these statues laid out throughout Upper Yard? And why would they also have oars masks? Well, I believe that these are traditions and statues from the Void Century that were created to honor the previous Joyboy. Remember that these are the same dudes who worship the sun god even 400 years after the Void Century happened. Also, is it really a coincidence that the first time we see these oar statues, Sanji calls it a pagan idol? In another translation, he calls it a religious figure, and this seems to be the most insane foreshadowed by Oda, literally telling us that this figure is a statue of the sun god Nika. The Shandian signs of God also seem to be trying to symbolize oars or an oni with their horned skulls. On top of this, Dragon may have even connected more dots if Vegapunk told him about the ancient kingdom's ancient oars giant robot that's fueled by an unknown energy. Yet again, another huge piece of the Void Century has something to do with oars. After learning all of this, Dragon may have learned about the Oars race's true importance and may have used his flag and tattoo as a symbol to the celestial dragons that he knows they are not the true gods of the world because the sun god, Lunarians, and dragons are the true gods. He may be telling them that although they erased their races from history, he still learned of their importance and about the fear that the world nobles feel from them. They honestly probably wiped out all of these races specifically because of their insane amount of strength and power. These creatures and beings were probably their biggest threats. Dragon having Oars' flag is also the perfect symbol if Oars is in fact the original sun god Nika, since it perfectly describes what he's trying to do to the world. He's trying to liberate and free the world just like Nika, and as I stated before, Nika is most likely his biggest inspiration. Nika being his symbol also perfectly coincides with his introduction, since these things cannot be stopped. An inherited strength of will, one's dreams, the ebb and flow of the ages. As long as people hunger for freedom, these things will exist. With this, I absolutely cannot wait for him to meet Luffy because I want to see his opinion on the real war of liberation. I also can't wait to see them fight the celestial dragons together, and he also seems to like his son since he's happy that he ended up becoming a pirate. Also, have you ever noticed that Luffy is the key to the One Piece? Some hints to this could be that he has an X on his chest, possibly foreshadowing that he's the key to the One Piece treasure, since everyone knows that X marks the spot. Also, could the X on his chest maybe symbolize treasure chest? Another thing is that Luffy claims that the Strawhat is his treasure, which could possibly be foreshadowing that Luffy is the One Piece treasure since his nickname is Strawhat or Mugiwara. Maybe Strawhat will be the treasure, just like how he claimed Strawhat is his treasure. Have you ever asked yourself, how did Shanks learn about the world government's secret operation on the Gomu Gomu no Mi? No, like seriously, how did he find out that CP9 had it in their hands when it had to be one of the world government's most important missions of all time? Not only this, but how did Shanks even learn about the importance of the Gama Gama no Mi since its true name was erased from history? In this video, I'm gonna explain to you all of the possible traitors and their motives to leaking the Gama Gama no Mi's CP9 mission to Shanks. Could it have been the Gorosei, Aokiji, Kizaru, Vegapunk, Dragon, Garp? Or maybe it was my personal favorite, someone else who's been hidden in plain sight. I'm also gonna explain to you how he learned the true name of the Gama Gama no Mi, and lastly, every single thing that Shanks knows about the One Piece, why it's a lot more than you think, and of course, the real reason he waited for Luffy to awaken into Joyboy in order to find it. I promise, this video will leave you in awe and mind blown over how Oda already told us everything. And now, to start everything off, in chapter 1017, Husu tells us that 12 years ago, someone stole the Gama Gama no Mi from a government ship, and then in the next chapter, he confirms that it was red-haired Shanks. We obviously now know that the reason the world government sent a secretive government ship after the fruit and not a navy ship is because it's arguably the most important fruit in the entire history of One Piece. Knowing how secretive CP9 is with their missions, how the heck did Shanks learn the exact ship and its location that had the Nika fruit? Well, I believe that there's 7 possible ways that he could have learned this intel, and 2 of them have an extremely high chance of coming true. The first possibility for Shanks learning about the fruit has to do with Aokiji and Saul. In chapter 1076, Oda finally confirms that Shanks' territory is Elbaf, and this key detail is huge for his character. There's a lot of reasons this is so important, and one of them is the fact that means Shanks' next door neighbor is Saul, which means he's probably learned a lot about the Void Century and the Ancient Kingdom. The Shanks and Saul connection is most likely the way Shanks stole the Gama Gama no Mi, since Saul, a former Marine, could have most definitely learned about this secret operation from one of his friends in the Marines. I believe the man to tell him was Aokiji, since we know the two to be close, and I mean, Aokiji even faked his friend's death. On top of this, I'd only expect such a high-class Marine like Aokiji to even learn about the Gama Gama no Mi operation, since the government doesn't really tell anyone about their missions with CP9. If anyone were to know about a CP9 mission, it'd be Aokiji, since we see in the Water 7 saga that he was the one in on the CP9 mission to capture Robin. He was the one who leaked the fact that Robin was heading to Water 7, however, he was actually hoping that Robin would escape. In the post-Enies Lobby conversation between Robin and Aokiji, we also see that Aokiji is now carrying Saul's will, and his justice even changed after the Ohara incident from burning justice to lazy justice because he started to question the government. If anyone were to betray the government and carry out his own sense of justice, it'd be Aokiji, since we've already seen him betray the government multiple times. On top of that, who else is lazy enough to tell someone else to capture the Gama Gama no Mi instead of doing it himself? Aokiji, of course, would also most likely not be able to do what Shanks did, since if he did, he would have lost his job. And remember, Aokiji was the one who said, "I never thought the world government was the be-all end-all, and you don't need to be affiliated with the Navy to accomplish things in the world." Doflamingo also describes post-time skip Aokiji as being no simple wanderer, and only a man who's made up his mind about something can make a face like that. So what has he made up his mind about during the time skip? We know something changed his determination, and it had to be something that occurred after his fight with Akainu, since he didn't have that phase before. It seems very likely that after his fight with Akainu, he went to Elbaf, learned everything that Saul could teach him, and then made up his mind that he's gonna go against the world government to solve more of the true history, even if that means teaming up with pirates. This also makes me wonder, why the hell did he team up with Blackbeard and not with Shanks? I mean, it would logically just make sense to go with Shanks, since he seems to be friends with Saul, right? Well, what if Aokiji actually is working with Shanks on the low and is actually infiltrating Blackbeard? I mean, Aokiji is based off of the famous character Shunsaku Kudo, who was literally a private detective. Just saying. I also wonder, after reading chapter 1079, if that was Aokiji on his way to Egghead. There's definitely a high chance of him showing up to combat the second Ohara-like incident and to help Robin escape once again. Now, going back to the Gama Gama no Mi, I also don't think Aokiji would have known the true importance of the fruit. Like, I feel like he just heard about a secret operation to get it and knew that he couldn't allow the world government to get their hands on such a thing. There's also the chance that he could have asked Vegapunk about its importance, only for him to find out that such a fruit doesn't exist in the ancient texts. I mean, Vegapunk is an associate of Aokiji's, and in fact, this actually leads me to the next possible way Shanks could have found out about the world government having the Gama Gama no Mi, which is in my opinion the best option by far. So Vegapunk could have also been able to tell Saul, and I think there's two possible ways he could have learned. The first way is through the baddest bee in the world government, Stussy. As we now know, the clone of Miss Buckingham Stussy has been working as an undercover spy for Vegapunk for over 2 decades. This means that she could have potentially been leaking top secret information of Vegapunk for 20 years. And of course, this timeline well exceeds the timeline of when the world government got their hands on the Gama Gama no Mi. When I told you the possibility for this outcome to be higher than Aokiji's, I wasn't joking. Now, of course, she could have told Vegapunk about it, who would have realized that something was special about the fruit, who would have ultimately ended up telling Saul and Shanks to steal it. The next guy that could have potentially leaked the Gama Gama no Mi operation of Vegapunk is Kizaru. The probability for this to happen isn't as high as the others, but it still has a decent shot of happening, considering how close Kizaru is to Vegapunk. Now, I don't think Kizaru would leak this info with the intent to get it stolen, but actually would have just mentioned it casually to his nephew. In case you forgot, Vegapunk's bodyguard is Sentomaru, who's Kizaru's nephew, and I think Kizaru may have told him about some secret operation to get the Gama Gama no Mi. Kizaru wouldn't think much of this because, as we saw in Egghead's cover pages, Vegapunk himself met up with the Gorosei, which would make most think that he works under them and for them. I mean, he actually does do that, but of course, we now know that he has his true intentions after solving what Ohara figured out, and Vegapunk would either overhear Kizaru telling Sentomaru, or Sentomaru would just tell him, since Vegapunk is the one who researches and studies devil fruits. I mean, who knows, maybe Kizaru would tell Vegapunk himself as he's studying Kizaru's light powers for the future pacifistas, and I feel like Kizaru would say something like, "Oh, speaking of devil fruits, did you hear about the CP9 operation to get the Gama Gama no Mi?" Vegapunk would then of course realize that the Gama Gama no Mi doesn't exist and would then proceed to tell Saul about the situation. There also is the possibility that Vegapunk found out on his own without Kizaru's Stussy, but instead with another high class marine, because I mean, like I said before, he's literally the devil fruit guy. Like, why would someone not tell him about it, especially considering that 12 years ago no one knew about his connection to Ohara. There's also another guy who has a huge connection to Ohara, which leads me to the next way Shanks could have found out, which is by Dragon. Dragon has to have some connections to the Marines, considering that he's Garp's son, and many even believe that he used to be a Marine. We all know how Garp wants all of his kids to be future Marine legends, so I'm pretty sure he would have done the same with Dragon. In his introduction, we even see that Smoker calmly tells him that the government's after his head without any intent of fighting. This makes it seem as if Dragon used Smoker back in his day, and knowing that Dragon most likely has ties to certain guys in the Marines, we could only assume that one of them leaked it to him, who ultimately told Saul or Shanks about it. If this were the case, I wonder if the traitor would be Garp, or maybe someone else like Aokiji or even a sword member. The biggest plot hole in this theory is that I feel like Dragon would be the type of guy who gets the fruit on his own, considering that he already was the world's worst criminal, so I don't find this situation to be as likely as the others. I'm also like 99% positive that Shanks met with Dragon after Luffy ate the Gama Gama no Mi to tell him that his son was the one to eat the greatest fruit of all time, and that he knows Luffy will become a great pirate one day. The reason I think Shanks did this is because he went to see Ray Lee just to tell him about Luffy, and it seems like he tells everyone he meets about Luffy. For example, he even told Mihawk and Whitebeard. Like, why would he not meet the father of the kid he bet his arm on? Maybe this is also why Dragon feels like he doesn't need to see his son, since Shanks may have convinced him that Luffy is Joyboy and that his destiny will keep him safe. I feel like Shanks would have told him something like the video and subscribe to the channel because I figured something huge out on you, Dragon. Now, the last possible ways Shanks could have found out about the Gama Gama no Mi are more on the speculation side of things. However, it is Shanks that we're talking about, the most mysterious and sus character in One Piece, so I thought to include it. One of the ways is maybe Shanks has a Virgo type of crew member or ally working in the shadows of the Marines. There's literally no evidence to this, but you honestly just never know with red haired. The next possibility is that he learned through a Gorosei member rare or high-class celestial dragon, or even marine that has the intentions of betraying the world government. We know that Shanks can casually set up a meeting with the Gorosei, and that the reason for Sengoku stopping the war is only because it's you, red-haired, so I wouldn't be surprised if one of the higher-ups in the government leaked this operation to Shanks. Who knows, they may have even made a deal with him, considering that they're risking their life by leaking this information. And this of course all goes back to Aokiji, who's in fact a high-class marine, and I still think that Saul being involved makes more sense than Shanks learning about it on his own. Now let me explain to you the only plot hole in the theory, and heads up, it's not really a plot hole, but I know someone will bring it up in the comments. So we don't really know how long Shanks' own Elbaf, which puts up the question, has he owned it for more than 12 years? The reason I bring this up is because there's technically no proof that he's known Saul for 12 years. However, I find it really likely that he has, and here's why. Sure, maybe, just maybe, Elbaf wasn't Shanks' territory 12 years ago, and even if it wasn't, it doesn't really matter, because I would still think that he was very close to Saul. The reason for this goes all the way back to chapter 1, since in this chapter, we learn that Shanks only fights for his friends. He tells the douchiest guy in the series, Mr. 8 Million Berries, that you can pour drinks on me, you can throw food at me, you can even spit on me, I'll just laugh that stuff off. But good reason or not, nobody hurts a friend of mine. After this, we all know what goes down, and you may be wondering, what does this have to do with Saul and Elbaf? Well, this has to do with Saul and Elbaf because Shanks would only conquer a territory that has his friends. He isn't like Kaido, who conquered Wano for a sinister reason. The reason he most likely put his flag down on Elbaf is to protect them and to be around his friends. And knowing this, even if he wasn't strong enough to conquer them 12 years ago, or simply just didn't do it yet, I still think he was already friends with them, considering that by that time, he already roamed the entire seas. He could have started becoming close with the Elbaf during his voyage with the Roger Pirates, and then frequently visited or even trained with them afterwards. Another huge key that could tie Shanks with Saul and Ohara is from something that Shanks says in his meetup with Whitebeard. Whitebeard says, quote, "This is wine from the West Blue. You bring this to our meeting?" Shanks follows by saying, "I've sailed all around the world, but the wine that's made in the place I grew up always tastes the best. It's a wine from my hometown." This proves that Shanks grew up, or was at least born in the West Blue, and guess what island is also in the West Blue? That's right, Ohara. Now, I'm not necessarily saying that Shanks was from Ohara, but I will tell you this, just like how Luffy stopped by a bunch of East Blue Islands when heading out to the Grand Line, I wouldn't be surprised if Shanks stopped by the West Blue Islands when returning to his hometown time to time. Who knows, he may have even become friends with some of the Oharans in the way that Luffy became friends with a dog named Choo-Choo, the entire Bratier, Gaimon, and Nami's hometown. If Shanks did do this, this would of course lead to him and Saul having an even better relationship than we expected. Knowing that Shanks' territory is Elbaf and that he's from the West Blue makes it very strange that during the time that Luffy ate the Gama Gama no Mi, Shanks made Fuchsia Village his base, and this is really weird because why the hell would he make this random place his base instead of his hometown or instead of Elbaf? I mean, I know the dude had to be risen up Makino behind the scenes, but that still isn't enough of a reason considering that Shanks doesn't seem to be the sim type. In fact, many people speculate that Shanks was there to see Ace and actually meant to give the devil fruit to him as well. This would explain the reason why he seemed upset and shocked at the fact that Luffy ate it, and this really makes me question, like, did Shanks know about the importance of the Gama Gama no Mi? Well, yes, actually, he most likely did, and there's 3 main ways he could have found out. First is through Vegapunk, since Vegapunk himself may have figured out 12 years ago that the Gama Gama no Mi has something to do with Nika, Joyboy, and the Void Century, since the name Gama Gama no Mi doesn't pop up on any ancient Devil Fruit text. On top of this, Shanks might actually know even more about Joyboy than even Vegapunk, since he was on Roger's crew, the crew that saw the One Piece, which leads me to the second way he could have found out. Now, I understand that Shanks and poor Buggy weren't able to go to Laugh Tale, however, that doesn't mean that the Roger Pirates didn't tell them anything about what they saw. We know that at the very least, Shanks at least overheard them talking about Joyboy, since Oden casually just brings up the name of the legend right before his departure. I mean, who knows? One of the Roger Pirates could have gotten drunk and then leaked some of the Void Century or secrets of the world to Shanks and Buggy. We also know that he learned about the Joyboy apology letter on Fishman Island, showing that he at least knows a little on the subject. And if anyone were to know the true name of the Gama Gama no Mi, it'd be a Roger Pirate, since they were the ones who saw the entire tale of Joyboy and the sun god Nika. Like, is it really a coincidence that Rayleigh gave Luffy the option to learn hockey from him? I mean, Rayleigh never even helped out Ace for anything, but he wanted to do everything he could for a funny rubber boy. Now, the third way Shanks could have learned about the importance of the Gama Gama no Mi is possibly from a 5 Elder. Chapter 1044 confirms that the 5 Elders are the only people in the world that we know as of right now who know the Devil Fruit's true name, which is the Hito Hito no Mi, Maro Nika. Vegapunk knew that Luffy turned into Nika, however, he himself didn't ever show us that he actually knew the true name of the fruit. One of the Elders could have told Shanks about its importance, and I know this is a bit of a stretch, pun intended, and I don't even really think it has that high of a chance to be true. However, considering that Shanks has the ability to meet up with them on his own terms, anything is possible. Like, who knows, he may be closer with them than what Oda shows us on the outside. There also seems to be actual proof that Shanks knew the true name of the Gama Gama no Mi, since in chapter 1054, we see that Shanks finally wants to go get the One Piece. This is very interesting because he makes it seem like he's been waiting to get the One Piece and that he finally knows it's the right time. Is it also really a coincidence that he says this right after looking at Luffy in his Joyboy form? Remember that Vegapunk said that Luffy looks just like the warrior in white from the ancient texts, who's also called the sun god Nika, and knowing that Vegapunk knows about this, we can also assume that Shanks knows about it, since Salt probably showed him or told him about Nika from the books of Ohara. I feel like Shanks was always waiting for Luffy to become the warrior in white by awakening the true powers of the fruit, so he himself can also claim the One Piece. The reason I think this is because, just like I said before, the Roger Pirates casually brought up Joyboy and stuff about the One Piece around Shanks, and one line that's extremely important to this theory is when Roger says, "We were just too early, the One Piece they call it, I wonder who will find it." This shows that even if you find the One Piece, that doesn't necessarily mean you can use it to change the world, and it seems like the only way you can use it is if Joyboy is there and present. Roger hints at this when he says, "Someone will be born and eventually surpass us," and who else could he be talking about if it's not Joyboy? Like, he's obviously not talking about Shanks here, since he says that someone will be born, showing that this man that will surpass even him isn't alive yet. I also believe that since Shanks knows about this and about Joyboy, this is probably also why he didn't want to eat the fruit himself. I think he already knew that he wasn't Joyboy. However, I still think he's interested in finding the One Piece and is planning on either using Luffy to get it or finding it together with Luffy. This is most likely why he hasn't gotten it already and why he hasn't even tried to get it. On top of this, there's even more proof from Oda that this may have been his plan all along and that he always knew the true nature of the fruit, since when he sees Luffy in his Nika Joyboy form, he thinks back to the time when he stole the Gama Gama no Mi from Who's Who. It really seems like Shanks was thinking that Luffy's white form came from the Gama Gama no Mi, and this is the best proof that Shanks always knew the true powers of the Gum Gum fruit. Also notice how while this happens, Who's Who even states, "What are they after? There's no treasure here, only a single devil fruit." What could that mean to them? It just turns you into rubber, right? Even Who's Who was wondering why the hell Shanks would want the Gama Gama no Mi so bad, since at its surface it seems like an average fruit. This shows that only someone who knew of its true power would even attempt to steal it from the world government. So the first reason he's on tier with the ancient weapons is because he had and will have the One Piece. Now, why does this matter? I mean, we don't even know what the One Piece is, right? Well, yeah, true, but just because we don't know what it is doesn't mean Oda hasn't told us what it's capable of doing. In chapter 576, right before his death, the legendary Whitebeard quotes that when someone finds that treasure, the whole world will be turned upside down. Considering that Whitebeard already predicted the Great War that is taking place in the story right now, we can only assume that what he said about the One Piece is true. I mean, Roger did tell him specifically what it is, so if any non-Roger crew member were to know what the treasure could do to the world, it'd be Whitebeard. And now you may think, well, couldn't he have just been talking about the Void Century history that you learn about at Laugh Tale? Couldn't that information turn the whole world upside down? Well, no, actually. I mean, think about it. Even if the Void Century info that's at Laugh Tale completely exposes the Celestial Dragons, who's actually gonna believe it? I mean, people don't believe in the City of Gold, and they also definitely wouldn't believe a bunch of pirate hoodlums that are causing chaos throughout the world. Sure, some nations will believe Luffy and Robin, but not the whole world, which is what Whitebeard stated. Now, knowing this, I'd assume that there's something at Laugh Tale that only Joyboy could use to defeat the Celestial Dragons. I honestly don't want to speculate speculate here on what that treasure is and let me know in the comments what you think it could be. But whatever it was, if Joyboy is the only one who's capable of using the One Piece, then that'd make him by far the most powerful man on the planet and on the level of each ancient weapon. I mean, the ancient weapons are described as being able to destroy the world, which is pretty much what Whitebeard said the One Piece will do. Oden also said that there's a day where the world will be overturned, and I'd expect this day to be the very day that Luffy finds the One Piece. Now, this alone makes Joyboy on the level of an ancient weapon, arguably even a little more powerful. However, there's something else that makes him so ridiculous to the point where he's probably 5 times this. So in Roger's flashback, we see the Sea King say that their sovereign will soon be born, and another sovereign in a distant sea will also be born, and soon the day will come where the 2 sovereigns shall meet again. Roger realized that one of the sovereigns was Poseidon, while the other was Joyboy. Knowing this, we can assume that both Joyboy and Poseidon are always born or around in the same era, and with this, I'd also assume the other ancient weapons being Pluton and Uranus are also accessed during the same era. Robin even states that for whatever reason, long in the past, there existed powers deadly enough to destroy the world. 3 ancient weapons bearing the name of gods. Is she hinting that the 3 ancient weapons only existed back in the day and haven't been awakened since this era began? I mean, think about it. It seems like Poseidon hasn't existed in 800 years, and it also seems like Pluton hasn't been awakened in 800 years. Now, although we don't know what Uranus is, we could only assume it'd be the same for it. Also, what if I told you that this information from Roger's flashback and Robin describing what the ancient weapons are proves to us that there's a 4th ancient weapon that was completely erased from history? Just like how Robin states that 3 ancient weapons bear the name of gods, this 4th ancient weapon is the exact same. In fact, if we look deeper into it, Poseidon is the Greek god of the sea, Uranus is the Greek god of the sky, and Pluton is the Greek and Roman god of the underworld. So what do these 3 gods have in common? Well, they're all Greek gods and have Greek names. So if the 3 ancient weapons have Greek names based off of gods, then I would also assume the 4th ancient weapon to have a Greek name that's based off of a god. This 4th ancient weapon in fact goes by a Greek name, and he's known as Sun God Nika. He is inspired from the deity called Jesus Christ, and we know this to be true since the Greek crosses have the name Nika on them. All these letters in the Greek language read Jesus Christ conquers, and Nika by itself means conquers. Isn't this just like how Luffy the Sun God will have to conquer all of his enemies with Conquer's Haki in order to become Pirate King? Now, if you thought this was a stretch, then wait, there's even more on what the name Nika means. Another meaning to the word in the Greek language is the bringer of victory, which is exactly what Luffy is. The Russian meaning is born on Sunday, which is the day of the sun, kind of like the sun god Nika, and it's also the day where followers of Jesus worship. The Latin meaning of Nika is belonging to the Lord, and more specifically, the Lord Jesus Christ, since that's who Latin speakers typically worshiped. The Slavic meaning is belongs to God, and yet again, it's more specifically belonging to their god Jesus. So as you can see, the name for the sun god Nika seems like it could have been inspired from Jesus, while also being inspired by the word Nika in Japanese, which means to laugh or smile. Just like how Jesus rose from the dead in Revelations to defeat the dragon called the devil or the beast, Joyboy also returned in a similar fashion, defeating a dragon called a beast or a devil since Kaido's an Oni. Also remember that the sun god Nika seems to only be awakened every 800 years, just like the ancient weapons Poseidon and Pluton, which may also be a hint to him being an ancient weapon himself, or at least basically an ancient weapon. And remember, Nika is also literally known as being the sun god, just like how the ancient weapons are gods of their own. And now you may be wondering, okay, so if Joyboy is practically an ancient weapon, well, what's his special power? Like, what does he have that has the power to destroy the world? I mean, there's no way his devil fruit abilities and Haki alone are as powerful as something like commanding all the Sea Kings. Well, just like how Poseidon is a natural force in the world, which is to command the Sea Kings, I think Joyboy is also a natural force in the world, which is the force of bringing people together and liberation. With this, Joyboy will end up being 5 times stronger than each ancient weapon and the One Piece, since he's the one who brings them all together and befriends them. Think about it, Luffy is the one who saved Fisherman Island, befriended Poseidon, and was even the reason Shirahoshi awakened Poseidon's abilities. He's also the same dude who's allied with people connected to Pluton, which would be Vivi, Frankie, and Momo. And on top of this, in a way, he even saved Pluton, since Wano is Pluton. He'll probably do a similar thing with Uranus, and if Uranus has anything to do with the Sky or Skypiea, well, Luffy already saved them too. At the end of the day, Luffy will be the one in charge of the One Piece and the 3 ancient weapons, since whatever he does in the final war, the other 3 will just follow. I believe that Joyboy is the one who truly has the power to destroy the world, since with these 5 things combined, they should have the power to destroy the whole Red Line, which is what many people believe will happen at the end, and is what I believe what Oda meant by the power to destroy the world. Also, what if I told you that this power of Joyboy to bring everyone together was foreshadowed since the pre-time skip? Back in Marineford, Mihawk said that it's no skill or technique, but the simple ability to turn those around him into his allies. I would call that the most dangerous ability in this entire ocean, after he saw countless of people help out Luffy. Notice how he states it's not a skill or technique, but a natural ability, and isn't this kind of like an ancient weapon? I mean, isn't Shirahoshi's power an ability and not a skill or technique? This very ability of Luffy may be the ability of Joyboy, and this truly does make him the most dangerous man in the sea, since he can turn anyone, even his enemies, on his side. Luffy is the only one that will bring marines, pirates, slaves, kingdoms, and even revolutionary criminals together. I mean, every arc it seems like he helps out someone who is supposed to be an enemy but ends up being an ally when he helps Kobe, Law, Smoker, Buggy, and even Croc. Like even now, Bonney isn't really supposed to be the Straw Hat's ally, but she'll probably end up as that since Luffy is slowly befriending her. I mean, if the dude can get Zoro and Sanji to be on the same crew together, then I'm pretty sure he can be the link to anyone being friends. Like Luffy is literally the definition of that one friend who keeps the group together or who gets the whole group to get along. I mean, Luffy somehow even got the Shandians and Skypians to make up after 400 years of war, so maybe he and he only could also make pirates and marines make peace after 800 years of war. In my opinion, the most impactful relationship he'll bring together is gonna be the fishmen with the humans, since after 800 years of hardcore racism, this relationship will definitely mean the most. Another power of Joyboy seems to be what Who's Who and the 5 Elders described. Who's Who says that during the Void Century, slaves would pray to a legendary warrior who would one day free them. The 5 Elders also confirm that the Sun God Nika is the warrior of liberation, which proves that he naturally frees and liberates people. We've seen this done countless of times, for example, when Luffy liberates the people of Wano from Kaido and Orochi's reign, liberates the people of Dressrosa from their false happiness and celestial dragon ruler, frees Kokoyase village from Arlong, freed Alabasta from their made-up war, and of course, when he literally freed prisoners from Impel Down. It almost seems as if freeing the world was always his job due to the fate that he received after eating the Gama Gama no Mi. He also of course won't stop here, as he still needs to free the world and the slaves of the world from the Celestial Dragon's empire. And I even think that freeing or liberating the entire world could also be interpreted as one of the powers to flip the world upside down, since the current world isn't free or liberated, and doing such a thing would be the exact opposite. Another power that Who's Who brought up was that these slaves also said that Nika would bring smiles to their faces and deliver them from suffering. This perfectly corresponds with another thing the 5 Elders said, which is that Nika brings smiles to the faces of the people. This is one of the most ridiculous powers because he literally makes people happy, and with this, he can make anyone his ally or someone that roots for him. I mean, without Luffy being this true self, Robin would have most likely died a very sad death, and that would have changed the course of fate in the world, since it would have made it very hard for anyone to find the One Piece and to solve the Void Century. Because of Luffy's strong will and positive mentality, he even made Robin say, on top of all of this, not only can Luffy make people smile by making them happy, but one of the most underrated things Nika can do is make people around him laugh. I mean, he's even made the least laughable person of all time laugh, Zoro. This trait is so underrated because if he can make his enemies around him laugh, then it automatically makes them somewhat like him and be friendly with him. Like, imagine if you're doing what's supposed to be an intense competitive battle with someone, whether it be a sport, game, or even fight, yet the whole time they're acting hilarious. This would make most people lose their focus except for those with the strongest wills. Luffy's goofy fighting style makes people feel as though he's playing around, and then they don't take him very serious even though Luffy's actually trying his hardest to defeat them. Once Luffy gets a bunch of people on his side, this isn't only powerful because of their sheer numbers, but on top of being able to get people to get along. Luffy also gives his allies hope, even when there's a 0% chance of winning. A continuous theme in One Piece is for the Straw Hats to simply believe in their captain no matter the circumstances. Over time, we see how they've gained a trust so strong because they've seen him perform little miracles over and over and over again. When Luffy supposedly dies, Kaido even states that the cost of their defeat, or more specifically, Luffy's defeat, is their hope and freedom. He says that he's gonna make everyone and their wives and children a slave until they die. This is a parallel with the world nobles and Joyboy, since Kaido, a literal dragon, is planning on slaving people just like the celestial dragons, while Luffy or Joyboy is the one who gave them hope and ultimately ended up freeing them. We also see that Luffy was literally named the Warrior of Hope in Thriller Bark, when he was the only hope that the people had to be free from Moria's shadow powers and free to see the sun. Being the embodiment of liberation, every time someone has wished for freedom, they hope for Nika or Joyboy. As I already stated, a lot of people even hope for him specifically to save them, and even Vegapunk says that as long as people hope for Nika, his existence will never truly disappear. Hope ultimately makes people stronger since they have something to believe in, which gives them more willpower. My last main reason for Joyboy being equal to that of an ancient weapon has to do with his observation haki ability that hasn't yet been explained. In case you forgot, back in Wano, as Luffy was defeated by Kaido and sinking deeper into the sea, he ended up communicating with Momo telepathically. This doesn't really make any sense since, first of all, he's completely knocked out, and he shouldn't even be able to communicate at all. I mean, even if he was conscious, this still doesn't make too much sense, since guys like Oden, Roger, and Momo hear it, but they've never actually used it to communicate back with someone. Even when Shirahoshi and Momo speak to the Sea Kings and Zunisha, they do so by using their mouths in real voice, and not by using observation haki or telepathic messaging. To make matters even crazier, not only can Luffy do this telepathy with Momo, but it also seems like he can do it with literally anyone. Even Lost Crew, who's never shown any signs of being able to hear the voice of all things, or even being strong with haki, but somehow even they were able to hear Luffy's voice while he was sinking to his death. This ability seems to be the opposite of Ice's ability in Skypiea, since she was born with the ability to hear everyone's voice around her, even without training, while Joyboy seems to be born with an ability that allows him to communicate telepathically with people. This basically makes him an ancient weapon, since we know that only the Sea Kings and Zunisha can do it, which many believe to be connected to the ancient weapons. Also, as Luffy becomes the greatest warrior of all time, he will most likely use this ability in war while commanding people what to do. Imagine him communicating telepathically while also playing the drums of liberation. Everyone will know when he's coming, and the celestial dragons will fear the very sound of the heartbeat. And now that we know that the elders may be based off of celestial bodies in the solar system, let me ask you this: what's the most important and most powerful celestial body that keeps the solar system together? Well, that would be the sun, and that is why the celestial dragons fear the sun god so much. They know that his light can shine the truth on the world, and that he's the only one who can defeat them. Also, now that we're getting closer to Elbaf, I really feel like we're gonna learn a lot about the original Joyboy and Sun God in that arc. The reason for that is because it seems like Joyboy may have connections to the Norse god Odin, since Odin was known for wearing a straw hat. Odin's name also translates to Master of Ecstasy or Master of Overwhelming Joy, which is quite literally the same thing as Joyboy. What would happen if Bonney DH'd Garp back into his prime sometime within the final saga? Theoretically, this could happen, and if it did, it would go down as one of the greatest One Piece moments of all time. In this video, I'm gonna go over how this scenario could actually play out, how strong Prime Garp would be, and of course fights that we would need to see versus Prime Garp. I honestly have some pretty good evidence that may prove that this situation actually may go down. And overall, I'm just so excited to talk about this what if, because Garp is one of my favorite characters in One Piece. And so now, with all that being said, let's get straight into the video. So before we get into anything major, let me briefly remind you what Bonney's Devil Fruit abilities can do and why it matters. Throughout the Egghead arc, we see that she can create both distorted timelines and actual paths that already happened. For her to put Garp back into his prime, she needs to use her move, Age Skewer, which de-ages someone back to whatever age she wants, and heads up, it's only for a certain amount of time, which means Garp could not last in this form forever. In my opinion, this would actually be better for us One Piece fans, because could you imagine if Garp goes into his prime only for like 10 minutes or 1 hour or something like that? That means that he'd have to go absolutely crazy since he only has a limited time to peak. Dude would be jumping around, punching and smashing every goddamn thing in his path for at least a whole chapter. This is somewhat similar to how Gear 4 only has a certain amount of time to be activated, which forces Luffy to try his absolute hardest before completely running out of energy. Garp the hero would become Garp the villain, since in his prime, he's basically just Wreck-It Ralph. Nah, like seriously, why do these two look like multiverse twins? But anyways, so now that I explained how Bonney's fruit works, now let's talk about the most important part of this video, which is how strong this prime Garp would even be. Well, we could only assume that he'd be an exact copy of himself in his prime, since his physical capabilities will return, and since his mastered hockey abilities should also theoretically stick around. This would be pretty similar to how Momo was aged up into a grown man, the only real difference being that Garp can't stay like this forever. And if he does become an exact copy of himself in his prime, then we could only use what we know from the manga to truly be able to scale his strength. And oh man, let me just say that I think a lot of people underestimate him. I mean, considering that Prime Garp was able to go toe to toe with guys like Roger, Whitebeard, and Rocks, we could only assume that he was at least Yonko level. Even now in his old age, he's gotta be on the level of what we saw from old Whitebeard at Marineford, and if Garp went back into his prime, that'd mean that he may become arguably the strongest man in the entire world for a few minutes. Since he was the dude that actually took down the Rocks crew, I'd say that the only guy in One Piece that's even on his level is Shanks. I personally also think that Garp has the greatest hockey of all time, even better than Shanks and Roger, since the dude literally fought guys like Roger, Rocks, and Whitebeard without any weapons. Like, I don't think people realize how insane this is. Like, I mean, you think that anyone who touches a black blade with their fist would get their hand chopped off or at least have an extreme scar. But no, Garp the Fist can punch black blades combined with the hockey of the Pirate King. Like, this dude Garp is the definition of built different. Like, forget Monkey D Garp, his name should really be Gorilla D Garp because he's built like a whole ass gorilla. And by the way, I recorded this entire video before chapter 1080 came out, and man, oh man, it seems like it's finally been confirmed that Garp has Conqueror's hockey, which is so hype because I was always one of the main YouTubers hyping up Garp to be one of the strongest people of all time. Like, I can't believe people used to bring up the argument that Oda technically didn't confirm that he had Conquerors, even though we know he fought Conqueror's masters like Roger and Whitebeard without any weapons or devil fruits. Plus, with moves like Galaxy Fist, we know that Garp the Fist could one-shot islands in his prime. I mean, think about it. This move only showed some of his strength considering that he's almost 80 years old. Like, imagine what he could do 30 to 40 years ago. I mean, he's the one who said that his cannonball throws don't fly half as fast as they used to, and I know that he probably didn't mean that he's literally not even half of his prime strength, but it definitely shows that at the bare minimum, he's a lot weaker than he used to be. Also, in chapter 1081, Garp once again brings up that he's a lot weaker than what he once was, even after he one-shotted an island. Somehow, even though he's much weaker, he's still able to grab Aokiji by the face and throw him down into the ground. If he's still able to do these things, one can only imagine what he could do in his prime. On top of this, it's really interesting that Garp brings up these two quotes because it almost seems like it could be a foreshadow by Oda that he's actually gonna go into his prime sometime by the end of One Piece. Like, Garp is literally the only old head who continuously brings up how he hates getting old and how he wishes he could still be at his full strength. Garp's the one old head who'd be itching for Bonney to allow him to be de-aged, and I'd honestly see this happen in a sort of funny way, as Garp deep down would really want to go into his prime, but he wouldn't want to admit it to Bonney. When it's about to happen, he'd probably say something like, "I'm only allowing this to happen because I have to do it for us to survive," even though he'd be absolutely pumped deep down. Now, going back to Garp's true strength, I honestly just don't understand how people used to say that Prime Garp is overrated when even at 76 years old, which by the way is 4 years older than Whitebeard, he said that he was gonna kill Sakazuki, and I honestly believe that he could have. He also one-shots Bergs and even sends a 1st Division Yonko commander straight back to the ground, which is right where he belongs, since it's below Garp. And now that you understand how if Garp went into his prime, he'd be arguably the strongest man in the world, now let's discuss the best matchups versus this version of Garp. My favorite matchup with Prime Garp would be against the Gorosei, and not just one of them in particular, but actually all 5 against him at once. You may think that this is a bit of an overload, but I already want to see old Garp battle one of these political planets, and I think even then he'd kick their butt in a one-on-one. So you already know how I think the fight would go if it were a one-on-one with Garp in his prime and a Gorosei. I honestly don't even know if Garp would be able to win the 5v1, since we literally don't know at all what the Gorosei could even do. However, I think this would be a perfect opportunity for Oda to reveal some things on what happened at God Valley and why Garp doesn't want to talk about it. Like, I really think there's some history with Garp and the Gorosei specifically, because there has to be a reason he absolutely hates their guts. Like, I know celestial dragons are easy to hate on because they're actually just terrible people, but I don't know, I've got a gut feeling that there's something more with it when it comes to Garp. I also see there being a decent chance of this fight happening, considering that Bonney probably hates the celestial dragons just like how Garp does. This fight between the Gorosei and Garp would be extremely intense, since we know for a fact that the only reason they haven't executed Garp this far is only because of his accomplishments and stature. And we also all know how the D's are the sworn enemies of the gods, and that it's their destiny to take them down. And just like how Luffy took down Doflamingo with a big ol' punch, I could definitely see Garp doing the same thing to Blondie over here or to one of the older ones. Just like how Michael Jordan lost when playing 1v5 versus the 5 Hall of Famer 1986 Celtics in Game 3. Prime Garp would also put up a historical performance like this and lose while putting up a legendary fight. I would think he would take out at least one of them in this ultimate battle, and let me know in the comments how you think this battle would go. If Garp did make the promise to save Kuma from Marijoa, then he may just run in there, causing absolute chaos, punching whichever admirals, CP0 members, celestial dragons, and Gorosei members get in his way, breaking the entire castle left and right while looking for Kuma. The dude would quite literally have an 8th gate awakening moment and would probably accomplish the mission at task. I also wonder if Garp would try to one-shot the entire Pangaea castle, and even if he doesn't intend on doing this, the entire castle would probably fall apart while he and the Gorosei have a legendary fight. Now, the next guy I'd like to see Prime Garp go up against would be Akainu. Every single One Piece fan wants this fight to go down one way or another after Garp almost obliterated the Lava Boy on live television during Marineford. These two got to have some extreme beef after Ace's death, and this fight to see Prime Garp go at it with the current Fleet Admiral would be insane. If Bonney is around Garp during the time when these two are about to go at it, she might allow Garp to go in his prime, because remember, she wants revenge on Akainu for locking her ass up. This fight would go crazy, considering that Akainu and Garp are both 2 of the strongest Marines ever, and if Garp went into his prime for a long enough time, then I think he'd be the one to take the dub. However, current Akainu should be stronger than 78-year-old Garp. The One Piece treasure is a bronze statue of Joyboy, and I can prove it. In chapter 704, we see a bronze statue of Kairos that perfectly parallels Joyboy. Rebecca tells Luffy that the statue is of a legendary warrior, and that it's said that he was undefeated in 3,000 battles, and that his last battle was there in Dressrosa 20 years ago, yet somehow not a single person in the country remembers him or even met him. Maybe at Laugh Tale, Roger saw a statue of a legendary warrior named Joyboy who fought in countless battles, yet no one in the world remembers him. After this, Rebecca says that the statue is the most mysterious statue in all of Dressrosa, and if Kairos the Gladiator was a real man or a fantasy. If you replace Kairos with Joyboy, it perfectly goes along with the Roger pirates questioning if Joyboy was a real man or a fantasy in a tale. Rebecca lastly says that the only information we have right now is the words carved in this plate, which parallels how the entire world lost its information on Joyboy and the entire Void Century. The only information that may reveal who he truly is may be on a statue or poneglyph on Laugh Tale. Did you know that the original Joyboy had Gear 4? In Wano, we see Hyogoro state that Luffy looks just like the God of Fire himself when he went into Gear 4. Now, you may be thinking, what even is the God of Fire? Well, the God of Fire is supposed to be something that looks like this big balloon at the Fire Festival. Now, in my opinion, this God of Fire is most likely supposed to be Joyboy, and the Fire Festival is probably a tradition passed down from the Void Century. If these things are true, then that would mean that Joyboy looked exactly like how Luffy looks when he goes into Gear 4, which means he most likely had Gear 4. To top this all off, we even see the fire god Balloon doing the Gear 4 symbol when he puts 4 fingers up just like Luffy. Even more proof to Joyboy having Gear 4 back in the day is the fact that we even see the same symbol of the 4 fingers on the sun god's sacrificial altar in Shandora. This altar seems to be based off of the real life Olmec traditions, and the word Olmecs literally means rubber people, yet again showing that the original rubber man had Gear 4. What if Kaido went to Marineford because he thought that Ace was Joyboy? After defeating Luffy for the second time, he tells him, "You couldn't be Joyboy either, it seems." He makes it seem as if he had hopes that someone other than Luffy was Joyboy until they proved him wrong. I believe that this person was Ace, and that Ace's death made him realize that he was not Joyboy. Kaido knew Oden was waiting for Joyboy's return to Wano, and he also knew that Ace came to Wano and declared that he would return to defeat Kaido and save the land of Wano. Kaido was probably waiting for Ace's return, thinking that he'd be Joyboy and that he'd be the one to defeat him until the Marineford incident occurred. Kaido probably went to Marineford to see if Ace was the real deal and to possibly even attempt to save him. Ace having the will of D and being the hotshot of his generation probably gave a lot of the old folks hope that he'd be the legendary Joyboy. On top of this, if this is the case, then I wonder if Shanks stopped Kaido from heading to Marineford by convincing him that Ace is not Joyboy since he knows that Luffy is. Also remember that the Marines say that Kaido was trying to kill Whitebeard, but I doubt that was true since that's only a theory among the headquarters of the Marines. The ancient weapon Pluton is a ship made out of sea prism stone, and I can prove it. At the end of Wano, we learn that Pluton is under the earth beneath the old Wano. I personally think it's specifically right below the volcano of Wano since the word Pluton means an igneous rock that forms by crystallization of magma slowly cooling below the surface of the earth. This means that the magma from Wano's volcano most likely created the rock that the ancient weapon is built of. And now to show you why sea prism stone is the plutonic rock in One Piece, so in Skypiea we learn that the substance called pyroblone comes from sea prism stone. But Guy says that pyroblone gets ejected into the air by volcanic eruptions, which proves that sea prism stone is made from volcanoes. We also know that sea prism stone comes from Wano, which means that it specifically comes from Wano's volcano, which is where Pluton seems to be located. Also, gold is found in the veins of plutonic rocks, and this is interesting since Wano used to be called the country of gold. Is it really a coincidence that the country where sea prism stone and Pluton originates was called the country of gold? I think I solved who the massive Florian Triangle monsters were. So the Florian Triangle location of the sea translates to the Devil's Triangle Zone. In Thriller Bark we learned that Oars was called the Devil, and I feel like his race may have been labeled as this since they are Onis or demons. So with this, what if the Devil's Triangle Zone is named that because it's the place where devils roam or live? Now I know Oars and Oars Jr. sizes don't seem to match up with the sizes of the Florian Triangle monsters, but if we take a look at Onigashima, some of the ancient giants could definitely get up to that size. If their skulls are even a quarter of the size of Onigashima, their bodies should end up being as big as the monsters to these shadows. On top of this, we know that there must be a race of these ancient giants since we see proof of them with Oars, Oars Jr., and Onigashima. However, for some reason, we haven't seen any more. I wonder if this is because they all live in the Florian Triangle, and I mean, there has to be some explanation to how Oars Jr. was born. I really think Aokiji is a spy for Shanks. First of all, Aokiji seems to be a spy since Oda based him off of the character Shunsaku Kudo, who's an undercover detective or a spy. This is why I definitely think he's spying on the Blackbeard crew, and now here's why I think he's a spy for Shanks. So Oda recently revealed that Saul is actually alive and that he's hiding in Elbaf. I feel like there's a high chance Aokiji has visited his old friend in Elbaf at least once. And now, knowing that Shanks' territory is Elbaf, I believe that Saul is a close friend of Shanks, and that would mean that Aokiji may have also met Shanks and possibly even become friends with him. Saul could be the one who got them to get along and to work together. We also see that Aokiji says that from the start, I was never under the impression that the world government was the end-all be-all. This may show that from the start, he always had ties with Saul, the Elbaf, and possibly even the Shanks pirates. I don't find it a coincidence that the first time we learn of Aokiji's association with Blackbeard, Berg says that he doesn't trust him. This may foreshadow Aokiji's ultimate betrayal. I think there's a good chance Shanks meant to give Ace the Gumma Gumma no Mi. In case you forgot, Ace grew up on Dawn Island just like Luffy. Now, what if Shanks would go there to secretly watch over his captain's son and to make sure that he's safe? I mean, is it really a coincidence that he would make it his base for over a year? Why would he use Dawn Island, the most random island in the world of One Piece, as his base? I also don't find it a coincidence that Shanks specifically stole the Gum Gum fruit, and if anyone were to know the true name or power of that fruit, it would be Shanks or another Roger pirate. I feel like he stole it with the intention of giving it to someone else since he didn't eat it, and that person may have been Ace. We also see that Shanks is upset after Luffy ate the fruit, and this may be because it wasn't meant for him. We also see Roger say that he wants his son to be the one who's going to find the One Piece, which basically means that he wants his son to be Joyboy, and Shanks was probably just trying to do what his captain wanted. Chapter 1086 proved that God Valley didn't disappear with the power of the Mother Flame, since the Gorsei state that the Lulusia incident was the first time they tested it. So if this wasn't the cause of God Valley's disappearance, well, then what was? Well, the first way could have been if Whitebeard used his Devil Fruit powers to completely destroy the island. I mean, he does have the power to destroy the world, right? The second way is if Shiki used his powers to float the island away. The third way is if Kaido picked up the island and floated it away using his flame clouds. The fourth way is if someone had Fujitori's gravity fruit and awakened it, which could have possibly allowed the island to float or levitate to the sky. The fifth way is if Whitebeard caused a knock-up stream by using his Devil Fruit powers. I believe that if he tried, he could probably do this since we know he can shift the continents and cause tsunamis. The sixth way is if Prime Garp used a Prime Galaxy Fist on the entire island and left it to exploding or being completely obliterated. There could be more ways it could have disappeared, but we'll need to first learn Rocks and Roger's full powers and everyone that was there. Vivi will be the 10th Straw Hats to join, and I think Oda already confirmed this back in Alabasta. At the very end of the arc, the Straw Hats leave Vivi with an X symbol on their raised arm. Knowing that X is the Roman numeral for the number 10, and that this symbol represents the Straw Hats' fellowship with Vivi, I believe that Oda purposely used this scene to foreshadow that the next time Vivi sees the Straw Hats, she's gonna be the 10th member to join. On top of this, I also think that she'll join during the Elbaf arc, because in case you forgot, Vivi was with the Straw Hats when they went to Little Garden, and the Giants consider her a part of the crew that saved their lives. They even tell Vivi that it's sad to see her go, but they hope that she saves her kingdom. The Giants consider Vivi a friend, and just like how her first island with the Straw Hats had Elbaf Giants on it, I think it'd be perfect if her first island after rejoining the Straw Hats also had Elbaf Giants on it. If you still think Vivi won't join the Straw Hats because she has a country to run, well, I personally think Koza is actually the best fit for that job, since Vivi herself calls him leader, possibly foreshadowing that he's going to be the leader of Alabasta instead of Vivi. The East Blue is known as the weakest sea in One Piece, and now, although it's called that, we never really learn why. When you consider that a lot of powerful people came out of there, like Garp, Roger, Dragon, Ace, Sabo, Yasop, Luffy, Zoro, Kobe, and Kaku, it really puts up the question, how did the East Blue get the reputation of being the weakest and tamest sea? Well, I saw a goated Reddit post that said what if every few years when Garp would check up on Ace and Luffy, he would beat the crap out of every decently menacing pirate and would throw them into Impel Down. This would make a ton of sense, however it seems like Shiki called the East Blue the weakest of seas even before Luffy or Ace was born, so my theory is that when Garp was a kid or a very young man, he fought all the evil pirates in the East Blue of his time and defeated them just like how Luffy did. This may have made the East Blue the weakest or tamest sea since there was pretty much no one left to make it menacing. I also think that after Garp became a big shot navy, he would take care of all the evil piracy in the East Blue every time he would visit his hometown. Overall, I'm trying to say that Garp might treat the East Blue in a similar way that Whitebeard treated Sphinx Island. Did you know that the monkey god Hanuman can increase his body size in seconds just like Gear 3 and Gear 5 when Luffy becomes a giant? On top of this, Luffy even uses a move called Bajrang Gun, which is a direct reference to Hanuman. Now, you may be wondering, well, why does any of this matter? Well, this matters because with this, we may be able to figure out how the original Nika fought. So we see that Nika fought with the sword and with the mace. The silhouette of his mace looks almost exactly like Hanuman's Gata, and I feel like it could be based off of it since Luffy is already based on Hanuman. I wonder if Nika would infinitely stretch the Gata when he fought with it, just like how Goku uses his pole. Remember, Goku and his pole are based on Sun Wukong, who's also ultimately based on Hanuman. I also wonder if Nika infinitely stretched out his sword in a similar way to Ichimaru's Bankai, and if that were true, then that'd mean that Joyboy might have had the biggest and most destructive sword of all time. Benn Beckmann took off Kid's arm and I can prove it. So in chapter 928, Kid reveals that he actually lost his arm in a battle with the red-haired pirates after Caribou claims that the rumors said he lost it from battling Big Mom. Now, most people think that Shanks himself was the one who did this, however, this seems to be not true at all, since when the Kid pirates reach Elbaf, Killer says that the last time they fought the red-haired crew, they didn't even get to see Shanks himself. Instead, Kid got beaten to a pulp and lost his arm before meeting Shanks. As Killer says this, we even see Kid grab his arm as he seems to be having PTSD. So now, if Shanks wasn't the one who did this, who could it have been, and why do I think it was Benn Beckmann? Well, the reason for that is since in the same chapter we see Beckmann say, "Our enemy must be furious," and then Lucky Roo responds, "Ha ha ha, that's rich coming from you, Beck. Who do you think he's mad at?" I feel like right here Beckmann was saying that Kid must be furious at the red-haired crew since they took his arm, and then Roo is basically telling Beck that Kid's mad because he's the one who did it. I wonder if he shot his arm off using some crazy hockey bullets or just straight up ripped it off using his bare hands. Did you know that Shanks and Doflamingo's brother Corazon directly parallel each other with Luffy and Law's backstories? Shanks is the grown man that Luffy looked up to, while Corazon is the man who Law looked up to. Shanks steals one of the most important devil fruits in the story from the word government, and Luffy eats it. Corazon steals one of the most important devil fruits from the word government, and Law eats it. Shanks sacrifices his arm to save Luffy. Corazon sacrifices his body to save Law. Shanks gave Luffy the straw hat, while Law wears clothes that says Corazon on it. Luffy's pirate crew name is named after something Shanks gave him, which is the straw hat, while Law's crew name is named after Corazon and the devil fruit he gave him, since it's in the shape of a heart. Shanks is a good celestial dragon that helped the will of D, just like how Corazon is a good celestial dragon that helped the D. Shanks has a brother-like figure that is a clown and became a warlord. Corazon has a brother that depicts a clown since his nickname is Joker, who was a 7 warlord. I wonder if all of these parallels foreshadow that Shanks was always a celestial dragon. What's up guys, that last theory pretty much wraps up the video, and click on this video right here if you want to check out another one just like this one. The only difference is that one's just a little bit older, like about I think like a year older, so yeah, check out that video, and thank you guys so much for watching.